Welcome to the no, but you beat Sammy.
For the camera.
The St. Mary Parish School Board Budget Workshop and District Board Member Workshop, August 8th, 2026, 8 o'clock, 8:30 a.m. in the Evan Medine Meeting Room. We call this meeting to order. Dr. Sanders, can you please take roll?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Brent. Dr. Wilson. Mrs. Anslem.
Present.
Ms. Jones.
Here.
Mrs. Griffin. Ms. LaSalle.
Accounted for.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Guillory.
Here.
Mr. Parody. Mrs. Black.
Here.
Mr. Mancuso. Mrs. Dennis. All righty. No quorum needed because today is not a voting day.
Thank you. All right, just a reminder that this is only discussions. As Dr. Sanders says, no actions will be taken. First up on the budget will be, anything with the budget will be approved on at the September 3rd regular school board meeting. All right, first up, our budget. Provide board members with an understanding of financial budget. Ms. Voisin?
Good morning. I'd like to go ahead and get started, like kind of reverse the order than what we usually do. We usually save food service and maintenance for last. They go by quicker. So we're going to do those first this year so that we'll have the time we need to spend on the general fund. So if you go in your packet to the last screen tab that says school food service. It's not a tab, it's like a green divider. Yes, ma'am. Everybody's good? Okay. We don't have page numbers.
This is the very end.
We need a number on that next year.
Yeah.
Or do tabs. Okay, so I would like the board to know that we decided to decrease the value of MFP funding that we provide school food service. Traditionally, annually, we would give them $500,000. Every year, they give us a required amount, and this year it's a little under 80,000. So we are proposing to go down to 100,000, which would save us 400,000 in MFP dollars. And Miss Dawn, we had discussions and she's good with it. She started out the year with a 2.8 million fund balance. She's over the years been able to accumulate fund balance because of the CEP program, whereby she's funded for each and every student that eats, to where sometimes she actually makes money. Okay, so their projected fund balance as of July 1st, 2026 is 2.9 million. The estimated revenue in 26-27 is 6.1 million. Estimated expenses, 7.8 million. So we have a projected deficit of 1.7 million due to some conservative budgeting and also some one-time large expenditures. And so that's going to end us up with a projected ending fund balance at 6/30/27 of $1.1 million. The bottom section is a detail of, it's a summary of all the pages behind it with all the things. But you can see that her main source of revenue is from the children eating. And so that is the federal funding of $5.9 million. The state piece of $85,000 is the 100,000 we discussed, and then she had requested that we pay out of the general fund one of her purchases for 15,000 that she wasn't allowed to purchase in school food service. Her expenditures, when you look at her salaries, her benefits, and her food costs, they're 6.9 million, which is 88% of her budget. And then of the rest of her expenditures, the supplies for the office and the kitchens is 365,000 and 5%, so makes up the bulk of the rest. And that's all I was gonna say, unless y'all really wanted to delve into the details.
I just want to add in that often we are asking for a few cafeteria tables in our maintenance budgets. And the reason for that is because of her very specific list of the items that she can purchase through her funds for the cafeteria. And furniture is not one of those. So that's why sometimes we have to ask for cafeteria tables out of those maintenance budgets.
Y'all ready to move on? No questions? Okay, flip back to like 3 green tabs. We're gonna go on to the maintenance districts next. So it's the page that has red, says regular maintenance, including special projects. It starts from the back and it goes straight to and you're gonna have.
The green
Start
page says
the summary.
a special
in front
maintenance
of
districts is the
one.
green page, right?
It's actually the first green tab.
Everybody got it? Okay. Yes, ma'am. All right. So, yes, sir. The summary page right before District 1, Miss Marilyn. So traditionally, what we would have in this summary was only the top section, but Dr. Sanders asked that I give y'all an overview of all the things. So not only regular maintenance, special projects, but also capital projects. So we've incorporated all of those things into here. So the first section, your projected fund balance as of the end of this fiscal year, 25-26, is the actual 24-25 financial ending fund balance plus your actual 25-26 ending fund balance. So District 1 has 2.3 million, District 2, 444,000, and District 3, 3.8 million. Your total estimated revenues for 26-27, and again, this is regular maintenance and special projects. District 1, 3.1 million. Total estimated revenue, estimated expenditures, 2.3 million, for an estimated surplus of 724,000, which would bring us to a projected ending fund balance at 6/30/27 of 3.1 million in District 1. District 2, projected beginning 444,000, estimated revenues 2 million, estimated expenditures 2.1 million. I want to point out that that does include the 100,000 for the Berwick Elementary remediation for the mold. So that's why you have a projected deficit of 113,000. So the projected ending fund balance in District 1 is 330,000. District, ma'am. Oops, sorry, 2. 2. Thank you, appreciate it. She don't want that 330,000. Okay, so District 3, projected beginning fund balance of 3.8 million, estimated revenue 2.7 million, estimated expenditures 2.4 million. So, an estimated surplus of 258,000, projected ending fund balance of 4 million. So that is that one piece of regular maintenance, which is comprised of your funds 11, 12, and 13, your maintenance districts. The bottom section is your capital projects, which is your funds 27, 28, and 29. so we're gonna do a similar thing. Projected, beginning fund balance in District 1, 2.9 million. District 2, 1.5 million. District 3, 5.1 million. And of those balances, I wanted you guys, Dr. Sanders asked me to be clear in this meeting what piece of it is encumbered and what piece of it is not encumbered. So in District 1, you have 2.2 million encumbered and 627,000 unencumbered. District 2, 1.479 million all encumbered. District 3, 3.6 million encumbered, 1.5 million unencumbered. So from those values, we take away what you guys have already approved for your capital project spending for 26-27, which is 346,000 in District 1, 67,000 in District 2, and 1.2 million in District 3. So your projected ending capital fund balance is 2.5 million in District 1, 1.4 million in District 2, and 3.9 million in District 3. For an overall between the two, your maintenance fund balance and your capital fund balances, District 1, 5.6 million, District 2, 1.7 million, and District 3, 7.9 million. And there are details that tie to all the things behind this. If y'all want to go through those details, we can, but if y'all want to take a look later on and call if you have questions or concerns, I just want to point out that this year we clearly identified the difference between what we spent on regular projects and special projects. And so if you look to your far right, the value in the 26-27 column that says projected special projects, that's what you guys approved at the March-April board meeting. So for District 1, it was $391,845.
Ms. Wozniak, could we maybe like take a moment to just like let each board member sort of go through their own chart and sort of absorb the information? And then if they would have questions, they could have a moment to ask those questions. Would that be okay? Sometimes the numbers are just like
Yeah, for
numbers
sure.
and you need to kind of digest it.
Or I could do this budgets. We have a budget summary. Let's do that for each one, the one page.
Or just at least maybe explain what their charts look like for sure. So
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. So, I'm in District 1. In 25-26, the original budgeted revenue was 3.1 million. The actual was 3.1 million. Yes, yes, yes. The actual, help me out.
Yeah, the total combined, actual, regular and special.
Oh, because
The
they didn't
special
have
was-
any special
special was- no
projects
special
in
grant.
this one. Okay, okay. Okay, duh. Okay. Okay, and just to remind everybody that the revenue is strictly coming from ad valorem taxes, unless we do transfers from either the general fund or from the capital projects funds. So, like I said, actual revenue 3.1 million. And then your expenditures for 25-26, we had 1.6 million of regular expenditures, 315 of special projects for a total of 1.9 million. So you had an excess of 1.1 million in 25-26 in District 1, a beginning fund balance of 1.1 million, so an ending fund balance of 2.3 million. So you move on to your 26-27 budget. We have projected revenue of 3.1 million, which we try to be conservative and take a 2% reduction. So that's why it's a little bit less than 25-26. Your expenditures or regular projects, regular maintenance, 1.9 million. Special projects, again, that ties to your, what we've already approved, 391,000. So grand total expenditures of 2.3 million to get you to a projected excess in 26-27 of 724,000. Beginning fund balance, 2.339 million. So projected ending fund balance, 3.1 million. That's the summary, and then there's the details behind it all. So you have all your repairs and maintenance of building, office equipment, safety and security, upkeep of grounds, repair and upkeep of grounds, the salaries, the benefits, of course, new equipment, site improvements, transfer of funds, there aren't any, and then the total expenditures. So all of this ties to the summaries on the top of the things. Any questions?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is everything for 25, 26, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is anything that was not done, like at a school, Franklin High had some things that was not done, that was put in the budget?
Franklin High School's what?
Had some projects they didn't have completed, never really started, but it was complete, it was approved in the budget last year.
Okay.
So is the money still there, or does
So
that
what
work?
happens on special projects is, each year we look at it new, like I assume that they were previously done. So Mr. Regard would need to speak with the principals, you guys, and make sure that we don't miss anything. But if something gets missed, it's not like you can't spend it. We'll just include it in your regular maintenance.
Okay.
And I think that's how we were able to give them some extra monies to do some of the extra projects they wanted to do, like the paving of the road that they wanted to do at Franklin High. Remember, we were able to give them some
Yeah,
extra
but
money
this
for
is a
that?
project that was given like last year,
Right.
and it was never done, so.
Right. He
this
moved
is-
that money into this year's budget.
He should have, and if he didn't, we need to
Yes,
communicate
he
that
did.
with him and we can make it happen.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think we
that's-
addressed that.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. all
Yeah,
right.
they did move the money forward. Yeah.
Most times
Yes.
they do, they're
Yes.
supposed to, yes, ma'am, but
Yes.
if something falls through the cracks. Mhm.
What project?
The ones that weren't done, that
Oh, they were-
trying to
okay.
talk about throughout, the beginning of the school year. In last year, I think we had that conversation,
Yes, ma'am.
because there were several projects that were incomplete, but the money was allocated. So do we move that money over?
Yes.
That is Mr. Regard's job to do that when he presents it to you guys at the budget. The ones that stay and never, move are your capital projects. Okay, because those are the ones that are supposed to last longer than a year. Special is supposed to be done. So the question is, why weren't they done?
Right.
Maybe put that in the parking lot, Miss Gwenzy, and then your maintenance district can set up maybe a maintenance committee meeting and have those conversations with Mr. Regard and Ms.
Oh, I
Wagner.
wish
Now,
Jack A
do-
was
do
in here
take into
because she
account-
knows the.
Oh, look right here.
Oh,
Okay.
So I was gonna suggest this at the end of all of the maintenance budgets that we get through. And it might kind of help everybody to know kind of like what we were thinking anyway. We're going through, an entire roster of all of these special projects that were requested over the years, and there are all these funds that are right there. And
The
so.
capital, Dr.
Those are the
Sanders.
capital, yes, ma'am. And, so I would like to have early maintenance meetings this year so that each committee has the opportunity to go through every single one of those projects and have Thomas and William here and Vanessa so that we can go through them and just say, okay, this is a project that was completed. There was $7,000 left over. That $7,000 is still there because that's what it was earmarked for. This project, for one reason or another, was not able to be completed. I don't know why that would have happened over the years, but it's happened. And so, okay, committee, what do y'all want to do with that money? Do y'all want to leave it there? Do y'all want to move it over? And so, I feel like it's important for y'all to have that list in front of you as a committee to go through every single one of those and then determine as a committee how you want to move forward with that. Because from me looking at the list with my limited knowledge of accounting, it seems to me that there is money there to be used for each of your maintenance districts that have just sort of collected over the years for leftover monies from certain projects. And you could tell it's leftover money because it's not like it's not an equal number. So it's like, why would you have $3,642.69? that's obviously left over from a project. So we do want to go through all that with y'all.
And that was traditionally done historically by the previous maintenance director and the previous CFO, just to have cushions. So we need to clean it up.
Thank you. Just make
Thank-
sure you put it in the parking lot so we
Thank
can,
you.
remember.
Thank you for that. We definitely need to have that, and we will schedule a maintenance meeting accordingly.
Yeah, and Ms. Gwensy, as our chairperson, I would recommend that maybe we do a mid-year review of the district budget as well, to check up on those projects. That way we're all abreast of what's being done, what's not being done, where we're gonna end up, maybe every 6 months or every quarter.
And that's fine.
Just an idea.
I
And,
think
and
that-
like I said, I've been having these I'm calling them sidebar conversations concerning this, but that will be brought forth and that's how we can move forward.
Thank you.
I think they're gonna start providing updates quite frequently, huh, Ms. Jackie? Like monthly or quarterly at least.
I know that Vanessa has been working with the maintenance team with her running total. On the accounting side, I have been running a running total. I think it's important for us to realize that there's a distinction versus completed projects on the maintenance end as well as completed projects on the finance end. So I believe the collaboration that we've been doing and being able to present it to the board will clear things up.
Look at her in my spot. That's big.
I know that District One used, special funds, Dr. Fagan Bush, used the special funds for, your renovation of your schools. And you're saying that you're gonna park some money, but we had a certain amount of time to spend that money that was allocated, so that shouldn't be anything left to park, right?
Well, that whole renovation was through ESSER funds.
Right.
And ESSER is done.
Yes,
The,
ma'am.
the
We
only
had,
remnants of ESSER are all these gazillions of reports we still have to do on how the money was spent. So the ESSER funds are gone. This
Okay.
would be, this is like more simple than that. Like, I don't know, they were supposed to add a bathroom or do some plumbing work or whatever, things like that.
yes, ma'am. We had 45 million of ESSER funds we had to spend over 5 years, and we spent every penny.
No, that's 15.
Seriously, 15 years they're making us report. I thought it was over. Well, their whole thing is like they don't want us to sell it within 15 years because they spent all that, invested all that money in us. Ready to move on to District 2? Okay. All right. District 2, 25-26, we have actual revenue again from ad valorem tax collections of $2.1 million, expenditures of 2.4. So we had a deficit of 282,000, beginning fund balance 725,000. So ended the year at 444,000. 26-27 budget revenue 2.034 million, again 2.2% reduction to be conservative. Expenditures regular maintenance 1.9 million estimate, special projects 203,000 for a total estimated expenditures of 2.1 million. Projected deficit of 113,000. Again, Berwick Elementary mold remediation is included in there. Beginning fund balance 444,000. So projected ending 330,000. Mm-hmm. Hattie Watts, I want to say. It's kind of insane the way the accounting works on that. I don't want to get into a whole bunch of details, but you're actually paying yourself back, and general fund is holding the money. So
Correct.
it's netting, so you would not gain by that. So
Okay.
each year you get an extra 249,000 in your capital projects relating to your loan. It's a little weird, but it's at the end of the day, it's all working out and the money's there.
Okay. I was
Yes,
just
ma'am.
making sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Boising, how many more payments for that?
It's 4
5?
years.
Oh, 4 more years.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay.
Any questions for District Two?
Okay, moving on to District 3. 25, 26, actual revenue collections, $2.8 million. Expenditures, regular maintenance, 1.4 million, special projects, 452,000, for total expenditures in 25-26 of 1.8 million. So we had, a surplus of $915,000, beginning fund balance of 2.9 million, so ending fund balance of 3.8 million. 26-27 budget, estimated revenues of 2.7 million, estimated expenditures, we have 1.6 million in regular maintenance, 882,000 in special projects, for a total of 2.4 million. So projecting an excess in 26-27 of 258,000, beginning of the year balance 3.8 million, so the end of the year projecting to be 4 million. Questions? Okay, so, Dr. Sanders had requested that we do this budget presentation more user-friendly than it's been done in the past, because this green book, the way that it's sorted is how it is required by the State Department. So it's by function and then object. So it's nearly impossible to read. Honestly, we don't use it throughout the year. So we created a summary of the revenue as well as the expenditures by object code, which is much more easy to understand. And so that's how we'll present, but then I'll tie back and let y'all know that all the numbers match and all the things. So I would like to start by the page handout that you were given that says General Funds Combining Budget Summary. Yes, it's a loose page and it's got several columns. You see my papers, there's red and blue everywhere. Everybody's ready? Yes, sir. Okay, so this is 100% of the fund balances that roll into our general fund. Our general fund is comprised of 9 funds: uh, career development, technology, stipends, differentiated compensation, Goldman Trust, education excellence, high dosage tutoring, and Medicaid. And I'll speak a little bit about each one. So career development funds, Miss Kristen Perkle gave me an amazing summary of exactly what that pays for. They are state allocated funds provided by the LDOE to support career and technical education and jumpstart programs. They help schools systems expand access to high quality career pathways that prepare students for college and the workforce. CDF can be used to purchase industry standard equipment, instructional materials, and certification exams that align with approved career pathways. The funds also support work based learning opportunities, teacher professional development, program improvements that enhance student access. Overall, career development strengthen workforce readiness by ensuring students have access to relevant hands-on learning experiences that lead to industry recognized credentials and high-demand careers. And so at the end of 25-26, we had a fund balance of $181,000, which they intentionally saved for a larger equipment purchase that they need to make. The revenues that will be given to us directly from the State Department are $272,000. That's the initial allocation. It's like 75%, and then we get another 25% later. So the expenditures are higher and going to be higher in 26-27, so that they can draw down their fund balance. And I think Kristen said there was recent guidance that we're going to have to start spending 95% of the funds. We're only going to be able to roll over 5%. Okay, the next fund, sir.
Do you know what the equipment was to purchase that was $181,000?
They haven't purchased anything. They told, because
Is it one piece of equipment? Oh, okay.
there's lots of things that are in CDF funds.
Okay.
Because it used to be in the general fund, and in my mind and Mason's accounting minds, we wished they would spend what they got every year, because it wasn't visible in general fund what was left without us manually computing it. And they wouldn't allow us to do deferred revenue. And so this year I created a separate fund, so it's clearly identifiable what they have left.
CDF funds all of the things for those traditional CTE courses. So it's like welding equipment, carpentry equipment, anything for our food labs to keep those running. Caleb, do they spend CDF on all of those technology programs for the Adobe and all those things? It should come out of there, right? Digital media. Yeah. Okay. So it's a variety of things. Sometimes it's super expensive, especially if it's in those welding labs.
I want to say they bought a crane one year. Forklift, maybe not a crane. Okay. The next fund we're going to talk about is the technology fund. And what I would like the board to understand is that they do not have their own revenue source. Their revenue comes from the general fund. So when Mr. Veed provides me his budget, I have to prepare a transfer each year so that he's able to fund his expenditures. So he ended 25-26 with a fund balance of $801,000. He's estimating revenues from the general fund to pay for his estimated expenditures of 2.4 million. So going to end the year with an 801,000 fund balance. I'm not sure if y'all would like to know some of the large purchases that equal this 2.4 million. He provided me a list.
Ms. Voisin,
Yes.
am I correct? Did we, and I know you weren't in the seat, we've usually transferred over right at $1 million towards this, right? Because it's not funded by anything else. We don't
No,
have a
ma'am, we
funding
transfer
arm.
whatever he needs. And then we also have a reserve of $5 million in the general fund for like one-time initiatives that he needs.
Yes, we had transferred $1 million from the reserve because we needed to purchase.
Oh, during the year.
Yeah, we needed to
Correct.
purchase more laptops and stuff.
So,
Okay,
recently.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
like, wait, hold on.
yes.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to clear up because we don't have a funding arm for this.
Yes,
This-
ma'am.
We acquired these funds from COVID. right, from the ESSER funds, and then we purchased all of this equipment, and from there, it has not been funded by the government since.
No, KLM
No?
constantly purchase required technical. I don't think he used any COVID funds,
He likes to be
honestly.
in front of everybody, so.
In the beginning, you are correct.
So
That's right.
in the beginning, I just want to make this clear for the public. In the beginning, when each school received ESSER funds, it was one of the things we were allowed to purchase was the actual laptops.
Yes, ma'am.
After the laptops were purchased with ESSER funds, we were no longer giving a funding arm to continue to purchase laptops, etc. And so now it comes out of St. Mary Parish's general fund that we try to have the foresight to allocate that money. It is not funded by any funding arm that we're receiving funds for.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say so when we got that ESSER money, the laptops we were buying were between $200 and $300 for a laptop. Right now, just the laptops that we purchased in April or May this year are around $800 to $900 because of the memory cost that's gone up, the hard drive cost that's gone up, just everything. That's why we purchased them so early, is because it was my vendor was like by week sending me quotes that the price was going up. So yes, ma'am, and it is everything has gotten expensive to where the list that I gave you is all things that I've negotiated. Usually I negotiate to give us a discount on things for the next year. What I've had to do this year is negotiate to keep the price that we had this year and not have it increase for the following years going forward. That's been the savings that I've been able to do.
Mr. V, can you explain to them the expense we have to keep our, our safety network?
Yes,
I just want to make sure they know that we do have that backup plan in case of hurricanes.
yes, ma'am. So we have we've done several things. I've gotten a grant to pay for some of them. I got a almost $350,000 grant to pay for just cybersecurity after the ransomware attack that we had, to beef things up from what we had. So we've installed hardware as well as gotten new software to keep up for cybersecurity. That was, and we spent the whole amount, the whole 345,000 something. And we spent the grant money. We only had to provide between 15 and 10%, depending on what it was that we were buying. For that, I think this year in my budget it's like 15,000 that we have to spend, and that got us for the first year about $250,000 worth of equipment. And then we also have a backup data center that we rent space in the Dark Points data center in Shreveport for all of our backups for the district. Everything goes there. Every night our backups get backed up to there. That has increased because of power consumption. They cannot pass they have a new executive order, and other places are passing laws to where they cannot pass the increase in power consumption on to residential customers. So what they've done is they've done it to the business customers that are renting the data center. So our power, what we're paying in power at the backup center, increased by $300 a month for this year. And that was after trying to get it down as much as possible. Yes, so that's.
I have a question. Either Ms. Wazner or Mr. V, are your salaries and benefits of your department coming out of that fund as well?
Yes, sir.
Specific to that fund? Okay.
Traditionally, they used to have bits and pieces in general fund, bits and pieces in technology, and Caleb and I worked together last year to put it all in technology so we'd have visibility in one place what our costs are.
I'm the only one in general fund. Everybody under me is in the maintenance fund.
So one more question on that technology fund. How long have we been carrying an $800,000? Cushion.
This just happened last year. I can transfer last. I saw it late
And
last
that's what
night.
I'm saying. We need money somewhere.
good
Do we really
question.
need to have almost $1 million setting in a cushion account?
Yeah.
Can we
That's not
take
a cushion account though.
700,000 of that and redistribute it, or is it dedicated for that?
So It's not.
No, no, no.
Don't take my
No,
money.
and I don't mean to do that
So
because
no,
I know he does a
it's-
great job, but I'm just saying, do we need $800,000 cushion in something that we're supplying money for?
Yes, so
at a budget
it's
level.
not actually like a cushion. Y'all, I have the reserve that y'all put, we try to keep 5 million in there. The 800,000 actually goes back to where they reduced the $2.4 million that I asked for. They reduced that by the 800. Now, so it's like
You'll carry that
just
over
goes-
next
yes,
year?
sir. It just goes back into what I'm asking for.
That's what I want to
So,
hear.
yes,
that You're
sir.
going
So
to
it's
carry
not
it
like
over
I
the
get
next year.
2.4 plus 800. It just
No, sir.
that
Yeah,
just-
it's gonna stay
I just
My
there.
didn't want to see
baseline-
$800,000 sitting there for no reason.
No, sir.
Okay.
But you called it a cushion, and it's not a cushion.
Well, right there it is, but
On paper.
but it's going to be used. It's going to be pushed forward next year's budget. So if your budget next year is 3 million, you can only ask for 2.2.
Well, honestly, I can just adjust that at my 9.3 budget adoption. I can decrease the transfer in, so that will net to zero.
Just trying to
That's
get
what
some
I'll
money.
do.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay. So Fund 6 is our stipend fund that was holding the 2,000 and the 1,000 stipends that we received the last 2 or 3 years from the LDOE, which they are not giving us this year. They have special qualifications for who can be paid and who cannot be paid with the funds that they give us up front. So this year was one of the first years that we do have a fund balance remaining in there.
And so this one will be able, this fund balance will be able to go towards the stipend.
If we had not towards, that's a good. That's a good question. If the qualifying people, if we could back
If you
that
can
out of the
yes.
2.4 million, I can find out.
Okay. The question was,
I
if
mean, the
we can take
1895.
that, because you can only use them on certain employees, the approved function object codes of certain employees for this, but could we apply that to that stipend we're mandated to give for those employees that are included in the?
I hope we can. I'll find out. Okay. Differentiated compensation, Fund 7. We had a small ending fund balance of $15,000. We're projecting to get $197,602 in 26-27 and spend it all. In Fund 7, it was new funding in 23-24. The state gives us them upfront to assist in addressing recruitment and retention of teachers in 4 specific areas: stipends for teachers in critical shortage areas only in secondary math, secondary science, and special ed; stipends for highly effective teachers; stipends for teachers working in high needs, economically disadvantaged schools; and stipends for teacher leader positions. Fund 08, Goldman Trust Fund, had a beginning fund balance of $217,000. The only revenue we get is interest each and every year. Projected ending fund balance of $227,000. It's a fund that was established in 1988 at Hancock Whitney, and like I said, the only activity in there is interest receipts. Education Excellence Fund, Fund 09. The revenue is received annually from the
Can we go back to the Goldman Trust?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Wait. Okay, so this fund, we're just accruing interest, so it's
Yep.
just money coming in.
Yep.
What can we spend it on?
I have to find. I left a message for
Okay.
our contact, and I haven't heard back from her. But I want to say it may be for non-public schools, because Pete Woodrow communicates with these people on a regular basis. We have to supply head counts and stuff, so I'm not sure if we can use these funds. No, like his Catholic schools.
We have to.
So let's
get
just be perfectly honest here. We're not quite sure, and we are digging to figure out what
Correct.
this Goldman Trust is for, where it came from, how it's supposed to be used. Are there any boundaries on expenses? And so we're waiting on communication. And as soon as and look, if anybody in the room knows what these funds were earmarked for at some point in time historically, what year did you say?
1988.
Yeah. If anybody was, I don't know. It's just sitting there. I'm just being honest.
It's been
For
like
what?
just kind of quickly spoken about in previous budget meetings, because it's always rolled up into general fund.
I think she said Hancock
Yes.
Whitney.
Yes, it is.
Assignments that they want you to use the money for. It's usually really complicated.
And the,
It's
and the,
slightly restricted in some way.
and the market value is really high, so we might have some potential for some good stuff there.
So even if it is reserved for the possibility of the private school, could it not be used on the possibility of gas for transportation that the public school uses for?
I can ask all the questions. Years. Not since I've been here. 18. No, ma'am. Say it again.
Possibility of upkeep of our fields after usage in certain
I'm
situations.
going to get all the allowable expenditures, I promise, and I will come back to the board.
Creative accounting.
Okay. Okay, Education Excellence Fund, Fund 09, also known as our tobacco fund. The revenue we receive annually is from a tobacco settlement from years ago, spent on software programs, mainly Nearpod, which helps teachers with lesson plans. So, Caleb, you have a beginning fund balance of $158,753, and you had said that you did not want me to budget any revenue or expenditures for this year due to
Yes,
the governor's executive order unknown
yes,
things or
so the,
something.
the EEF fund is one of the trust funds that the governor was trying to pull the money from for the Constitutional Amendment 3 that failed, to try to do the $2,000 stipends. They have not, I've emailed my contact at the State Department to see if we're getting that money back, since they're not using it for that. And they are not responding, not saying anything. So I don't want to budget anything or even try to, they haven't even sent it out through the grant system for us to say if we can use it or anything. So at this point, I'm just treating it like we no longer have that money.
Ready? Okay. The next fund is our high dosage tutoring fund, Fund 15. So this is a state grant from EGMS that receiving funding upfront. Then we submit quarterly reports on our actual spending on tutoring, and we're limited to the actual vendors that we're allowed to use. Revenue of $267,821. Anticipated expenditures of the same thing. No questions on that one? Okay, our Medicaid fund. It consists of reimbursements. It's partial reimbursements for salaries and benefits of our nurses and therapists. Mr. Steve Harris handles the administration of this fund for us. We have a projected beginning fund balance of 2.7 million. Estimated revenues 800,000. Estimated expenditures 766,000. Projected surplus of 33,000. So projected ending fund balance of 2.7 million.
So when you say that we can spend it on some of our nurses' salaries, from what I was understanding, that's only at about a 20% range, correct?
Correct.
So by some, you mean less than a fourth?
Less than what?
Less than a fourth of their funds. Okay.
It's a little bit higher percentage on the therapists, like 35%.
On the therapists, not the nurses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So why does it carry over such a high fund balance?
I researched it. I got with the superintendent of finance at the LDOE, and she explained to me that this rolls up into my general fund and it can be used for allowable general fund expenditures.
Dr. Sanders, so I know that you've been looking with Ms. Hoffpower as far as elementary education. Are they still on a track to use um, computers and electronics as much as they have been in the past, or are we trying to roll it over to kind of pull that back? Is that a possibility? And could that be a reduction or?
So most of the curriculum, and I can't remember which grade level, but there's one grade level, one core class, and it's a junior high level that it's only technology driven. But every single other curriculum we have, it's both. They have the hard copy, old fashioned paper, pencil, workbook type of things, and it's accompanied by the same exact thing on technology. So there's options for both. So I think it's just a matter of having to get together with Ms. Huffpower and all of our instructional coaches moving forward and our principals just to sort of make some decisions as to how much guidance the district would impose upon classroom teachers as to how they prefer to go forward with that in their instruction. But there's the option for both.
I can tell you what I am hearing personally is a lot of the parents would prefer a little bit less technology in the younger grades and a little bit more hands-on. If that's a possibility, could there be a little, if there's a little bit less computer usage, could there be shared computers? Is what I'm asking. Possibly shared laptops.
A reduction of the cost on student devices
And licenses.
and licensing and all of that business. So
I mean, if one kindergarten class, there's only two kindergarten classes. If those two classes share computers to where one class had it for 2 days a week and the other class had it for 2 days a week, it would just be going to two students instead of one, to where we could reduce some of the costs essentially by half, possibly from grades K through 3. It's just a suggestion.
So, and now look, all of my instructional experience, hands on, has been at the high school level. Except for my 2 years at alternative program where I had all grade levels, and when I was science program manager, all grade levels. But my first knowledge is high school. When we were able to put device, and I never lived in a time when it was one to one. They were constantly sharing, and it just becomes a nightmare because what one kid does on a laptop in first period, then somebody else gets their hands on that laptop in second period, and then another kid gets their hands on that laptop in third period. You don't know where the damage might possibly come from. You don't know where the missing laptop comes from. You don't know where the missing charger comes from. Whose house did it end up at? So the usage became a problem. Now that is a different world in high school world, right? Or if something was used inappropriately, then it's hard. It was hard at that time to figure out who did that. But then on the other side of things, we're going to work really hard so that if we have school closure days, that we can go to a virtual option. Not necessarily like with an instructor behind a camera, but we'll have lessons that can be opened up in teams and things like that for the children to be able to not fall behind on their work. Because if we have a closure that would last several days, I feel like that's the best option for us, is if everyone can go home with their device and get some work done so that we don't miss out on that many instructional days. If we do go back to a system where we have shared devices, I think we would just have to circle back and look at policies again and things like that. But I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just some things we need to think about.
Right. I wouldn't expect that that would be ideal for high school or even junior high. However, elementary, well, I have elementary age kids. So I've never seen my daughter's computer ever. And I'm looking at more like K through third, and they're essentially learning in the research that I've done, they're better learning with play and learn in hands-on situations. And even the teachers that I've talked to, because that's the ones that I have the most interaction with, would prefer that option. So I'm saying it would be a share between maybe, I'm not saying, I'm suggesting between one kid and one other kid, to where they could almost log what their computer looks like that day. If there was just two students sharing between two kindergarten classes versus across the board all the way to, I would stop that at like third
I think
grade.
the instructional decisions will impact the technology costs. And so I would invite that conversation from you when Ms. Hoppower gets here this afternoon with the instructional staff to make sure that she hears that firsthand from you as to what some great ideas would be for the future.
Yeah, I would love just like a brainstorming idea on that, in her opinion, really.
Well, I don't see the reason for it, honestly. I think about taking away taking the use of the computer, that's for instructional use, to do, not for preparing.
Just comment. I think what you're doing is, it's a good idea, but I don't know that in the budget we can necessarily cut that back and have a direct savings because they do need to learn on both in today's world. I agree with you. They probably learn better at certain ages, hands-on, less computer time, but they need to learn the computer for sure. So I don't know that we can necessarily scale the budget back and kind of handcuff them in what the teachers and the instructional staff are able to do with that.
I
But I
don't-
think with Dr. Sanders and that conversation about what's the best way to learn, yeah, that's fine, but I don't know that we can necessarily cut the budget back for that.
Oh, I
if that
wouldn't
makes
cut
sense.
the budget
I-
back
I-
now. I'm
yeah.
saying within like if that was an alternative, we could see a return in maybe a 6-year
I understand.
different
No,
or
no,
a
no, I
4-year.
definitely appreciate the sentiment for sure. But
And I'm sure that would be fine, but it is the instructional component that comes from the state that has to be followed. So sometimes, yeah, well, sometimes it's not always the hands-on approach, which may be the best methodology of teaching, but the requirement is computer. So that we don't have any control over.
And the other thing to think about too is that all their testing is online. So if they never,
I'm sweating again.
Online
testing.
Don't worry.
It's nightmares.
Don't
Online
worry.
testing.
PTSD. No.
I do want to say this. All through the summer, we worked really hard to align all of our professional development programs, from all of our administrators to our teachers to our teacher leaders to our mentors and all that. And we're sticking to what we call the 3 lanes. And so we divided all of the things into 3 lanes. Lane 1, state laws and school board policies. The things we have no control over, we have to follow it. Those are our absolutes and our non-negotiables. What's that? Yes, yes, and actual legislation as well, okay? And so you have your legislation, your LDOE, your BESI, and then our board decisions and policies based on those things, right? And so then we say, okay, then we have to take all that and we go into lane 2, which is the district office. And so then the district offices have to go by these absolutes and non-negotiables and figure out how we can make it work best for us here in St. Mary Parish. Budget constraints, personnel constraints in possible areas, and transportation and things like that. And so then we have lane 3, where we really say, okay, this is a lane 3 decision, meaning we've given the autonomy to the school principals and their school leaders to make those decisions based on the guidance. And so every single thing we did this summer, we worked really hard to get everything into the lane 1, 2, and 3 so that our people can start to understand where the decisions come from. And so when we do speak of things like instructional practices and strategies and how we have to deliver it, y'all be surprised how many things land in lane 1. Like everybody's been begging for more recess time and more free time and more play time and all the things. And I really want y'all to ask Ms. Huffpower this afternoon. The constraints on those elementary school schedules are just out of this world. Like, we sat and looked. She was like, if you want to give another 15 minutes of recess, let's look. And we were like, we would have to extend the school day. So what's the point of that? You want to keep the kids longer so you can give them a recess? You know, so we kind of tabled that discussion and said we would circle back this year for an easier transition into next year where we can revisit schedules and things like that. So it really is. A lot of times we have to tell them, I'm sorry, oh, that's a lane one. There's nothing we can do, you
I
know?
think that's why school boards really have to be careful of how much they put into lane one, because you already have federal, state, Bessie. So the more we put in and micromanage lane one, the less autonomy they are able to do in lane two and lane three at the district and school levels.
And I just want to say thank you for doing that, Dr. Sanders, because that is one of the things that I get a lot, and people don't understand where the requirement is coming from. And we always get the blame, right? We always get the blame. The local school board gets the blame when it's not our decision at all. So I appreciate you doing that, and we'll continue.
I've told all supervisors and directors, as much as we can, tell them that is a lane three decision. Just be aware of what lane one and two, guidelines are, but it is a lane three decision, and sometimes you don't have to worry about one and two because it truly is. If a principal makes a school rule because their student body needs that school rule, it doesn't have to be a policy. A principal has the right to put a school rule in place to keep their environment orderly, so it's just things like that. So I got off track. I'm sorry, Becky, back to
We
the
got
money.
real far from Medicaid. We got real far from Medicaid. All right, Ms. Barzan, let's get back. Let's get back on the tracks.
Let's focus. Okay, so the last fund we did not speak about on our fund balance schedule is the biggest one. It's general fund. So we have a projected fund balance at the beginning of the year of 38.1 million. Our estimated revenues are 89 million. Our estimated expenditures are 91 million. So we have a projected deficit of $2 million. So our projected ending general fund balance is $36 million. And I do want to point out that, that 2 million does reflect the governor's executive order.
How much
So,
is the governor's executive?
1.895 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. 1.895 million.
I gave y'all this little sheet that I kind of whipped up this morning called stipend options. And Ms. Boise, I want to make sure I have the numbers correct with
Yes, ma'am.
you, just because I kind of did this on my own, so I don't
Yep.
want to make a mistake. But asking the governor's MFP slice, I'll call it his slice. The very first column, only for the designated employee groups is the amount that Ms. Boisnet just said, 1.8589 million is what was withheld. And then in that middle column, correct me if I'm wrong, Becky, 437,000 additional if we do all employees.
437, all regular employees, not long-term subs.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we figured, because whenever we initially started this discussion, we weren't even thinking of our long-term subs that are in vacancies right now, because they're with us for the whole entire school year. And so that's another 61,000. So those are, when you add these three costs, that would be the total for all employees to get the 2,000 certificated, 1,000 support. So I just want y'all to,
Okay, so
since
for the
we're there.
long-term subs, not all long-term subs stay the entire year. So when we talk about the stipends, that might be something to consider, that they only get the stipend if they're here for the entire,
Or break it down by,
because a long-term sub is considered over 20 days, 21 days. So if I'm here just for a maternity leave, I shouldn't be.
should be prorated for the time they're here. whatever that stipend amount is, we prorate it for the time they're here.
Okay, I don't even know if we're on
Yeah.
that part
Hey,
right now or not.
Yeah, no, and I have a question, just
There-
general fund balance, the beginning fund, 38.1 million.
Yes,
That
sir.
includes the 5 cushion for technology.
It's
that
all
we
the
have- It's all
things.
in,
Yes,
it's
sir.
everything in there.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
On microphones, cause I'm hearing a lot.
Have we
So-
traditionally given long-term subs stipends?
Miss,
It was like, if you were there, it was by certain dates though, right? Like if you were there as of something, then you got it. Like if you were, yes. Yes, they had like criteria, I believe.
Yeah, but and just so we're clear, traditionally, when we gave the 2K and the 1K, we did not give them to long-term subs, but when we did sales tax supplements, the last 0.45% that we did give to the long-term subs.
Ms. President, on the, general fund, the beginning fund balance, 38.1, I'm sorry. How much of that is earmarked for something specific, other than, say, that technology cushion? We had some for insurance
Yes,
at
sir.
one time. How much of that is earmarked for something?
General fund. So of the 38 million, we have contingencies of 23.8 million.
So the contingencies are already earmarked for something,
For the unknowns.
okay.
Pretty much, yes, sir. And I have all the things, but I think that might have been what you wanted to know. Okay.
So that deficit on Fund 10 of $2 million,
Yes, sir.
okay? You said we may be getting funds from the governor of 1.8?
I've already included within the revenue, the 1895, as well as the expenditures of 1895. Therefore, if the board decides to approve giving all employees the stipend, I will need to increase our expenditures by about 500,000, which would change the projected ending fund balance to about $2.5 million.
Okay, and
And I
that's
do
kind
need
of the numbers I
guidance.
came up with too.
Even though we're not voting, I do need guidance to see what I need to build into the 9-3 adoption.
Sure. Now, the two funds that are still in question of how we can use them, Fund 8 and Fund 9, that's roughly $400,000.
Mm-hmm.
Could we possibly use those funds?
I can certainly ask.
Because that'll put you back, to your $2 million number.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Ms. Wozniak, maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit, you'll cover this later, but those contingencies, do we have a list of those in our information here somewhere?
I've never given you guys a fund balance, but I do have it detailed out of exactly what makes up that $38 million.
Okay, thank you. I'd be happy to, I'd be glad to see that.
You'd like me to send it to you? Okay.
Ms. Wazan, the 61 for the long-term subs, is that what is that stipend amount, 1,000 or 2,000?
Yes, ma'am, one.
So I feel like we could definitely look at that stipend fund 6 leftover.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like Mr. Guillory said, we can definitely look at seeing what that Goldman can be used for, the EEF, if it comes through. Because I don't think EEF is earmarked for anything.
I think
But
it
we don't know,
is.
we don't even know if we can count on that
Technology.
though. Gotcha, so it has to be specific ones. And then that Medicaid fund that's sitting there can
We
be,
can-
you said can be used for anything.
Yes, ma'am. We could definitely use that.
So I feel like
That'll
we
bring you
could,
over
we
$3
could
million.
give everybody the stipend we need to give them
That'll
to
give
and
you
not,
$3 million
right,
there.
right, and not have to lose sleep over
Do
it.
y'all have any part-time, we call them part-time where I'm at, but they're hourly, like paraprofessionals. They're not like a salaried employee. They're not
Christine.
considered long-term. But like we'll do a lot of paras that don't come out of general fund. We'll do like an hourly rate. I just went in front of the board and increased their hourly rate. Does St. Mary do any hourly support personnel? Well, so like in fact, like I have about 10 paras that are part-time, what we call them part-time hourly employees. They work the entire year, but I pay them an hourly rate. They don't get benefits and they don't come out of general fund. They come out of. I was just wondering, because look, the 10 employees I have, I would absolutely want them to have the support personnel stipend, right? Like, that's why I was wondering, because they're not really considered a long-term sub. They are employees, they're just paid, they're not paid out of general fund, but they are absolutely, in every sense of the word, like a. No, that's why I'm wondering if we have, she's saying we don't have any of those anyway.
I didn't think so.
But I mean, that we actually signed a contract with them. Yeah.
We don't have those, I don't think.
No, they don't have them anyway. It's moot, but, I was just asking.
Yeah, but like we have subs, so if the long-term sub doesn't work that day, they don't get paid that day.
Yes. Kind of the same thing.
You don't have the sick days.
Yes.
Based on policy, once they hit the 21 days, consecutive days, it doesn't revert back, no. But as long as they hit those first 21 days, not consecutive, right, without missing anything, if they miss later, then no, they don't revert back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Those are long-term subs that are getting benefits and everything else, right, Ms. Bennett?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions on the fund balances, I'd like to move on to the large file, school allocations. Yeah, 1114.
No, it's the extremely big.
Yeah, the big one.
No, it should be inside your, green book.
Oh, yeah, it's an insert. She requested it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this file represents the dollar values that we have annually given to our schools. And we recently learned that there's laws whereby we cannot no longer give them these funds up front. So we're going to have to do the purchases ourselves here at the central office for the schools. If they don't use the funds, they're going to lose the funds, and then we'll do the allocation the following year.
Ms. Wazan?
Yes,
Is
sir.
That law, the laws that restrict that is because of the funding source or?
Because we're using state MFP funds, and they say it's not allowable to do it that way.
I have a question. Could a lot of those things be put into, per se, like an Amazon account that everybody can use and it be trackable?
Yes, ma'am. They're already working
Okay.
on that with Amazon and what's the other vendor? Walmart Business. Yes, ma'am.
So it's like it passes through one hand and then another and then another, and then it just takes a longer period of
It's
time.
going to be so much less efficient, but we were, I asked and asked and asked and got the lawyers and the auditors' opinions, and we can't do it that way. I know.
But Amazon and Walmart is a way that y'all are trying to kind of.
Allowable, yes, ma'am,
That would-
online, and it's going to make the process quicker.
I greatly appreciate the creative thinking because that is not cool.
Yep.
It's
We
unfortunate.
had a ton of meetings trying to figure out how to streamline the process. What if we do this? What if we do that? Principals have made suggestions, bookkeepers have made suggestions. We've listened to all the things. We have right now the best that we think we could come up with. And then I feel like after we live with this process, probably a few months, I bet you when we get to the middle of football season, everybody's gonna have an aha moment and say, we can make this better. So, yeah. What is it? To avoid commingling of funds? Is that what the
Commingling.
fancy? There you go.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so, the grand total, that we're going to allocate to the schools for, in our 26-27 budget, if the board, approves it, is $586,634. That's already incorporated into your green budget book. It's based on student count. There's a total of 6,400, there was 6,480 students as of April 30th. So we're proposing to give them $1 per pupil for parental involvement, so $64.80. Various amounts per grade for dollar per pupil, that totals $178,000. $10 per student for furniture, a total of $64,800. $16.50 per student for a copier rental, $106,920. $2 per student for PBIS, $12,960. Safety, security, and officials. In the past couple of years, we had given them $120,000. We reviewed their actual spending. We knew there was a greater need, so Dr. Sanders had me give them an extra $80,000, which we were able to fund by reducing the supervisor's discretionary account.
Is this gonna be more towards, games and those things? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question also. I say we have safety and officials and stuff. I was speaking to Dr. Sanders this morning. Franklin Junior High, Franklin Senior High. I find there's a safety issue with the crossing for kids crossing the highway. I watched that the other day, the beginning of school, and we need some. I mean, can we allocate some money for a safeguard? No, ma'am. No, sir. It's not. It's
How is it, Ms. Jones, is it marked properly across the highway?
yeah, but I mean, that's what I was asking. I thought there was a policeman on staff for this, but no, sir. He was not. I asked no, but well, I spoke with the principals and they said no one was there, and that was one of their concerns. So that's why I say it's first day. Maybe they gonna come later, but I just want to make sure if we have any money to allocate to hire someone to speak with Officer Andy and see what we could do for that because that is not safe.
Surely you know Mayor Folkard. Maybe
Yes.
we can speak to him about just having a police officer sit there for 1 hour from 6:30 to 7:30 or 7 to 8, whatever.
Okay.
Maybe he would, be amenable to that.
Yeah, I could talk to him about it, but I was just wondering if we had any money to allocate to
But
have
before we
somebody
spend
on
money, I would go speak to something that we could do for $0, right?
Right, because we still don't have anyone at the gate at
I do it
Franklin High.
just for an hour.
Or used to have one
Then I will buy
that
him
would
some donuts.
sit there
and
and
eat donuts.
cross them in the mornings. I mean, look, yeah, that was when my kids were little and I'd bring them to my dad's
Yeah,
house.
we had them too, but
But
that's
like,
why I was
like,
wondering.
where did that,
Yeah. We still have one that bebops at least like every third day, at least just shows up because Miss Gunner knows. We have so many different crossings in the backside, and one of those is to get to Walmart, and they do not care, boo. They do not. And every time I'll see him show up, and I'm like, oh, thank God he's back because I'll walk in my little robe, stand there and look. I don't care.
So hold on. Is this crossing guard on our payroll? The crossing guard in Bayou Vista, the two.
Yeah. I don't know
But-
where it's identified,
Miss-
but we do have a crossing guard, and then we have one of the sheriff's office. One of the sheriff's office usually comes about every third day, and we do have a crossing guard in the back, but where she's paid, I don't know, but I appreciate her. So,
But we don't have any real authority for traffic control, even as a crossing guard. I would coordinate that through the city, through the mayor Folkard and the police department there first. If, some type of adult supervision needs to be held on top of that, then I think we can talk again. But, I would definitely, we don't really have any authority for traffic control. I mean, if people are breaking the law, not respecting a school zone or a crosswalk, then that's correct. I mean, the only thing to stop that is a ticket. And we don't have that authority. That's the city and the police department's authority.
But we also need a traffic guard at Franklin Senior High because there's no one at the gate at all coming in. cause he's now as the janitor. So he's playing two roles. Yeah, he's playing two roles, but some things is being undone, especially in the morning and especially people coming in the building.
We only had two people in guard shacks. There was one at West St. Mary, one at Franklin Senior. We had no guard shacks at any other schools. And so there was some point in time when through attrition, it wasn't replaced. Um, and then we got SROs because we used to just have two SROs traditionally for probably 20 something years. And then now that we have multiple SROs, I think that was the compromise, not paying somebody to sit in the guard shack all day because we have SROs. Getting back to the crossing guard, it is a little bit different for Franklin Junior, I'll say, because that's 182.
Right.
Whereas the other crossings, if I'm trying to think of all the other locations, kind of running them through my head, I think everything else is through neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So, Miss Estee, can you please make a note to get with Chief Haney? We can come up with a solution, and if they can't have somebody out there every morning, I feel like I saw in that
We
big
saw
book
one in the
somewhere a
budget. I don't
crossing
remember
guard.
what school it
So
was.
Years ago, excuse me,
Mhm.
let me just interject. Years ago, it was partially funded through City of Franklin and St. Mary Parish School Board. That's how that went.
Here we go.
It was a partnership.
So can we?
And I can verify that totally because
I think Berwick Elementary might have one too, because I think it's my uncle.
Volunteers.
Miss Estee said it's at Centerville. Miss Estee said it's at Centerville, the crossing guard. Oh, okay, okay. I misread your lips.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna go back into digging that book because I know Becky and I came across that and I was like, are we paying a crossing guard somewhere? So we're gonna figure out what that amount is, and then possibly our September board meeting we can come back and have that job description approved and make it a more substantial identified job, and then determine with y'all if it's an affordable thing to add another one for Franklin Junior. Because if we have it that exists, we have an established salary, we just don't have an established job description to my knowledge. So we'll do a little bit of research. Okay. But in the meantime, we're gonna get with Chief Handy and Franklin and make sure that we have some flashing blue lights in the morning and red lights.
I was gonna say, can we, if that was the way it was done in the past, can we not meet with the individual cities' police departments and see if there can be an agreement between the two to where we can donate to each other in different services for that? Honestly, like this is a community situation and they should have a hand in want. I'm assuming they would want to keep our children safe throughout our parish. You know.
Yeah, they are. He's actually
Back to the schools, everything, and I do understand why, but everything is like pre-K is never in the count. And I understand why, because it's not included in the MFP
Okay.
money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Click your mic.
Thought I did. Oops. Okay. So like for example, the supplies, parental involvement, are they able to draw down on pre-K funds to uh, include pre-K students in
Yes,
this?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I just, because like we're given like per pupil supplies, right? Like pre-K
Yes,
still
ma'am. They're
need
not
supplies.
excluded. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was just making sure they were able to draw down on their early childhood funds or whatever their funding is to
Mhm.
include them in supplies, parental involvement, stuff like
And
that.
we get grants on early childhood though, but not a lot of expenses and supplies. It's mainly salaries and benefits.
Okay.
Okay. I think the next category is phone lines. The last couple of years we had budgeted $26,640, and Mr. Veed has said that I only needed to budget for a couple of months, so I got to decrease that budget by $9,440. Or we give $1.25 a student, so a total of $8,100. So like I said, the grand total allocation to the schools is $586,634. Okay, what I'm doing next.
Ms. Marcine, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the pupil supplies and everything, the money's determined by the number of pupils at the schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, the next thing I'd like to go over is the summary of our savings. It is the sheet with little writing, 8.5 by 11. Oh, no, girl, it's a lot. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, and then the bottom's general fund. Okay. So, the top section, Mr. Veed provided me on savings he's been working on over the last few months. Caleb, would you like to present them or would you like me to? Oh, you don't have the page? I guess you want me to do it. Okay, no problem. So, $9,502 has been saved by a company called Gaggle for a 3-year contract. AD manager, same thing, 3-year contract, $502. Cisco Flex phone system, $14,868, 3-year contract. Data recovery center internet, $36,000, no longer needed. Postponing Aruba Clear Pass, $6,252. Network Bell and Whistle. Cisco Meraki licenses, $934, 3-year contract. Chat GPT subscription, $2,700. We're using the free Microsoft Copilot. Data Cove email recovery, $15,335, 5-year contract. Aruba Central, $217,243, 5-year licenses. E-delivery of W-2s, $1,500. Smartboard savings, 25 of them, $18,505. Now purchasing new line of boards. Typing Club software, $492. ClassLink OneSync, $2,445. Reduce the number of users. Zubean, $14,452. Change from Renaissance for high schools. Technology account clerk, $39,676. Remove from position. Technology facilitator, $83,000. Removed position. AT&T Mobility, $48,000. Cell phone cancellation. Contera Networks, $36,000. Reduce internet connection at data center. And AT&T, $17,200 savings on fax line cancellations for a grand total savings in 26-27 of $565,000.
So, Ms.
Can y'all please applaud Mr. V?
Ms. Wasna, question.
Press your button.
the-
He don't smile often.
Hey, is this a savings? So by going with the contract, that's a savings for
On,
this year?
on these,
V.
Mr.
provided all this.
Mancuso's talking and has a question for Mr. Veed.
Where we have the
Oh.
yearly contracts, 3-year or 5-year contracts, that's just a savings for the initial contract, but is that, so next year, there's not gonna be a savings shown?
Correct. So that's what I was talking about, to where usually I can decrease the contract. This is saving every year. We're saving this money because the contract is not increasing by their normal yearly increase. So normally a contract increases anywhere from 10 to 15%. This is saving that 10 to 15% by locking in the contract for 3 or 5 years.
Okay, thank you for that.
Ms. LaSalle.
Thank you, ma'am. Where it says that reduce the, remove positions, technology account clerk and technology facilitator, did we just move those people to another department or was the position eliminated?
So for the technology clerk, we had a vacancy in the for the bookkeeper at Patterson High School, and that person is the bookkeeper at Patterson High School, correct? And we did not replace for Calem's building, which works out because they're going to be moving here now anyway. So there's no need for somebody to answer phones and doors because we have clerks here, and then the technology facilitator position, that's through attrition. And so he's going to rework all of the duties in his department so that we could absorb those duties. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next section is general fund potential savings. So on textbooks, we were able to cut a 1.2 million budget in 25-26 down to $900,000. Attorney fees, we reduced our 26-27 budget from 500,000 to 200,000. General fund MFP distribution for food services we spoke about earlier. We went from 500,000 to 100, so that's a 400,000 savings. 54,600 was a previous school allocation for PD. That's now going to be funded with federal funds. There was another line item of 30,000 that we were able to cut in professional development. Discretionary funds, we were able to cut $100,000 by reducing the superintendent's discretionary account from 80,000 to 30,000. Assistant superintendent's discretionary account from 50 to 20,000, and the supervisor's discretionary account from 120 to 20, and then we were able to give the security guards an extra 80. And the appliance savings of 30,000 is thrown in here for potential discussion, I'm assuming. So the grand total of all those items is $1,214,600.
Ms. Vaza, did we ever get around to releasing the properties and oil field management guy that we had in Lafayette, in Baton Rouge, the older gentleman?
Oh, yes, that's been done. Yes, sir. Mr. Lee Block, we're not paying
Mr.
him
Lee Block,
$1,500
right.
anymore.
You did release him?
Yes, sir.
And that was, last year we were still
That
paying him.
was December of last year.
Okay. So that's not accounted for here?
No, sir, I didn't even account for that. Nope.
Okay, because that was a substantial amount of money,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
didn't think about it.
I'm sorry? That was a good bit of money we were paying
It
him.
was. It was $1,500 a month.
Yeah, so that's another good piece of savings there.
So what did he do? He paid
Hmm.
that?
He was more of a consultant for our land and properties that St. Mary Parish School Board had on the oil and gas side.
Right.
And I know a good bit about that as well. And we had him come in and do some just sit downs on some things that we had going on. And we realized then we really didn't need him anymore. So we released him.
You released him, okay.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Voisin, for understanding, with our grand total potential savings of basically, I guess you would say 1.8 million.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went through the general fund and said that we would have a deficit of 2 million, that would mean that we would essentially have a $3.8 million
Correct. It would have been
deficit
on
if we had
top
not
if we
done
wouldn't have
those
done all of these
things.
things. Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
But, those licenses, that would be like that $217,000 one for over 5 years. That would actually be a 40,000 per year savings.
Yes, so for that, it's actually this year because what I did is we waited for the licenses and I got them instead of renewing them like we would have had to pay for them out of general fund or out of the technology fund. I got them put into E-rate, so we didn't have to pay this $217,000 this year to renew all those licenses. We had to pay only 10% of that to renew them. So that is actually this year going forward
Just 1
for
year?
every. Yes, sir.
Okay, so 1 year savings of 200.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I would also like to point out that all of the work that Jack A has been doing with surplus auctions and all those things, she's not only making revenue for us, but we were able to take 58 vehicles off of our insurance roster. So that's like every time she does those things to help us rid ourselves of license plates and we turn them in, we're also reducing our insurance costs. So I'm so happy for that. Thank you so much.
It's a team effort and I'm just the last leg, but thank you.
Okay, so I hate to be the dead horse with the appliance situation, but when do y'all want to talk about that?
So far, I've had principals reach out and they're basically like, we have one of our large elementary schools. Okay, so take your pick on which one. But it is a larger school with lots of teachers. It is difficult for 46 people to share one microwave, one fridge in the lounge. They're spaced out in different wings. And so the compromise was 2 microwaves and 2 fridges down one hallway, or down each hallway. The teachers were very happy with that. The teachers who do nurse their babies and have to take care of that during the day, I don't know nothing about that. But I said, yes, keep your refrigerator so that they can have that. We've had a couple people reach out who have to have cold medications, like something, I'm not sure what the condition is, whatever. I said, absolutely, we're not removing refrigerators if you have medical things. My only refusal to compromise was the space heaters, because I do see that as a terrible, terrible hazard. I've had to turn 3 off in my years here, just going around turning up the thermostats. At the end of the day, I would hear a humming in someone's office, and it was just an accidental thing that was left on. So I am gonna work individually with each of the principals, and we're gonna make it to where people aren't like terribly inconvenienced. Now, it's not a considerable savings, but it's adding into the total of the savings. So
So
um,
I understand.
I'm listening.
Um, so I'm in 100% agreement on the space heater situation. Microwaves, whether they use it in the classroom or in the, it's going to be the same. And then as far as like mini fridges, honestly, the high schools that have a 90-minute break, I absolutely understand them only having them at certain ends of the hall. But some of our elementaries, those teachers only get a 20-minute break. They have to ask permission to use the bathroom, like a cold Diet Coke to me, at least one in every grade level, to where they could be with 3 different people, just something.
Can
I think the
make a-
schools have worked it out
make a
amongst
comment?
themselves at this point, you know? I said, I think the schools have worked it out amongst themselves at this point, and the superintendent's willing to work with the principals on the matter.
So I would like to say this, okay? Yeah, when it first was brought to my attention, it seemed like kind of an all or nothing kind of situation. I talked to the superintendent and she was very understanding of the fact that there are different situations and that she would be willing to actually go to the school sites and look around and try to get a compromise and make sure that the teachers were taken care of. So I take her at her word, and obviously she started that process. I'd like to kind of let it play out in that regard and see how it goes. But I do think it was kind of understood to be an all or nothing kind of thing, and that's obviously not the case. So I appreciate you doing that, Dr. Sanders, and I'm willing to give a little bit of time to see how things work out.
I would like to also echo behind Mr. Mancuso on that also. But like for future references, if this conversation was held like before the letter was sent out, I think this problem would have been resolved right then and there because you came back with concerns and you was willing to talk about it. So for future references, I ask that we bring this to the board so we could back you on every decision you make. And that way, when it comes to people like complaining or something said that is not true, we could correct them. No, she is doing it this way. Give her opportunity to try what she has to do first. So I'm just asking for the board, to be be notified of things, something like this. So we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
help.
And I agree. And I do. I try my best to pick up the phone and call so many times and talk about the things that we're about to roll out and things like that. I just was on this savings train and I was like, oh, I can't wait to tell them how much money we saved when we get together on the 8th. You know what I mean? And so honestly, I just felt like if my superintendent, because he did, said, cut electricity, and this is how much you have to save, we made it happen, because that's what we did, like, when we did what we were told to do, you know? So I just figured
And I'll be honest,
everybody
so
would be okay with it, and there would be some grumbling, I assumed, but then I figured it would all work itself out.
I worked
and-
under that superintendent, and probably about 16 or 17 years ago, it was mandated that I was a third grade teacher and two children through teaching, and that was before our 45-minute mandated prep time. So I definitely felt it when this was, but I wasn't even aware that it ever even came back. So I was like, wait, when they brought back electricity appliances, because I mean, when a previous superintendent I was probably about 16 or 17 years ago, I mean, they cleaned us all out of any appliances, and so like I was just like, wait, when they came back in St. Mary. And look, and I'll tell you, like I contacted Terrebonne, Lafayette, Iberia, and they're not allowed. I contacted all their assistant supers, and they are not allowed at all.
So,
Like there is
I
no
just-
exception.
I
So-
beg to remind everyone that we gave the high schools a 90-minute planning break. And when we did that, we took all of our elementary teachers and put them in one classroom with all the kids for a total amount of hours. So taking that back away from them is a little bit more of a meaning than some of the other ones. I don't know if we're remembering to consider the amount of things that we winded up taking away from elementary. And then even the t-shirt came into being a thing last year because they just felt like they were being taken away from. My district is split district, and so I speak to more elementary schools than some of the other districts. So I just beg to remind y'all of that little bit of savings as far as the percentage of our entire electricity bill.
So,
and
just respectfully, y'all, let me work it out with the principals, please. Today's a day that y'all cannot make a vote anyway, and I heard every single word y'all have said. Ms. Anselm, I have put every single word in my heart that you have said, I promise. And I'm gonna make my way across the district, and we're gonna work it all out. I said that at the board meeting, I'm saying it again. I'm not gonna say something that I'm not gonna do, and it will be worked out. But y'all can't vote on anything today anyways, you know, so I feel like we've all said our piece, and I'm listening to every single person. When we do have high impact decisions like that, I promise I'm gonna reach out and talk to y'all about those things, and we're gonna stay in communication with each other, okay? Yes, ma'am.
so nothing to do with appliances, but more of an optimization per site as far as electricity use goes back to these things on the wall. So half the people in here are wearing a sweater or a coat. Do we really need it on 70, right? With 71 or 72, reduction of 1 to 2% per building. So my ask is, can we get with Mr. Regard and possibly have his HVAC guys go around to the schools, make sure we have good programmable thermostats that are set properly to run during school hours at a reasonable temperature, right? 'Cause
Somewhere
there may
along,
be some that set on 68, 69, they're running all damn day. Excuse my French, but there may be a lot of that going on, right?
in
Let's
some, in,
optimize our
yeah, in some schools, we do have the
Exactly.
programmable. In some schools, we do have the programmable. Why we ended up that not
Why
all
we don't have 'em
schools,
everywhere.
I'm not sure.
They're
But
50
I
bucks a
have,
piece.
I have asked principals, kick up the ACs, make sure your head custodian goes around the building every afternoon, turn the thermostats up when nobody's in the building, make sure y'all are turning lights off. Even in this building, every time I see an empty room, I'm turning the lights off. We go around every afternoon, we crank up the thermostat. So I've asked everybody to do the same things you would do at your house to save electricity.
Right.
Now, if y'all would say y'all think it's more fair that there was a time when we were every single month we had our utility report sent to us as principals, and the directive from Dr. Aguilar was cut this much percent, and he left it up to us, and we had to do it however we had to do it in our own buildings and cut a certain percent of our electricity. So it's just something to consider if y'all want to discuss this again, maybe at September board, and that's a decision y'all make where we just say we're going to cut our electricity costs however you have to, and they go back to appliances in every single room, but they figure out their percentage costs in other areas or whatever. Those are some options for consideration.
But
So,
before we cut, I think we should optimize what we have, right? Meaning the programmable thermostats throughout. And Mr. Rigard has professional HVAC guys that can address that per school. So let's look at that first before we
And
just cut.
I feel confident that you and the administrators can work that out, because again, if the board makes a blanket decision, like there are some schools, I'll be honest, I would have to have Regard or a fire marshal come up here and tell me that, because I'm not gonna vote on something if a school cannot handle all these appliances plugged in no matter what. As a board member, I have to look at the safety and security of our buildings and schools. And so to me, I really appreciate Dr. Sanders being able to work with each individual administrator before the board makes some sort of blanket decision, because what can be done at Wyandotte might not be able to be done somewhere else, and vice versa. Patterson Junior is a newer school, right? Whereas Maitland, Wyandotte, so I just appreciate that she's working with the administrators to make those individual decisions, because I don't think, it's always the budget, but there are also other considerations, I feel like, in that mix.
And I'd just like to make a comment to Mr. Guillory's comment about the kind of blanket cut. I'd be a little leery of that, because you're right, HVAC systems are your probably biggest draw on that electrical grid and power consumption. I know at Morgan City High School, it's probably one of the most complex HVAC systems we have, but it's run through the central office, right? So it'd be kind of unfair to say for that principal, hey, you need to cut your electricity, when they don't even have control over the HVAC, and it has a bunch of problems, you know? So I don't want to, the blanket rules, I'm not a fan of. I like the fact that Dr. Sanders, you're willing to work with the principals and try to find those savings for right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wait,
Appreciate y'all and all these cost-saving things.
Dr. Sanders, some costs, have you looked at, out-of-state travel? At some point, we stopped out-of-state travel completely, cutting conference travel, the expenses for mileage has probably gotten out of hand.
Ms. Wozniak has the numbers in this book, magical book somewhere. We do spend a lot of money on conferences and mileage and things like that. And what was the other one you said?
Out-of-state travel.
Out of state.
At some point, I think that was back when Dr. Aguilar was, we stopped
We
that
stopped out of
completely.
state. Several districts have done that as well. So those are some options to consider.
I know just our trainings, right? Some of those are offered electronically. We can just Zoom
Yes.
into the meeting now. They have a conference coming up where we're able to do that. I signed up just remotely, right? So that we don't have to travel. But I would echo that, Ms. Griffin, that we need to maybe cut down on some of that.
Yeah,
Travel
our
expenses.
itinerant teachers, I'd like to look at that and see, where that, because the general fund pays for that mileage, correct, for our itinerant teacher? Yeah.
And as we went through line item by line item, we did cut several of the travel line items. Yes, ma'am.
At a couple of years ago, we made a policy or committee or whatever to oversee board travel, and each board member was allotted a certain amount of money for travel. Ms. Griffin, did you take that into consideration?
No, I won't be on the board then. That'll be your
Ah.
decision.
So we actually do have like a per person.
It's 11,000 a person. It's 66,000. Yeah.
So we have
And I'm-
66,000 allotted for board travel right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And that increased maybe last year or a year before that.
That
I
was-
have never.
That was the increase. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, like I know me personally, you can just take my 11,000 off, because I've never collected on travel for 7 years. So like, you could save an
Same.
11,000 for me.
And I guess, how much do we have for travel in general for staff?
Do you have that?
It's in general, it's part of other purchase services, but you can go.
So when we look at travel as a whole, can we just cut it
We're
by
gonna
our
get to that later, Ms.
percentage and then
Wozniak, or
delegate it to
are we-
each
is
area
now
to
the
where
time to
they
talk
have to
about that?
divide it
I
by?
have a 6-year trend.
Right?
The way this budget is built, it's like like I said, by function code, it's all over the place. So as we went over it line item by line item, she slashed as she saw fit.
But when we're talking Are we gonna talk travel specifically later? I don't wanna jump ahead if we're gonna
There
cover
are
it
some
later.
500 object
Or
codes
do y'all
in
wanna
here, but
talk
that
about it
other
now?
things are in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Miss Ann Slum, I believe, had something to say.
So can we get, at a later date, can we get the amount of expenses that was spent on travel this year? I mean, last year, and look at it this year and try to cut it possibly by a percentage and then divvy it out to each department by that.
Yes, ma'am. We have historical of what we spent over the last 6 years, actually. And we can definitely do that. Is there, what percentage are you saying?
I
You'd
didn't
like to
say a
see?
certain percentage. I was saying that the board could decide a certain percentage moving forward, how much we could cut that by, and then each department would have to follow suit by that divided by however many departments.
We could for sure do that.
You have that number? You have that number?
I have the, can you run a multi-year from here? Travel? He'll
And I'm gonna also make the suggestion, if we're cutting the travel of the employees, that we also cut our travel for our school board.
We did cut out.
We cut our travel for school board and then we took that number and then divided it by all of us. I think it came up to like 7,000 a piece.
Is it,
per
what is it right
person.
now? No, it's not, it's 11,000.
right
We,
now.
no, it was 6, we went up to 11. Yes. What, I know, no, it was 6, right now it's currently at 11.
66.
That's correct.
What we had said is it was 66 as a whole. We divided it by the 10 or 11 members, so it was 6 or 7,000. And then at that point, if anybody went over that, it would have to be approved by the two and by the board as a whole and re-signed, was it not?
The executive committee. Yeah, that was what it was. What is it currently?
66,000. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's like 6,000 loosely a piece.
Yeah.
Gwenzy was making a point as well about travel, about conferences.
I got it.
The number of conferences that certain administrators are able to attend per year. Some go to every conference. Can we look at narrowing that part down to certain conferences? I believe in continuing education, but every conference is not needed. And like
Agreed.
Mr. Mancuso said, now they're going virtual. And we can do that part and save them from traveling because the cost is very expensive.
Right. From this office, I think maybe only 3 of us are going to law conference this year when we used to go with like 10, 11 people because everybody else is going to watch it virtual. And the fee to register was reduced, but then you don't do mileage and lodging and all the things. So I will carry that over to all departments. And did y'all want to circle back and give me a percentage y'all want to see cuts, or do y'all want
So,
me just to
25
suggestions?
I was trying to get a number. They were
25,
pulling it.
yeah, 25, 26 actual spending on travel and general fund was 328,000.
328,000 on travel.
Oh, the prior year was 398.
Yeah.
Like in 2021, it was 178. So it's progressively gotten
That was
higher
COVID, right? That was
over
COVID.
the years. Yes, sir. Just 10 for now.
But you will see a decrease in certain, like school food service. I know for sure they've made an effort to reduce their travel.
So,
I
but,
can speak
so the travel, so we're only talking about general fund, so the other travel is covered by some other funding
Federal
source.
programs,
Yeah,
some
federal
of
program.
it. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I definitely think we need to reduce it, substantially.
328,000 is what we spent this year in travel and just general fund.
So is that differentiated, or can we differentiate that some kind of way of mandated by state that we have to attend for A, B, or C reason, or elective travel? Right? Is there a way to separate that
Mandated.
out?
Mine is like
Yeah.
to keep my certification and be a business manager. I
There
do
you
have
go.
to have
That's
60
one, you have
hours
to have
every
that,
3
right?
years.
We don't have to go to a conference in Lake Charles or Mississippi or wherever, but I'm just speaking mandated state.
attendance.
And then we can also, we can set a
Travel
standard
and
where we
like
have to sort of
hotels,
divide and
lodging.
conquer.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
instead of 10 people going to every single conference, 2 people take care of this one, 2 people take care of this one, 2 people take care of this one, things like that. Like we can sort of divide and conquer the things that we know we need to go to because we get valuable information.
Ms. Wazan, Dr. Sanders, if we just say, let's try and reduce it by 25%, if there's a required travel, training, whatever, that exceeds our budgeted amount, you'd have to come to the board for approval of that because it would exceed the budget. So I would say let's try and reduce it by about 25%. And knowing that anything over that would have to come back to us anyway. But that's just a suggestion.
Yes, sir. And we can actually run cost center reports to automatically populate after each check run. We have check runs twice a month, and so we can monitor it regularly.
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable. If we would reduce it by 25%, it would be around 250,000, and then it would need extra approval going from there.
Okay. But I mean, I feel like we can certainly say out of state travel would have to be directly connected to a student outcome of some sort or a mandated because for sure JAG it is a mandatory thing for us to have our programs that JAG has to go to national conference. Like there's no way around that. And then if we have students that what's that?
How
What's
much
that?
is just
The JAG conference is like the best conference I have ever been to for students. Like, it's phenomenal. They get to.
Now, would that come out of that career?
But it's
Dr.
awesome.
Sanders,
Development funds?
well, a lot of those out-of-state student-related activities too do come out of school funds, right? And sometimes they fundraise, things like that. And then they only come to us for additional support if they fall a little short. So, I mean, I agree with that, it's about the students, right? So I would be supportive of that.
A couple of other things. In the past, I think we've looked at cutting copy expenses. Have we looked at that? And what about substitute teachers? Have we addressed those things?
So I have recently told Ms. Este, please go around this building and count all the copy machines. And so we're definitely going to start working on trying to consolidate all of the different contracts we have with the different companies and get better deals on the copiers. So that is something we are definitely working on. Oh, Caleb says I already did that. Go ahead.
I didn't want it, but we did. I did that a few months back. So the way we had a few copiers that were still on an old plan that we were paying per copier. We've moved away from that, and now we're only paying per copy. So the machines don't cost us anything. We go with a company that it's only the amount of copies that we make that is costing us. That's what we pay. So that's what we're. No, ma'am. So like it's per copy is what we pay. So the thing that we're trying to manage is how many copies we're making. Rather than just because it doesn't matter how many machines we have, we're only going to pay if we use that machine. So that's one of the things. That's how we're trying to manage it is how many copies we're actually making and things like that.
And then
So, have we looked at the board possibly each of us having our own iPad and then only getting one copy of our board meeting stuff delivered to us when Miss Elodie delivers it to us, and then us just have an iPad instead of these?
The iPads are they're relatively inexpensive now.
We did that
We
back in
did
the
it,
day,
yeah.
but we had an old board.
if
Before that in January, no.
Hey,
We did
couple
that.
of terms ago,
We did that
we
back in the
went
day, and all the
electronic.
old
We
board
went-
members
we went
hated us, so we
digital.
took them back.
Everything was digital at one time. When Dr. Aguilar was here. Y'all listening to me?
Yes.
okay, y'all.
And it didn't work out because some board members were not computer literate enough to
But how
do
long
it.
ago was that?
Dr. Aguilar's time.
Mr. Mancuso.
Hey, Mr. Vita, I guess a question for you. When we talk about reducing the copy expenses, we're talking about the equipment for the expenses, not necessarily limiting teachers and their amount of copies to make?
Correct.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Which theoretical, if we're all on computers now, should technically be less than, let's say, 6 years ago, right? But yes, I would agree if maybe that might be something we explore, because we do have, I feel like, some more technologically advanced.
Just to,
I would like
People
our
now on a lot of
actual
paper.
budgets and things like this to stay in bound copies so I can look at it from year to year because it's so many sheets at one time. But like maybe just we could go to iPads for our monthly stuff.
I just want to add that at the Southern Region Conference, when they talked about expense savings and digital, like when they asked how many districts still had packets delivered and hard printed copies, I swear I was the only person that raised my hand. That was like Mississippi, Arkansas, and Louisiana. I was like, okay.
Awesome. Okay, I think that we still got quite a little bit to go. So one last
We do,
comment
we
from Ms.
do.
Anslem, and then we're gonna have to keep going.
Yeah.
At the very least, we could give y'all one board book instead of two board books. We could do that. Okay, so maybe the information before the board meeting could be digital. Then you can look at it and open it in PDF form and study all the things, and then the actual hard copy could be here. So we'll look at that and get back. Somebody asked a question about substitute teachers. Okay. So this school year, we spent $566,327.45 on substitute teachers. Over $500,000. Over $500,000.
How can we reduce? What are some measures to reduce that, Dr. Sanders?
If y'all think they're mad about appliances, let me tell you, because years and years ago, those of y'all who've been around a long time with us, Dr. Aguilar put a kibosh on getting substitute teachers, and we had to start using alternative schedules, team coverage. Everybody was having to watch each other's classes. The kids were divvied up into other classrooms. So you would teach your class and you'd have 3 or 4 kids sitting in the corner, sometimes 5, 6 that you had to manage. And it's very hard. But here's the thing. Every single time legislation is passed about sick leave and sick leave and sick leave and annual leave and personal days, and now you can have 4, now you can do this. People can miss a lot of school and it's perfectly legal and there's nothing we can do about it. You
Hey,
know?
can we maybe just explore this? And this is going to just take a little creative thinking, but in the district I'm in, bus drivers get a little incentive for not missing any days. So maybe like if you don't, if you have perfect attendance, right? A perfect attendance stipend, that would be less than what we would cost of a sub. You know what I'm saying? So like even if it's a couple $100, I'm gonna probably be more inclined to schedule my. That's right. So maybe something to think about. It did not. That is a little more difficult, but again, it's just
Turn on your mic.
but again, it's just a little stipend, that. Absolutely, but again, just like a little creativity to maybe entice, if you can.
How many?
That
They
would
still
not
get
be
10
yeah.
days. How many days do you get? Is it 10 per year?
No, we're not penalizing them. They're not, because they wouldn't get it anyway. It's just an incentive to.
So they would roll over?
Right, and look,
Okay.
other people, other areas do it, and so look, I understand there sometimes, that you can't. That would be just like, oh my God, I caught the flu. There ain't no way. I mean, it would be the same thing, right? Like some things happen, but it's just a little extra incentive to. That would be correct. So, anyway, just something that maybe we explore to cut down on some of the $566,000.
Right. What do we still use subs for? Is it just for absences? But because at one point they use subs for all kind of other stuff too. So maybe if we cut back on the subs for miscellaneous type activity opposed to just classroom instruction or, like what are some of the other reasons we use subs for other than the teacher being absent?
Miss Gunner. So it is for classroom teacher and not, so we'll look at it. I'll get with the,
Dr. Cheney, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that there's any way to move away from, so I think we still need a budget for what we used. However, I would like you to look at that and Ms. Gunner, have a conversation with the principals about ways to minimize that, and maybe we can make some adjustments next year.
Perfect. All right, Ms. Wazan.
Yes, okay. Let's move on. We got a lot to go in just a few minutes. So pull the page that has 26-27 revenue budget summary by percent. It's 8.5 by 14, and it looks like this. So, I would like to point out, we went ahead and, sorted it by largest dollar value to smaller value. And so the top three revenue sources are MFP, sales tax, and property taxes make up 95% of our revenue. So, and then the other major one after that is LA4 revenue, which is only 0.81. Well, lamp interest is 1.94% at $1.7 million. So our overall 25-26 budgeted revenue was 90.8 million, and our 26-27 budget is 88 million, decrease of 3 million, and the large majority of that is due to MFP between student count and the governor's executive order. And I will move on to expenses unless anyone has questions about the revenue. Okay, so the expenditures, it's multiple pages that are stapled together. It's called 26-27 budget expenditure summary. So, the first page is an overall summary of all of the function codes. And then we have a breakdown of each one with exactly how many, people we are paying, how much we pay them, the average salary that they make, all the things. So it's a really good document to look at, maybe later on. I don't know if we'll have time to go over the whole thing, but, for sure, we'll do the summary page. So we have 1,028 total employees in the general fund that we're paying $74,000 in salaries and benefits, which is 84% of our general fund budget. In purchase property services, we're paying $1.9 million. That's legal fees, auditing fees, safety costs, things like that. Purchase property services, utilities, equipment, rental and repair, $1.4 million. Mileage, travel, liability insurance, fleet insurance, all those things, $3.4 million, so 4% of our budget. Supplies, textbooks, furniture, technology supplies, office supplies, 4.5 million, 5%. There's a new category this year that Mr. Veed requested, safety technology for camera replacement, additions and upgrades. So he requested thousand a school at 22 schools and 5,000 for the COC, MOC, and OSS. So that's that safety technology, 125,000 that you see. Miscellaneous dues costs us 103,000, and the category that says transfer of funds of 3.1 million, that's a combination of the 2.4 million we spoke about earlier that general fund has to transfer to technology for their 26-27 budgeted expenditures. And then in addition to that, we pay this year had to budget 731,000 of our MFP gets transferred to local charter schools. I know. So I have done like a historical
have a question.
analysis. So there's a
Hey,
state.
Ms. LaSalle has a question for you.
Yes,
Move on.
ma'am.
With the the first line, the salaries, the average, um I just don't think that the average salary is
You'll see it makes sense when you go down because some people like paras and custodians and they make a lot less than other people.
Right. I mean, they make look like you should take administrators and do a mean
We
of
ha-
them. You did
we
do it
have
for down there in the back?
every single one.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But just to get back with on MFP for a second, we get like our total gross MFP gets deducted by the a state share and a local share for charter schools. So historically, 579,000, 700,000, 750,000, a million, 1.2 million. It's a lot. Just wanted to point it out. So we can move on. Dr. Sanders, you want me to go through the other categories with the number of teachers and all the things and the average pay? I think I would like to kind of go through. Okay. Something specific maybe that you would like to discuss further, because it is, it's a lot. Stay on track. But this is the very last thing though that we need to go over. Yes, ma'am. Maybe because specifically we have curiosities about salary, maybe we can tackle that one. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do the first one because it's a big category. So the function code is X1100 is regular instructional expenditures. We have 26 kindergarten teachers, 137 elementary, 13 elementary subs, 145 secondary teachers, 14 secondary subs, at a cost of $21.2 million for an average salary of $63,000. And then the benefits are below that, along with the average benefits being $26,000. Did we want to maybe just go through the salaries and benefits of all the categories, since we have the summary of all the rest on the first page? It's up to the board. Yeah. Okay.
So we have more employees this year than we did last year?
I'm not sure.
I think it's just the salaries that change, like as people are in different roles and things like that.
I do have like the whole list that we budgeted last year as well as this year. I can get back to you.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
can we see maybe not today, but before we start making decisions, what it looked like last year versus what it looked like this year? Because let's just be honest, salaries and benefits, they're our largest cost.
Well, we have a historical
Right.
trend on that as well, the 6 year, if you want to run that real quick, just to give them an idea.
You know, I mean,
salaries
when
and
I'm looking
benefits,
at it, I
general
don't ever
fund.
want to
Yes,
leave us
sir.
at a deficit at all because every school is important and teachers are important. However, it is our biggest cost
Absolutely.
overall. And so if we're looking at trying to be fiscally responsible and keeping us out of a situation, we may need to approach that. Maybe one of our last ditch options. However, I think we need to know about it from the front end.
And this is, the first step. This is 100% of the people and what we're paying them. Yes, ma'am.
Y'all have done an amazing job. I don't
Thank
think y'all get enough credit. I doubt that y'all have gotten much sleep. I really appreciate it. I know you're sitting very quiet over there, but I know that you've put a lot of work into it, and I appreciate y'all doing this. It's a lot. And I know neither one of y'all really want to speak or be on a mic, so I
Correct.
appreciate all these efforts.
Okay, moving on. Thank you so much, Miss Lindsay. Appreciate it. Okay, the next category is Function Code 1200, which is Special Education Services. We have 63 sped teachers, 101 sped aides, 11 sped substitutes, 6 adaptive PE teachers, 4 sped pre-K teachers, 5 sped pre-K paraprofessionals, 1 sped pre-K substitute, 20 gifted and talented teachers, and 2 gifted and talented subs, for a total of $8.6 million of salaries, 3.2 of benefits. Average salary is $40,000 in this category.
So I think everybody's looking at more now than previously. So we do need to identify a few things. For sure, we have more certified teachers now. Certified teachers make more money. So the better we get at certifying people, the more expensive people get. So that is a huge part of this. If I'm not mistaken, the last time I talked to Ms. Gunner, we were at like 86% certified, and in the past few years, we have not been 86%. So it's not necessarily more people, but the people are more expensive because they're more because they're more qualified now. Okay. Also, we have had transfers of people from one fund to another because we have to keep balances. So when you're looking at I don't want to say it wrong, but like if you have people in a Title I fund and then you have to use those Title I funds in a different way for whatever reason, then those people go into general fund now. And then they have to stay there. And then you also have to maintain this maintenance of effort between your special education funds and your general education funds. So sometimes you have to move employees into general fund to make sure that you're balancing how much you're spending out of the funds. So there's lots of boundaries on how we maintain our funds within that budget. So it's not necessarily more people, it's because of those things where we've had to shift.
That was a good. Oops, she needs something. We have 10 minutes.
So just a quick question. Do we have any kind of report or ratio? Because you always get this question, right? Y'all kind of top heavy over there at COC. Do we have a ratio of administrators to instructional personnel? Now, I'm leaving out maintenance, food services, actual teachers versus administrators. What is our numbers there, right? Because we get that question a lot.
Administrators goes by the student enrollment at each school. Like there's a
And what I
formula.
mean by administrators is these guys, those guys, this person.
You mean,
Yes.
instructional versus support?
Support.
I'll bring it on to you, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
COC
Yes.
versus
People that work in this
school.
office, administrators at the school, right? That type of ratio.
We can get that for you.
Yeah, that's what at least I've been getting beaten up with.
I can tell you just in working at other districts, I think St. Mary is pretty conservative with their administrators.
Good to know. I don't know that for
Yeah.
a fact, but I'm just curious, right? I don't see it.
I'll
But
be honest.
I
like,
have to.
the
I would
amount
like
of
to
work
be able to
they
give
do, they
an informed answer to that
probably
question.
Sir, absolutely.
Right.
We'll get that to you.
Yeah.
And I guess Miss Estee, your team would be able to, as far as the HR side.
It's Gunner now.
Okay. She's still part of your team, though, right? I would consider her part of that group of administrators. I mean, do you have 5 assistants? No, probably not. Right? But if you did, there may be an issue. I'm just curious.
This isn't gonna help you very much. Oh,
Ms.
this is
Bonsignor.
operation-
Oh, Lindsay did. Lindsay
What the
did. Go
heck,
for it.
now I forgot my little note.
Okay, so
Okay,
Miss Becky?
let's move on. So and that was a good point Dr. Sanders made
I
regarding
do.
the MOE, because the X 1200 that I just went over with you guys, with salaries of $8.6 million and benefits of 3.2, we are actually required to spend at least the same amount that we spent in the current year, the next year, in order to meet maintenance of effort, because federal funds are about supplementing, not supplanting. Okay, next category, X 1300 function code, it's career and technical education. We have 4 ag teachers, 4 home ec teachers, 13 vocational business teachers, 3 health science teachers, 1 health science sub, 4 other vocational teachers, with a total of 1.6 million of salaries, average salary of 55,000. Next, function code X 1400 other instructional programs. We have 2 JROTC instructors, 41 other teachers, and 2 other subs. Total salaries 3.5 million, average 77,000. Function code 1500, we have 17 aides or tutors. We have 2 substitute aides. We have 8 GLA4 teachers and paraprofessionals, 1 pre-K paraprofessional substitute at a total of 1.1 million. Average of $30,000. Next category, adult ed. We have 35,000 in the budget, and it's someone that retired that was coded there years ago. X 2100 student support services, 2 child welfare clerks, 1 child welfare supervisor, 13 guidance counselors, 5 LPNs, 15 nurses, 5 social workers, therapists, 3 educational diagnosticians, 20 speech therapists, 1 audiologist therapist, 3 occupational therapists, 2 physical therapists, total of 4.1 million, average of 58,000. Function code 2200, we have 1 instructional clerk, 3 instructional supervisors, 2 instructional coordinators, 3 SPED clerks, non-curriculum developers, 1 programmer, accountability, 12 instructional coaches, 20 librarians, and 1 librarian aide, 3.7 million, average of 72,000.
As far as an instructional coach, where are they located?
Those are the, that's the job description y'all just approved Thursday night to change the title of our curriculum facilitators to instructional coaches, and they're at each of the elementary schools.
How long have we had curriculum facilitators?
As long as I've been here, for sure. We're, yeah, yep.
Well,
Can I add this because the elementaries didn't have the attorneys, so they were more as support of principal. And then we got the deans.
So now we have deans and curriculum facilitators.
But the dean is just behavior and the definitely need a dean, because that's behavior all over. The instructional coach is now going into the instructional side.
To be honest, if we were some crazy school district with so much revenue, we didn't know what to do with it, we could probably double the size of our administrative staff at our elementary schools. So I'm so like the having deans of students and assistant principals now, and the instructional coaches, especially with the way we have to do instructional coaching plans and everything for our teachers, is absolutely positively necessary. So, but yeah, every elementary.
Okay, next function code X 2300. We have the superintendent in this category, 3 secretaries, clerks, 1 public information officer, an assistant superintendent, and a clerk of the assistant superintendent. Salary of 611,000, average of 87,000. School administration expenses, function code X 2400. We have 46 school secretaries, bookkeepers, 22 principals, 18 assistant principals, salary of 4.4 million, average of 51,000. Next category, business services, 1 chief financial officer, 5 bookkeepers, a chief accountant, a payroll manager, and a purchasing agent, 526,000, average of 58,000. Function code 2600, operations and maintenance of buildings, 67 janitors / guards, at a total of almost 2 million, average salary of 29,000. Function code 2700, student transportation. We have a transportation supervisor, a transportation clerk, 52 bus drivers, a skilled craftsman, 8 sped bus drivers, 10 bus attendants, total salary of 1.9 million, average of 25.6 thousand. Function X 2800, HR and technology, 3 HR clerks, 1 HR director, 1 HR manager, 1 chief technology officer, total salaries of 430,000, average of 71.7 thousand. 3100 school food service, we have 335,000 of retirees costs going there. And then in function code X 3300, we pay 50,000 of a fee to LSU, the LSU Ag Center. And then the last page is the transfers of 3.1 million that we spoke about earlier between technology and, the MFP for, charter schools. With what, we got 2 minutes to spare? Y'all have any questions?
Ms.
Thank you.
Wozniak, so the maintenance staff,
They're in maintenance, funds 11, 12, and 13.
Okay.
Split it. That's what I needed to point out to the board. Thank you. Is that we did change the allocation this year, to be more even, like 33 and a third percent for 100% of the salaries and benefits and the shared costs in 3 maintenance districts.
so the maintenance districts are now contributing exactly 33%?
Yes, sir.
To salaries and benefits of maintenance personnel?
Yes, sir.
Just, real quick, Ms. Wozniak, could y'all tell them the total amount of money it costs to run our transportation department? Because they are lumped into the Fund 10, but we were able to specifically look at food service, technology. I just would like them to know the
Sure.
expense of transportation,
Got it.
and then we can take a little break.
Okay, we'll both look.
Transportation.
For clarification, you want, this year's this year's budget for,
Okay, I have it. It's, the budget is 3,368,000. The actuals were 3 million. And our 26-27 budget is 3.2 million. Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
So this might be a dumb question, but anything other than simply bus operators, bus equipment falls under transportation?
Yes, sir.
What else?
Oh,
supervisor and secretary.
Okay, thank you.
and then the mileage allowance and it's a lot. There's a lot of things.
Any more questions or anything for budget for Ms. Wozniak? We've taken lots of notes and we're gonna address all of your concerns. We might make some phone calls in the next few days next week just to kind of get some clarification on some things. Ms. Wozniak, once again, you and your team, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. So,
And the
I
final,
love it when the smart.
and the final budget will be adopted on September 3rd, at the September 3rd meeting with a period before the meeting for public comments.
And do I assume that I build in the $500,000 of extra for the governor's executive order? I need guidance because when the next time I'm gonna see y'all, I have to have the book being ready to be adopted.
Yes, so yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I say that, any thoughts against,
I know
no
we're not
votes
voting,
against,
but I just need guidance.
I get the overall feeling from all of you, not vote. I get the overall feeling from you all is that you'd like to take care of all employees with this.
Absolutely. All employees without excluding any employees.
She's got a question.
No, the subs. Now, I think there has to be, guidance on that. If they are like employed between a certain date and a certain date, you know what I'm saying? Like, it can't just be like a sub who's there for 6 weeks.
What I, what I would like, just a good explanation as to what employees you're
Okay,
proposing.
wait. We're still on the floor and we still have Mr. Mancuso.
Yeah, I'd like to see a detailed explanation as to what employees you plan on applying the stipend to, which one's mandated and which ones you're proposing, and then we can vote on what that proposal looks like.
Correct.
So on this chart, each of the descriptions we went through, you saw the word substitute in there, right? Those are people who are in a vacancy teaching for us. We need them in that spot. The,
And, and just
the,
another thing about the proration as to how long they were there, to what amount of the stipend that they would be eligible for. That would be my suggestion, and we can vote on that later.
My question is, do we have do we have a sub who's been their sub for 3 or 4 years, and why are they still a sub? That's my question.
some people make their way toward getting put on a TAT, which is a temporary authority to teach, and then they don't pass a test that they have to pass, and then so they lose their TAT status and they go back down to long-term sub. And honestly, some of them are awesome, and you don't want to lose them. Like they, it's just honest. So could we? And we do the things that I think, if I'm not mistaken, $250 is available if they want to get some tutoring for their praxis test. Like, we do have money set aside in the HR department to help them with all those things. And I mean, it has been working because we have a lot more certified teachers now than we have before. So there are people who are considered long-term subs that take care of us every day, and we wouldn't survive without them. Let's be honest. They're in a classroom with kids. Yes. Correct. That's just what we have to call them. They're employees. They get. Go ahead, Miss Estee.
Just because they can't be in that
She's done it so much that it's.
You can get, a lot of state Louisiana have a TAP reused. Okay, so what we've done is when they're hired on the TAP, temporary authority to teach. They have to take the praxis and pass it, or attempt it twice in order to renew the TAP. Some of them are bumped to long-term subs because they do not take the test, or they do not take the test twice. So we cannot renew a TAP because the state requires one of those two.
So are they
We should give them a TAP.
considered employees that get benefits in retirement, or are they not?
2 years and a day, if they're a long-term sub, they have to pay into retirement. And I think they are, health insurance as well. Now, they can't get like the
Would they-
disability insurance and the life insurance because you have to be a full-time.
But it's my understanding that after the 21 days, I could be wrong, I'm not HR, that they do get all the other benefits besides retirement. So health insurance and all those. No, okay.
Long-term sub in the sense of a maternity, like a medical leave, okay? That, if they get their 21 days in a row, 20 consecutive days, on their 21st day, then their daily rate of pay will basically double. That's not, they don't get the benefits.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay. Ms. Jones had asked that I share with you guys the actual expenditures for utilities. So in 25-26 alone, we spent $3 million on utilities, 273,000 on water, and 215,000 on gas.
So
Oh, I just had another question about the long-term sub, question in the tax. So the requirement by the state is that they take it and pass it, or they take it twice and fail it. So for the people who don't take it twice, they don't qualify for the TAT for the next year.
We cannot.
So when creating guidelines, you have to be eligible for a TAT. Could be a guideline. Like, you got to at least attempt to take the test. Like, you can't just be, oh, I didn't take it because I didn't feel like it.
Alicia Moore, I like that. The manager of the HR, she is constantly emailing. She does. So she works with certification. She's constantly emailing.
But they know, like, if they know on the front end, my employment eligibility for next year or the ability to get a TAT depends on my putting in the effort to at least attempt the test, whether I pass it or not, but you have to put in some effort. So like you have to at least try. We can't just rehire you just because, oh, you're a good teacher. And I know the principal know I'm a good teacher and I don't have to take that test because they're gonna let me come back.
Y'all, Ms. Gunner is quietly sitting back there with her hand up.
Yeah, the reality of it, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The reality of it is you don't have enough certified teachers to go around. So they do get rehired because,
Yeah.
you have no one else.
But when we talk about incentives,
Correct. And what we've
you
done.
gotta put in the effort.
What we've done is
Yeah.
previously, if they were on a TAT, they just kind of stayed, but we've put them to a long-term sub, and then that way they're not getting any more sick days and things like that. So because of that, more have worked to get certified, but we still have some that they,
So one other question. What about the people who run out of TATs?
they long-term subs, and there's
So
nothing
then
else we can do.
So they long-term subs, but what about, we can't apply that testing concept to them if they're not eligible for a TAT anyway.
They can still take the test to try because sometimes you do have people that do take the test and they continuously take that test and they're not successful. So after that 3 years, they're a long-term sub until they can pass the test and get put on a practitioner license.
Which makes them highly qualified still, if they can
Not
pass
that
a.
they're highly qualified, but that means they're in the last phases to get their certification, so to speak.
So even if the test, so I'm just trying to figure out how we can gauge the criteria for the stipend. Even if they've run out of TATs and still testing, and you're still putting in the effort, like let that maybe be the qualifier, as long as you're still attempting to become certified.
So I will propose that
Ms. Gunner still ain't
we.
never had her.
Oh, go ahead, Ms.
I
Gunner.
was just gonna say
Essay.
that we have tutoring in place, they get discount, what's that called? Something tutoring.
240 tutoring and the learning liaisons.
And the state has allowed, it's called free after 3. They don't even have to pay for the praxis anymore after they failed it 3 times. They just can keep on taking it for free. They just want them to try, and we have tutoring in place.
Is this information given to them?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm gonna
Okay.
share it again. Yes, ma'am.
So
Dr. Sanders.
to get us back on track, this is my
That's all I wanted
proposal.
to say.
Okay. I will ask Ms. Voisin to build in enough funds to cover all the peeps, all of them. Okay, that way we know it's in there. And then September 3rd, you're gonna have to approve the budget as well as determine how y'all want to vote on the stipend. So all of the options that y'all have for the stipend release, y'all can vote on that and come up with your options. So the money will at least be there. So if y'all end up saying yes, all of them, all of the long-term subs, let's let it roll, then the money will be in there. If y'all decide to put a little bit tighter boundary on that, well, then we just end up with not having to spend that money. It'll be there. Is that a good option for y'all to move forward? And it might not necessarily be September board meeting. I'm really waiting for a little bit more state guidance, so it might actually be October board meeting. So
Can you number the options that we have so we could just vote on option 1, option 2, or option 3? And then whichever one is voted on, it'll be explained to where we just shorten it up a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Perfect.
We able to tell when it's the last time.
child welfare and attendance will begin their 45-minute presentation at 11:15. And so this is going to be a sitting and eating and listening kind of presentation. These are some things that are definitely on your CLU list. So that's why we included them. Stretch, go in and out, do what you need to do, eat. Mr. Ein and his team are well aware that they're presenting to eating people.
Hi, I'm Jill Tamparello. I'm the McKinney-Vento liaison, but we also handle attendance and truancy. We're part of, the three of us are part of a truancy support panel, so every now and then you'll see TSP. Um, we actually have separated our schools somewhat, but we all kind of help each other out. If you'll look at the pamphlet that I gave you, it has all of the points that we said we were going to talk about. We have overall attendance for the school year broken down by schools and their percent present and absent. Our goal is to increase the percent present for all year long. And we have a big strategy that we use that is based off the LDOE's power of presence. They have definitions for chronic absenteeism, truancy, and then their whole website has a whole plan for all of us to follow, from what the school does to the district and how we intertwine with the court system. If you'll see the St. Mary Pius guidelines, which we all know, we're a part of all of those, the third absence, the fifth absence, the seventh absence, and we follow these families through the whole process. On another one of those, the truancy support panel, we have weekly hearings here at the COC with the families after we collaborate with the school truancy clerk on a regular basis. We'll also coordinate services with the judicial system. We've sat in the courthouse before and met with the families and their caseworkers just to make those connections. We meet with those caseworkers, and then we have a lot of record keeping, as you well know, between the texts that we send out as a district, our phone calls, school messages, school meetings, our hearings, and then the ones that happen at the courthouse. Any questions? Good? Yep.
Hey, so we, recently, and I think it was because of a law change, allow for a certain number of excused absences as determined by the parent.
Yes.
Can you kind of explain the difference between excused, unexcused, and truancy, and kind of how they relate to each other?
Sure. So our excused absences, of course, are doctor's notes, and those are unlimited if you're in the doctor's office. It does count towards some chronic absenteeism, even though it's excused, you're not at school a lot. And that's where we can come in to kind of find out, what can we do to help bridge that gap? Why are you missing so much? Is it work that we can get made up for you? Is there a different way that we can handle it at school? Maybe we can help you get those appointments after school time, if it's something like that. That we do accept the 5 handwritten notes from the parent, and those need to come in. And we're pretty good about keeping track. The minute you're absent, we're already calling home, asking for those things to come back to us so we can keep accurate records. Welcome. All right.
All right, good morning. I'm going to talk about the discipline statistics. If you can look at the, everybody should have a handout. Let me raise this mic a little bit. Everybody should have a handout. If you take a look at the third page, you can see the discipline statistics from the 25-26 school year, and it's broken down by grade band. There's a high school page for high school stats, a page for middle school stats, and a page for elementary school stats. If you look at the trends, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Did everybody get one? I'm sorry. You everybody has one? I'm sorry. Does everybody have one? Yes, ma'am. Oh, that's how it came out. Yeah, well, we put a PowerPoint so we can make it big, so we just got to see. That's called providing accommodations for everybody. Small print, big print, everybody.
And look, he tries to walk around my school without his glasses, and every once in a while we catch him.
Look, these are Amazon 2.5 readers. All right, it's not other kind of glasses. So, sure. So if you see up, we have the high school discipline statistics. If you look at it, 4 out of the 6 schools actually had a little uptick in referrals, and the most common or the highest number of violations was cell phones. That's pretty common, I would think, because in high school, those kids, they live, well, all kids nowadays, they just have to have their phone. If they don't have their phone for a minute, it's just the end of the world. So there were quite a bit of cell phone violations. If you flip to the next page, if you look at the middle school stats, 5 out of the 6 schools, there was an uptick in referrals, but the most common violation was willful disobedience. And willful disobedience is kind of it has some vagueness to it or some subjectivity to it. Willful disobedience could be a lot of things, but that was the common. Uh, well, yeah, it's and that's what I was going to kind of talk about. Once we get through the elementary, if you look at elementary schools, um, 7 of the 11 schools had an uptick in referrals, and the number one violation was conduct injurious or habits injurious to associates. So that's horse playing or something that happens where they did something and somebody got hurt. They were hitting, they were hand playing, they were pushing, they were doing stuff like that. So that's kind of a trend with the grade bands. But what our goal is to reduce these referrals. We want to kind of empower our principals to kind of have a different level of understanding. Dr. Sanders gave us quite a bit of time at the principals meeting to talk about um, some things that we could do to kind of help alleviate that. And I think part of it is just kind of taking a really good assessment. Does everything require a referral, right? Or some things that can we have intervention? Can some things be a conversation and not necessarily a referral? But we have a goal in the CWA office. We want to try to reduce these referrals overall by next year. What I'm going to be doing this year, I'm going to be out and about more in the schools. So as we have things popping up, if there are little areas, little hot spots, I'll be out and about, and the team will be going out to provide interventions to the students, talk to the principals, and try to help empower the principals to figure out what's going on and to see if we can catch the little things before they become big things. So we want to that's going to kind of be a proactive approach. Yes, ma'am.
I was doing a little bit of research, and as far as age groups in junior high and high school, it's a suggestion. I don't know how it can be done. I think you would probably. Um, Fatherless homes are usually our uptick in a lot of things. Could we possibly look at maybe small little programs where we have exemplary fathers come in and maybe do like a small little seminar?
Well, that's a awesome suggestion. We're actually trying to do that. I've had conversation with some different groups around the community. What we're trying to do is provide some resources to some groups for young men to have role models. I mean, I agree with you 100%. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, we signed an agreement with 100 Black Men of St. Mary Parish probably 5 years ago,
It's
maybe,
been a while. Yeah.
for the mentorship.
Yep. And there's another group. I was speaking to a group in the Morgan City area to try to get a similar group to have mentor to be able to be a resource to intervene. So if there's something going on at the school, we could provide a kind of mentorship type support.
Because I was
Yes.
Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, we also have a mentor program called Kappa League, to where we're currently mentoring about 25 young males in St. Mary Parish between West St. Mary and Franklin High. And this school you'll be planning on trying to open up to some of the other high schools as well, and middle schools.
So when I was looking at some of that research, most of it absolutely had to do with fatherless homes and violence uptick, things like that. And also most of the time, honestly, like that's where the poverty level fell.
Mhm.
Not within different diverse ethnicities. It was actually fatherless homes. And so I think a lot of times if we would start shifting and looking at what the common denominator is, some of these kids just need mentors, man.
I totally agree. I definitely agree. And I think that's something that we're going to try to do and try to evolve to and have a proactive approach. Ms. Everett is going to talk about PBIS, positive behavior, a reward system to try to incentivize them to do the right thing. But at the end of the day, our philosophy is not to be punitive, it's to be restorative. We don't want to punish. We don't want to have consequence for everything. Some things we need to try to figure out and dig a little bit deeper and figure out what the root of the problem is. And if we can get to that, then we can have success. I'll tell you this, and I'll divert my time. Today's Saturday. Thursday, I went to do a home visit. I went to do a residency check in Morgan City, and I passed up the home, and I called the parent on the phone and said, "Hey, I didn't see your residence. I must have passed it up." She said, "Oh no, I passed it. I'll send my son out." So I went back and I went to do the residency check, and they had two young men. They were school age. They were just kind of sitting on the porch. I said, well, man, it's school time. Why y'all not in school? How old are you? I'm 17. I think the other one was 18, and I just engaged in the conversation with them. And they said, you know what, I really would like to go back to school. We'd like to try to get back in the school. So I got their name, I got their information, made some contact to Morgan City High School. One of them, I think, is a potential that they can get in and actually finish school. You know, life's not just for adults, but young people have stuff going on too in their lives. So we were able to make contact. I think Mr. Lewis had actually been working with the young man already, just so happened to make contact with him. So I think we may be able to try to get him across the stage to graduate. And I think the other young man, we may be able to get him a high set. So that's just by being out and about and being visible, we were able to impact potentially two lives and get them some skills. And so, you know, if we can just multiply that across the board as we go, I think we have a good chance. So that's my spiel. Any questions, comments, concerns? Thank you very much, Ms. Everett.
Good morning. As Mr. Ina said, I'm Gidget Everett. I work with student services and safety, which is all related. So I just want to talk a little bit about PBIS. If we can go to the next slide. Do we have a, okay. So basically the point of PBIS is to prevent the behavior from becoming discipline. All of our schools have a tier 1 and tier 2 plan in place. The tier 1 basically is going to take care of 85 to 90% of your students. They're going to comply with that if they understand the expectations. There's lesson plans to teach those expectations. When an administrator has to deal with discipline, of course, reminding them, hey, let's talk about, one of our tier things is honesty, and what you did wasn't honest, and so let's talk about that. So it gives them kind of a place when they do have to do those disciplinary discussions, that they can use that. The whole goal of it is to reinforce the positive behavior. It doesn't mean you don't notice the negative behavior, and it doesn't mean you don't correct the negative behavior, but the goal is to get people to notice what kids are doing right and acknowledging that. Because if I'm a kid who seeks attention and I need that back and forth, that reassurance, then if I hear, oh, you're getting told, great job, I like how you're sitting, I like that you're quiet, you kept your hands to yourself today, those kinds of things, then kids will want to do those things so that they can get those rewards as well. Many of our schools do have PBIS rewards. It's through Navigate 360, I believe. They have purchased that, many of them with some of their Title IV money? Title I money, sorry. Title I money. I'll be honest, I'm not super familiar with it. I do want to get with the school and say, hey, put me in so that I can see how it works. We've gotten a lot of positive response, feedback from that. So that's kind of it as far as PBIS. You have any questions about that, how that works? It's positive behavior intervention and supports. I'm sorry I didn't say that at the beginning. Nope. All right. The next thing is bullying prevention. Just to let you know what we do have in place, of course, state mandated. We need to make sure that if there is a report of bullying, that we are doing an investigation and there is a process. I just kind of put the flow chart up there. I'm not going to read that whole flow chart to you because I would not want anyone to do that to me. But when they report it, and they can go to the school and report it, the student can do it, the parent can do it, even an administrator, if they see something, they can do it. If they believe that there's some behavior that's ongoing, whether it is physical, whether it's verbal, whatever kind of picking that is intensifying, it is targeting that student, it is maybe doing something to leave that student out, then they can report that. There is a link on everybody's webpage. It's under, let me look at important links. When they click on that and they go down, it has reporting bullying form. They click on that. They can print it from there, or they can request a copy from the school. Once they turn that in, then the school will contact the person who is accused of acting as a bully, and they'll contact that parent and say, hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to use your name, Contrell. That Contrell has been, accused of bullying someone. I am going to question him. I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Parent says, yep, then they move on with it. They have 10 days to do the investigation. Most schools like to wrap it up and get it done because that can become a process. The more you get kids from this side and that side, Once they do that, then of course they look at the matrix and they follow that as far as the discipline that's doled out to the students that have been acting that way. One of the things too is I feel like it's important to work with the student who's been on the receiving end of that and the person who's done that behavior, because both sides need some kind of help in that. So I just think that's really important, and most of our administrators are really good about doing that. Any questions about bullying?
So when Dr. Sanders actually got hired, she did an interview with Parish Plug. And one of the questions asked was about bullying. And one thing that she indicated was that our community needs to actually be educated on what exactly bullying
Yes.
is, right? Because a lot of people throw that term around. And for the school system, right, like
Right.
there is a definitive definition of what constitutes bullying. Like, are there any plans for educating or just
So most, I think every school does this. I know we did whenever I was in the classroom, and even as an administrator, I would in-service my staff on that information, and then they were to in-service the students on that information. So kids are made aware of, if you are targeting someone or you're trying to exclude them or you're constantly doing things to like they're understanding what that is, what it looks like. What it's not is if you and I just don't like each other and we're giving each other the stank face every day, that's not bullying, that's a conflict. And so sometimes people get frustrated because they're like, well, my kid's being bullied. And in some instances, and unfortunately what I've seen over the years is the kids who are being bullied, they don't speak up. That's the saddest part for me. And so I feel like that's why it's important that if you do see something as an adult, you can report that too. And oftentimes what will happen is, well, my kid's being bullied, but they never fill out a report. They never come up. They never do anything to give us information. Or they're being bullied, but I don't know who it is. Well, it's hard to investigate when you don't know who the students are. So that's been, I know it's for myself as an administrator, that was kind of a tough thing because I'm like, look, I'm willing, I'll do the work. That's not the problem. I just need to know who do I need to talk to, and then once you get that name, then you can kind of figure out. But we are that part of that education of it is letting them know what bullying is.
because that's one of the most common things that I either see or hear of why I pull my child out of public education
Yep.
is that my kid was getting bullied, right?
Yep.
And so,
And unfortunately, I think and I hate saying this because I do think bullying is serious and we do need to take it seriously. But some of the things that people consider bullying are just, they're not that. It's conflict and it's two people going back and forth. And what I've found oftentimes is they'll be friends the next week. And then you're like, well, last week I gave you detention because, or whatever it is. Miss Marilyn, you had a question?
Yeah, well, what about, are there any special rules for bullying special needs kids? Like kids with autism, you said that kids are not likely to go up and say, I'm bullied. You probably don't even know that it is bullying.
Right.
But some kids go to the person on call or the teacher or the whomever it is and tell them that this happened. And I've been told that the teachers have so many other kids to watch, they don't have the time to pay attention to the complaints of one child. Is there a difference between how the regular kids are being treated when they have a problem like that, and special needs kids? Because
To my knowledge, it's the same process that we go through. I will say that as an educator, I was very protective of my babies like that, and I think many are. And I can tell you that if as when I was in an administrative position, if I knew of something or the potential of something, the first people that I would talk to is the teachers. And I want to know, what are you seeing? What's going on? And if you're not seeing anything, there's been things that have been kind of said or alluded to, and I need you to watch out for those things. So sometimes just making people aware and putting them on alert, because sometimes they don't notice. I mean, it, like I said, it is the same process that, oh, yeah, well,
I mean,
so you,
process for the child to,
the report. So if, and I've had kids
you want a
that
child to fill out a report?
the child, some children do, but if it's a sped child and they're not able to, then if we have somebody that saw it, then they're gonna be the ones who fill it out. Or if that kid tells us, then we'll transcribe for them. It just depends on the nature of the child's disability.
Bullying, real bullying of special needs kids, a bully won't do it in front of somebody else most of the time. They'll get
Right.
them when they're alone. And I've been told by teachers, because of my grandson in another parish, you know, it's his word against, it's one kid's word against another kid. So what do you do in that situation when you know this child is special needs, autistic, and the other child is normal, and he may not be a bad child, but what he's doing is picking on somebody that's not like him.
Right.
Is that bullying?
So, I mean, yeah, it definitely can be. It just depends. And what I would do in that, what most of our administrators, what they all do in that case is that's whenever you do find out, are there other kids, was anybody around, where was it? If they say, well, it would happen in the bathroom and nobody was there, then you put the teachers on alert, the administrators on alert, because they need to be mindful of that. Yes, ma'am.
We also now, Miss Marilyn, we have so many cameras in every inch
Mhm.
of our schools now.
That helps.
Likely, we can see it. You know, there like we every single summer we're going through looking for blind spots. That's why Caleb has such a good balance for his security cameras and things like that. So you know, and yeah, it's not a perfect system, but we do the best we can to try to protect
Right.
all of the kids. And look, if it is bullying against someone of a protected class, it is different.
And
As far as penalties on the alleged bullying and things like that. So, but you still have to have a certain amount of evidence
Right.
to say that a child is actually the aggressor,
Yeah, that's what I
to
was
be
gonna
able
say,
to
Doc.
give them the consequences.
Yeah, just and, you know, I understand your point, Ms. LaSalle, but we also have to be reminded that every child has the right to their due process. So whether it's a special needs child or not, everybody still has their right to due process. So if it's a, you know, we have to, everybody has to get, uh, you know, their opportunity to say their side and to do what they need to do. So it has to be fully investigated.
I didn't eat it. I'm done. I mean, um, I'm not going to tell you where my grandson's from, but we experienced the extreme. In a classroom, my grandson was gang bullied. They surrounded him in a classroom and each started beating him
Wow,
in a circle.
that's very,
So
yeah, that's a whole different level.
that,
Yeah, and I know
and
our
he was in
self-contained classes have
in
cameras in
high
the classroom
school,
now.
a freshman.
Yeah, law enforcement. Yeah, that's a wow. Well, we're gonna make sure we do our best job to make sure that you know it. Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna make sure we do our best to make sure we
That's
take
why
care of
I'm
everybody.
concerned, because it started out with on the bus little things happening and them saying it's your word against my word, and then it escalated to, you know, pop 'em in the back when you're walking by and nobody sees, to pushing in the hall, to then all of them getting around him and pushing him and calling him weird and stupid and popping him in the head and things like that. I, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, and our cameras honestly do help a lot with that. When I was acting as principal at Morgan City Junior High, I had a case with a student like that, and we were able to take care of it because of cameras. We were able to see it, and it was an autistic student, and he. Mhm. Yeah.
It's not being addressed enough, I feel, and other parents feel that way as well.
Okay. Mr. Mancuso.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Everett. So, part of our new board training was, they had a module about bullying that, I found did not 100% match the Louisiana law on bullying. If you
Where-
don't mind, as we go
The
through
vector, I think he's talking about our
Is
vector
it on
training.
vector trainings,
Public School Works or Vector?
vector training.
Okay.
So I would just ask that during our trainings and things like that, that we look at it, especially compared to what the law states. We don't want to have kind of mixed signals on that. It's just a comment.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I know we haven't used Vector. What is it? This is our third year. We have Public School Works now. I'm not, but it might be the same. It might be. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely look at it and check to see more. Absolutely. Any other questions? Okay. All righty. Moving on to, I think it's your turn now.
Good morning. I'm Kentrell Lewis, the Behavior Interventions and Licensed Therapist for St. Mary Parish Schools. This year, St. Mary Parish Schools will begin using Outreach. Outreach provides a centralized system for documenting, assessing, monitoring, and responding to students' behavior and safety concerns. The goal of Outreach is early identification of student behaviors and threats, appropriate assessment versus suicide assessment or threat assessment, also timely intervention and continued monitoring. Why is outreach important? If a student transfers from a school district that utilizes outreach, previous threat assessment information will be made available to me through the platform. I'll get a notification saying Kentrell Lewis enrolled in St. Mary Parish, and it will show different threat assessments that were listed that kid had in any previous school districts. And that way, Jill and I can look at that plan and try to figure out some different interventions to actually employ for that student if some are needed. The goal is not to label the student, but it's to provide the information necessary to support safety and appropriate intervention. What does this mean for St. Mary Parish Schools? St. Mary Parish Schools now has access to a statewide supported system designed to strengthen the way student safety concerns are identified and managed. On August 6th, we had school counselors were trained through outreach, some principals, assistant principals, and deans through Chris Kennedy. During the 25-26 school year, we had a total of 77 threat assessments that were conducted, 64 were suicide assessments, and 13 were threat of terrorism or violence assessments. Of the 77 students assessed, 14 students required clearance from a physician or licensed mental health professional to return back to school. Some students identified through assessment were considered non-emergency, so I provided individual counseling to those students, coping strategies, problem-solving skills, emotional regulation support, and also referrals to community and mental health resources. Also for the 25-26 school year, I provided counseling services to more than 80 students. These services extended beyond threat assessment and included students requiring additional behavior, emotional support. Building a collaborative system. Working together with outreach allows us to move from simply responding to a crisis toward early identification, prevention, intervention, and ongoing support. What is the ultimate goal of outreach in St. Mary Parish Schools? It's for safer schools, supported students, and stronger outcomes. Any questions?
How many other school districts are using outreach? Do you find that they're gonna start catching on to where it's actually gonna be able to be utilized in a
The
better
goal
way?
for Louisiana is for all schools to be able to use outreach, so that way all schools can be linked together through the platform.
I understand it's the goal. So is this a program that we bought, or is
This
this
is a
something?
free program.
Okay.
Free, and it's funded through the state of Louisiana in partnership with GOSEP.
Okay, so that's cool.
It's gonna be free forever. Yes. Yes. No, it's free. And I've been training in the program since April of last school year, and it's user-friendly. It's pretty much all the threat assessment we currently have are actually digitized now in the platform. It's very friendly, easy to use. Yes.
So, Mr. Lewis, could you share with them the amount of students you had on your caseload that you were serving this year, just so
year I
they
had
get an idea?
Last year I had over 80 kids on my caseload last school year. And that was some of the kids I saw weekly. That's not including the kids that I just may have saw maybe once or twice, based off of different situations that may have taken place at their school, or different things they may have been dealing with, maybe home or at school.
So I have another question because I just don't know the answer. I know that some parents can pick who they would like their counselor to be in certain situations. So do you just do across the board for the whole parish? Because I know some parents can pick, like if their child needs counseling, they can pull somebody in. Are you over?
So currently I can provide counseling services to any students in the district, but we also have a partnership with Positive transformation. We have MOU with positive transformation as well. Yes. So where the students are receiving Medicaid services, they can actually get consult services in the school or outside the school.
We also provide a service provider list.
Yeah, we have a service provider list with over about 40 different agencies as well, or therapists.
So do we get to pick what their time frame is when they're receiving those services? Because I know at one point we were having a problem with them interrupting their actual instructional time.
They're supposed to be doing like their social studies, science, and PE class and art classes.
So Act 745 last summer, um, this originated with Act 696 3 summers ago. Then last summer, Act 745 said that wherever the parents say the kids can get pulled, they can get pulled regardless. It could be a core class now, which is difficult, but if the parents want that, then they get that.
That's kind of what I was inquiring about because that was a push and pull as of last year. I didn't know how it ironed out in the end.
To try to utilize your other classes though. The
So
goal would be to
the-
try to utilize the other classes though first. Yes.
The last thing I just kind of wanted you to share is when you say threat assessments, could you just maybe pick like 3 questions that stand out in your head that you would ask a student, like when you get a call because a student is threatening violence?
One of the first questions is usually if it's suicide, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 how likely are you to commit suicide within the next 24 hours. And for me, that's a major indicator because if a student rates themselves as a 1, it doesn't necessarily mean like, hey, this kid doesn't want to kill himself, but it may just be rating themselves low because they don't want any other interaction or intervention to prevent them from going through their plan. Now, if a kid rates themselves on a higher scale, what definitely I'm looking at that more than likely going to be an emergency intervention. So where that kid's probably going to have to be clearance by someone from the ER or a medical physician or mental health physician as well.
If a child is determined to be a severe threat to himself or others, because of Mr. Lewis's credentials, and also with the involvement of all of our SROs, we've had students this in the last couple of school years that they're definitely a threat to themselves or others, and they have to get in a Acadian ambulance and they have to go for further, further evaluation or whatever. It's because some parents just are in denial and they just don't want that, and so we have the authority to say nope, they're going, they need to be evaluated, this is important. And then the other side of that is if it's not in the school day, we now have anonymous reporting that's available to all of our students. And so there's been probably in the last 2 years a handful of times where I'm waking up in the middle of the night, 5 or 6 of us get the notification that there's a student that's having a suicidal ideation or whatever, and we wake up and call out the SROs, get the PD, go knock down the door, and figure out if the kid's okay. And so we've used that anonymous reporting in a lot of situations where we've been able to do some positive things for our kids.
Has that been readily announced at the beginning of the year, please? And what is the definition of severe in this case? Is it a governmental assessment of what severe is, or do we have our own definition?
Multiple agencies. And currently, Louisiana's been saying for the last several years that they're going to come out with their own threat assessment. So we're waiting for that. But it should be also housed in the outreach platform, which is the current platform we're learning to navigate now. Also, when we have students with emergency interventions, whenever those students return back to school, they have to return with their clearance from the doctor. And also have a team of individuals, myself, the principal, the nurse, the parents, and the kid. We meet together to create a plan for that kid to integrate back into school as well. So if that kid needs any interventions, the kid can go to the principal, school counselor, dean, or myself. And usually I try to meet with those kids at least once every week or once every other week.
Do we still have the programs in our, was it Patterson or maybe Berwick that had a program? It was a student-led program that was kind of
Different schools.
intervention. And do y'all collaborate with them or do y'all get referrals from them at this point?
Repeat that question, the back part. I haven't worked with any of those yet. It's 2 schools, right?
Yeah, Berwick High Schools have worked with us. Berwick and Morgan City has that. To my knowledge, those are the only 2 right now that do have them. It's more about student peer and peer on peer stuff, which is very, very helpful. They did work with us during an incident last year. And it was good to have the kid, they wanted to be involved in that, and we were able to figure out a way, and it worked really well, because some kids do just want to talk to a friend and not necessarily one of us.
I just wondered if they referred any of the students that they deal with to y'all, because I was at another session, like, and their numbers were high. Like the number of interventions where they stepped in and prevented it, like way higher than I would have ever expected them
So
to be.
we may not get those, but the administrators of the schools
Maybe
would,
they-
and like through
and
their
That's how I may get some of
sponsor.
the referrals probably as well.
That's it. I want to say in close that what I like to do is just extend a, you know, an invitation, you know, to board members. You're in your communities, you live in those communities. If you hear of something that's going on, please, if you have to call me or let us know if there's like a fire that you see or something that, some unreadiness in your community, please call us and let us know, because we want to kind of, you know, connect those dots. So if there's something that we might be able to go take a ride over to the school, or the intervention team might be able to go to a school and say, hey, you know, we understand that there's an issue going on in the community. Maybe we can address it on the front end and, you know, have some school-based intervention. So by all means, if there's anything that you hear of in your communities that's of significance that, you know, feel like need to come to our office, let us know, and we'll work with the administrations and try to get it addressed.
And also, I would like to share my cell phone number with all the board members, just in case there's anything going on in the community and you would like to call me and let me know, so that way I can go and meet with those different families and different students as well. Name is Kentrell Lewis, 337-380-1089. 337-380-1089. Any questions?
I think Miss Everett, you showed
I-
me a flyer and I don't
I
see.
just had two more things, the
can't see what it
school
is.
resource officers and anonymous reporting. That was it. That was the last two. No, it's fine, but so the anonymous reporting is also on the webpage, anonymous reporting. It is through Crime Stoppers. That has been really helpful, and I feel like for bullying, this is helpful too, because those kids that don't want to speak up, they can do it this way, and then that gives us insight into things that we may not be aware of, that maybe we haven't seen, or you might have a student who either cannot speak for themselves or they are too afraid to. And then that goes straight to administrators, counselors, our SRO liaison, and Miss Este, our assistant superintendent. So those are handled right away, and that has been very helpful with a multitude of things. But and basically their system is all the people that are on that team, also the two supervisors of elementary and secondary education, they are on it as well. So basically it's, hey, is somebody responding to this? So that's been really helpful. The only other thing I didn't talk about, yep, our SROs. Yeah. 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 Okay. We have SROs that are in every, I'm going to say, community of schools. They are housed primarily, I think they're housed at high schools, but they do visit all of the schools. They help us with our drills. They help with canine searches. Their presence is there. One of the things that they're very good about is making sure that in the morning there's visibility, because kids do tend to be like, oh, wait, that officer's on campus, so that helps them realize that there's someone there. They're very good about building positive relationships with our students, being very approachable. They want that. They don't want to be seen as the bad guy. They want to be someone that the kids come to if they need something. And I think they've done a very good job of that. And they, of course, help us with security and those things as well.
So I do want to say that I appreciate y'all so much for putting this together and coming out to present to our board. One thing I have to say, Mr. Anna was talking to me about was sort of like switching up the philosophy, sort of, and the discipline on the discipline side of things. And he mentioned to me that he would like to be sort of like Mr. Lockett was when Mr. Lockett was here with us. And I can remember being a brand new assistant principal and then being a brand new principal, how much it was nice that Mr. Lockett would come running whenever you needed help if you couldn't figure something out. You know, sometimes kids will do things and you're like, this is not in the matrix, this is not in the student handbook, this is the first time for this. And so it's going to be nice that he wants to sort of approach discipline that way and be more hands-on with all of our assistant principals, deans of students and things like that. So I think we'll see a big difference, and I'm excited about that.
I have
So
one
thank y'all
final
all so
question.
much. Y'all have been.
I have one more
Sorry.
question. What is the common, like the most common issue you're seeing in the kids, like in the increases of us, like just as being on alert as a community, as a society, what should we be paying attention to?
I would love to answer that, and honestly, it's this.
The phone.
This is the I've said this and people kind of look at me like I'm crazy, but giving your child this is like saying, here, go explore the world, because they can get to anything at any time. It's insane, and the amount of predators and people out there that want to take something that is such a good thing, because technology is a good thing, but then you have those people that are horrible and they want to utilize that, and they bait our children and they look for our children, and they almost stalk and hunt them, and it's awful. So to me, that is one of the greatest things, and vaping would be the second. And you can vape anything, and I'm terrified of that for our students, because you know, I've done this for 27 years, been in this role somewhat for the last 10 to 12 years. And I saw it go from smoking cigarettes to being able to vape nicotine to now, unfortunately, we have to be concerned that fentanyl might be put in a vape, and we'll have students dying. And it breaks my heart, makes me want to cry, because it's happening in other places, and there's new things out there. There's something called Trank, which is 100 times more potent than fentanyl. So that aspect, vaping and cell phones, to me, if you can have that, suicide prevention, talk to your kids about being kind humans. Those four things I think are just crucial. You can't have enough conversations. Yes, and it's so hard to get the help from some of the social media platforms, because they won't always cooperate with law enforcement when law enforcement wants that information. So it's important that our administrators, and I think they all do this, they have kids that will come and talk to them and will come say, here, I have it on my phone, and they'll show them, because a lot of times we wouldn't see it. There's so many ways to hide things on there. I have an 18-year-old daughter, and I didn't let her have a cell phone for a very long time, and of course I was the mean mom. But I would have conversations with her. You don't know if that person's living in their mom's basement and they're, or whoever, and they're stalking you. You think that's a 10-year-old person, but it's not. And so, like, we would have those, just having that conversation, talking about it, I think is very important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We did a lot of good before it was made a law that we made those children put those cell phones in their lockers. It prevented numerous amounts of fights and other problems, because they would see something on social media and they get to school on a Monday and they have their cell phone and they see it, and then the first break, a fight breaks out. It's very true. And we didn't have to fight everybody to take it away, because we just never gave it to them.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
and so that one was actually the child welfare and attendance and student safety, to provide board members with an understanding of last year's truancy data, discipline data, and plans to increase attendance, reduce the number of disciplinary hearings, and to provide an understanding of emergency and incident response measures. Next up is instruction. Provide board members with an overview of district academic performance, emerging educational trends, instructional priorities, and strategic initiatives that support student achievement and future readiness.
All right, good afternoon. All right, so we have been challenged to tell you all things instructional in an hour. So we are going to see if we can do that for you. I know that you already received this, right? The little packet that we prepared for you. I did put the slides in there, and then also just if you could flip to the very back of it, I did a who to contact page, so that if you ever have any questions specifically towards any content specific, or the supervisors or myself, I put the the specialist who's over that particular section, along with their email address. So always feel free to contact, of course, if you have questions. But on behalf of our instructional team, thank you all for allowing us to spend some time with you today. We don't have all of our members here today, but of course, anytime you have questions, please feel free to reach out. This presentation that we put together for you instructionally is more than test scores or the accountability ratings. This is really the story of our over 6,800 students, more than 1,000 employees, and 21 schools with one shared mission. What we're going to look at is celebrating our progress, honestly acknowledge where improvement is still needed, and share why we are excited about the future of St. Mary Parish schools. So this year, St. Mary Parish, Okay, that one's not working. St. Mary Parish improved in all 4 tested content areas. You'll see that social studies increased by 6 points, mathematics and science each increased by 3 points, and English language arts increased by 1 point. The most important message is not simply the size of each increase, but that it is every content area moved the same positive direction. This tells us as an instructional team that our progress is not limited to one subject or one group. It reflects that we have stronger instruction, focused leadership, and the hard work taking place in classrooms throughout the district. When we look at our results over the past 3 years, it is really amazing to see the continued progress over the past couple of years and where we're going with our students. So when we look beyond the district averages, every school, of course, has a story. There we go. This slide that you see highlights several schools that achieved significant growth in different content areas. You can see that West St. Mary has a significant gain in English language arts. Emmy Norman had an outstanding gain in mathematics. Berwick Elementary had, of course, a gain in science, and even Patterson High School's improvements in social studies. Those accomplishments deserve to be celebrated because these teachers or these results that you see represent the dedication of not just the work of the students, but the work of the teachers, the administrators, the support staff, everybody who's on that campus that helps for our students to be successful. The most encouraging message that we see as an instructional team is, again, that growth that is occurring across every level of school that we have here in the district. So progress not happening just in one school, but happening everywhere gives us hope that we can continue to push and gain this momentum to continue to raise the scores. Moving forward, we definitely want to celebrate these successes while also learning from them. We have developed over the last couple of years a collaborative initiative where we truly want to build the capacity with our leaders, our teachers, to basically gain that momentum and helping them facilitate best practices and strategies to provide our students with the very best possible instruction. And again, when our schools learn from one another, the entire district is able to become stronger. So the next slide is a district snapshot and how we compare. So Louisiana's new accountability system uses now a 100-point scale as opposed to a 150-point scale in the prior years. Using the new simulated model, St. Mary Parish earned that district performance score of 43, and we ranked 32nd out of Louisiana's 81 public school systems. When we compare ourselves with systems that serve similar student populations who also face the similar challenges that we do, our students are performing competitively. We were also recognized this year by the Louisiana Department of Education as one of the top 3 fastest growing systems in Louisiana for grades 3 through 12, mastery, and growth. We were pretty excited that day on the call to see our name up on the screen. So while we're proud of that standing, of course, we're not satisfied simply maintaining that current position. Our goal is to continue improving every school and moving the district to even higher levels of performance. Now, you will see a slide in your packet that's not here up on the screen, but I just wanted to note when I knew I had that hour challenge, that particular slide gives kind of an overview of what I just said and some of the things to come. So if we have time, we'll come back to it, but no information that you'll miss because we are going to go through that. One of the most important parts that we talk about as an instructional team all the time is how Louisiana is changing. We always say the educational landscape is changing fast every day. Academic achievement remains obviously the priority, but with the new accountability system, the state is asking a much broader question. How well are schools preparing students for life? And again, talking about life skills, the work industry, and such. So the new system focuses on those 3 areas of grow, achieve, and thrive. For grow, they're asking, are students making meaningful progress? Achieve, are students mastering the knowledge and skills they need? And then thrive, are students graduating prepared for college, careers, military service, or other meaningful pathways of life? This model that the LDOE has proposed focuses on greater value on student growth, also with career readiness, workforce preparation, and post-secondary success, not simply just performance on an assessment. The good news is that this is not a new direction for St. Mary Parish Schools. This is the direction we've already been moving over the past couple of years. So our investments in early literacy, leadership development, high school redesign, career pathways, dual enrollment, workforce partnerships, and instructional improvement directly support the vision. Success may look different for individual students, but what we do know is that every student deserves high expectations from our schools, meaningful opportunities, and the support needed to succeed. So while the accountability system may be changing, our mission remains the same, to ensure that every student has every opportunity to succeed every day. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hoffpower to talk some literacy with you.
Hi, good afternoon. Student success begins with strong foundations. This is why we have literacy, numeracy, and early childhood education. They remain the major priorities for St. Mary Parish Schools. We are continuing to invest in the evidence-based instruction that helps students build those essential reading and math skills from the earliest grades. Early identification is especially important. The sooner we recognize that a student needs additional support, the sooner that we can respond with learning before learning gaps become more difficult to close. Those strong foundational skills do more than just improve performance in reading and math. They support learning in every subject, and they prepare students for long-term academic success. Our goal is simple: give every child the strongest possible start. Over the past 3 years, K-3 literacy proficiency increased from 45% to 66%. This is a 21-point increase and represents meaningful progress for our youngest readers. This growth reflects several years of focused work, including implementation of the science of reading, the use of our HQIM, our high-quality instructional materials, the professional learning for teachers and administrators, and targeted interventions for students who need additional support. We know that learning to read by the end of 3rd grade is an important academic milestone. Strong readers are better prepared to succeed in every content area as they move into those upper grades. These results belong to our teachers, our administrators, our interventionists, and the instructional teams with our students and families as well that have worked together to make this strength and academic success.
Can we pause, y'all, please? Miss Marilyn needs to leave. Could we just take a little break? Everybody take a breather, and then we're gonna start right back up, okay? Just a little pause.
Okay. All right, yeah, I was on a roll. I'm going. All right, so every elementary school improved, and that's one of the most encouraging parts of our literacy story is that everyone demonstrated improvement. Each campus has its own strengths and its own journey, but several common practices supported this district-wide growth. And those practices include the science of reading, our high-quality curriculum, teacher professional learning, early identification of students, and targeted interventions. I'm thinking about Gidget. Okay. All right. So when improvement occurs across every campus, it shows the power of having a consistent instructional system. Teachers, principals, interventionists, and the district support teams work from shared expectations while still responding to the needs of their individual students. These gains did not happen overnight. They represent years of intentional work, collaboration, and the use of data to improve instruction. Moving forward, we will continue sharing those successful practices across schools, supporting our educators, and ensuring that every student continues to grow. While we are proud of the percentages, every percentage point represents real students. It represents children becoming more confident readers and gaining access to opportunities that may have not been possible before. Literacy is the foundation for success in every subject. It supports future learning, graduation, college, careers, and lifelong independence. Our goal is not simply to increase assessment scores. Our goal is to ensure that every child develops the skills and confidence needed to reach their full potential in becoming a skilled reader. The students pictured on the slide remind us of why this work matters. It's not about statistics, it's about those children who deserve to feel successful, supported, challenged, and excited about learning. That is the responsibility behind every instructional decision that we make. All right, switching gears right here, math. We are also seeing positive momentum in elementary math. Every elementary school demonstrated improvement, which gives us a stronger foundation to build upon as students transition from elementary schools to those middle schools. That progress should be celebrated because it reflects the work of our teachers and students, our administrators, and our instructional support teams that we have across the district.
So looking at the same slide, our data also shows that the middle school mathematics, particularly in grades 6 through 8, remains one of our greatest instructional needs. We're not waiting for those results to change on their own. So in the meantime, what we've done is we've developed a comprehensive mathematics plan that not only includes that high quality instructional curriculum, of course, that we use, but also looking at the intervention, acceleration, teacher professional learning, tutoring, and expanding the use of Zern in grade that we use for K-5, also using in 6 through 8. We're directing those resources and support to the grades where they can have that greatest impact before those students transition into high schools. Our goal, of course, as Shannon mentioned, was to build on that success starting in the elementary while accelerating that growth through the middle grades to enter into the high school to be prepared for that post-secondary life after. Now, by strengthening mathematics before high school, our goal again, preparing students for algebra, that advanced coursework that they will see through possibly dual enrollment or career pathways, and of course, other future opportunities.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I mean, historically, you always see that junior high dip, right? And I think y'all said like we're doing Zern 6 through 8. Do our middle and junior highs, do they have intervention times built in, like a rise time, or like what things are we gonna do differently to try to get?
So yes. So what we've done, our math courses in the middle school have always been double blocked. So there's the period that you have for your core instruction, and then you had a period also for intervention. Over the last couple of years, they've always been, like, we call it linked together. However, what we've challenged our administrators to do is to possibly unlink, for a lack of better words. But we've recognized that every targeted group and the need within the schools varies. So you have basically in the prior system where in an intervention period, every student would be receiving the same types of intervention. Whereas now, the administrators, when they do their scheduling in the summer, they're basically able to target specific areas of needs with groups of students, and that's how they fill out that master schedule. So where the student may go receive core instruction in one period, and they're not necessarily staying the next period for their intervention time, that may be later on in the day, depending on what the need of that student group is. So that's one of the differences that we're doing there. You mentioned Zern. I will say that prior to this year, our elementary schools hit Zern pretty hard, and it shows. We are seeing a lot of academic progress there. Our middle schools, it's taken a little bit to get the students the buy-in and to get them on the program, of course, which is also recommended by the State Department. And because we've seen such a greater focus in those areas where they receive so many minutes a week, that's kind of where we're seeing that slow progress. Because of course, with middle school, you also have the middle school years, for a lack of better words. It's where, you can only encourage so much sometimes, and you've got to find the way. And so that's kind of what we've challenged our administrators to do with their schools and their students. And we've seen some different creative planning. So it's going to be interesting to see how those things work at each school that's chosen kind of a different way.
What other interventions do y'all use at the middle school? Do y'all use Lexia?
So for literacy, yes, Lexia is one we use because, of course, Lexia and Zern are also a part of the HDT, the high dosage tutoring. So for ELA, we are using Lexia, which is, of course, they're also double blocked. So, and same thing, we allow them to unlink it or link them together. So we're kind of just exploring some different creative scheduling to see what works best for the students. No problem.
All right. Okay. So student success begins long before third grade. The experiences students receive in pre-K and kindergarten help shape their future learning. That is why St. Mary Parish continues to invest in high-quality early childhood programs, strong literacy instruction, and early intervention. Reading proficiency is not the final destination. It is an important milestone in a much longer journey. Strong early literacy and numeracy skills help students succeed in later grades, remain on track for graduation, and prepare for college, careers, and life. This work also requires partnership with our families and communities. Families are a child's first teachers. Educators and school leaders build on that foundation, and the support of the community helps create additional opportunities for students. When we invest early, identify needs quickly, and work together, we give students a stronger beginning and a better chance of success at every stage of their education.
All right, so on the next slide, part 2, now it's going to move to the secondary level. Our goal, again, is not simply just to graduate students. Our goal is for every graduate to leave St. Mary Parish with the knowledge, skills, experiences, and opportunities needed to succeed in whatever pathway that they choose. That may include college, technical training, military service, an apprenticeship, or even entering the workforce. So to support that goal, we are always expanding our career pathways, our industry-based credentials, our dual enrollment coursework offerings, work-based learning, and other high-quality academic opportunities. Our high schools are also evolving to provide learning experiences that are more flexible, personalized, and connected to students' interests and future goals. We partner with multiple universities at all of our high schools, as well as SOLA CC, to offer our kids pretty much any opportunity to explore all of these different aspects of what they may want to do when they get to that life after high school. So every initiative that we have is designed to help students discover their strengths within these programs, explore possible careers, and graduate with a clear plan for what comes next. And sometimes maybe it's not such a clear plan, but at least they have an idea of where they may want to start. St. Mary Parish continues to maintain a strong graduation rate. That success reflects the commitment, again, of our students, educators, families, school leaders, and communities, because graduation, we know, is not just the finish line. We feel it is our responsibility to ensure that students leave high schools prepared for their next chapter. This means that we have to provide the opportunities for students to earn college credit, industry-based credentials, career readiness skills, internships, and meaningful work-based learning experiences. Just this year, our students earned more than 1,500 industry-based credentials, demonstrating that we are fully committed to preparing graduates for high-demand careers. We are also creating multiple pathways for students. You know, again, some students may choose a four-year university. Others may attend a community or technical college or enter the military. Some choose to begin that apprenticeship or even move directly into the workforce. But what we strive to make sure our kids understand is that every pathway is valuable, and that every student deserves the opportunity to pursue a future that matches their strengths, interests, and goals. Just in the past few years, one of the really successful components of what we've done in the instructional department is that industry advisory board. And I know several of you, you've been to those meetings before. That really has allowed us to expand into that industry piece that I think we were kind of lacking before, where we talked to industry, but we really, it was kind of just a back and forth. But that in particular advisory board has allowed us to really bring in industry and help determine ways that we can offer opportunities for our students outside in that workforce that's here, right here in St. Mary Parish. So with that said, the next slide, that one, career readiness is more than just a class or program. It's a connected system of opportunities, again, to discover their interests, remain on track for graduation, and prepare for life after high school. So all of the pathways that you see here, we do offer what we can, as well as provide these pathways that help connect the classroom learning to high demand careers and regional workforce needs. So even starting in our middle schools, students develop their individual graduation plans. These plans help students connect their course selections with grad requirements, career interests, and post-secondary goals. I wanted to note here, there's a new act, and I cannot recall the number, as we've been floating with a whole bunch of different acts, but there's a particular act for career development or exploration where we are even going to dip into the elementary schools to start making sure that even in elementary, there's exposure to careers. When I look at my own kids and in elementary and I say, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they're like, doctor, firefighter, lawyer. And you're like, what else? Oh, teacher. We want them to know there's more than just those couple of careers, right, that they see on TV when they're watching the different little programs that they're watching. And so it really is important for us to just have them explore and know what else is out there that you really may have a strength in. That could be something you're interested in that you may have not known about before. So again, it's important that exploration starts early. We also do things like career fairs, internships, job shadowing, work-based learning. We involve with student organizations and basically getting that hands-on experience to help make learning more relevant and engaging to all of our students. And we also recognize that students may need additional academic support. So, over the summer as well, we offer those flexible credit recovery options where students remain on track while maintaining those high expectations for learning. So on the next slide, preparing students for the workforce requires more than the efforts of the school system alone. And that's kind of what I was alluding to the last part with the industry board. It really is important to our school district that we have a strong partnership among education, business, industry, higher education, and community. So we work closely with local employers, industry leaders, SOLA CC, and community organizations to ensure that whatever programs we offer is aligning to the regional workforce needs. Through these partnerships, we have seen such success for our students where they are able, some of them get jobs before they even graduate high school. And it's nice because it's here locally in the district. But through these partnerships and all these opportunities that they get, it's able to help our students make the connection for what they're learning in the classroom to that real world experience. And that's kind of what the big focus is in the accountability piece, the Thrive piece. They want kids to actually have opportunity to see what it's like to have a true, real experience in education in the workforce as well. This benefits students by preparing them for employment, and it benefits our communities because it helps develop a stronger local workforce is what we hope for. So when our schools, employers, in higher education and community partners work together, it truly allows us to create those opportunities to benefit our students, businesses, families, and the entire parish. And so on this slide here, this slide really highlights where we're headed with high school redesign. The big idea is that Louisiana's accountability system is becoming much more focused on what students are prepared to do after high school, whether, again, the things that I've mentioned, whether it's college, a career, military service, or another pathway. One area that we are seeing encouraging progress is the nationally recognized exams. Based on our current projections, again, these are just projections, right, Ms. Hewitt? We're anticipating an 18-point increase in this indicator in our district, with more than 50% of our students meeting the new accountability targets. So this target represents higher expectation for our students. The accountability benchmarks are an ACT composite of a 20 or higher, receiving a WorkKeys Gold or above, or having an ASVAB score of a 59 or higher. These are meaningful indicators that our students are becoming better prepared. So again, for us, when we look at those numbers, when she comes in with numbers, it's scary sometimes, but when she comes in with these numbers, it's exciting because we know what these numbers mean. These numbers mean what the success looks like when you leave us. And so it makes us feel more at ease, I guess, when, for lack of better words, our babies leave. We know that now, when they leave, there's open doors of opportunities for them based on what they have prepared to do with those scores. Did you want to say something? I just want to say, she means the numbers can be scary, not No, she can be scary too. No, she can be scary. No, I'm just kidding. She's scary too sometimes. No, but so what is essentially important is that, excuse me, about improving on the accountability score. It's not really to us the score, it's about expanding the opportunity. And the reality for us is we have to say the score, right? But the score for us, again, is always the opportunity for a student. When we know that our students can graduate and leave with up to 18 hours of dual enrollment credit, or strong, along with industry credentials, internships, the other real world experiences that they're getting inside the workforce with certifications, we know that we've done the job of preparing them for outside of high school or graduation outside of high school. So when we talk about high school redesign, we're talking about bringing together that academic rigor and real world preparation. Now, the last part, part 3, the last part is focused on the leadership development. So as we've shared today, student success does not happen by chance. It happens because educators and leaders make intentional decisions every day. We believe strong schools are built by strong teachers, strong administrators, and district leaders who work toward that common vision and shared expectation. So over the last year, we wanted to create a greater alignment across St. Mary Parish. And so what we did was we developed our leadership work around what we like to call the 3 lanes of leadership. So lane 1, that's the rule book. This lane ensures leaders understand state requirements, state policies, accountability expectations, and the systems necessary to keep schools operating effectively. Lane 2 is the district team playbook. This is where district priorities become consistent expectations across every campus. It helps ensure that our schools are working toward the same goals and implementing key practices with consistency. And then finally, lane 3 is what we call the coach's call. That's our administrators. We recognize that every school is different. This lane allows for our administrative teams at the school sites to use their professional judgment to respond to the unique needs of their students, staff, and communities while remaining aligned to the district's shared vision and mission. Together, these lanes provide both consistency and flexibility. And I will tell you, if you ask any of your administrators that you serve and you ask them to tell you about the 3 lanes of leadership, I can promise you they can all tell you all about it. It really has been truly amazing this past summer when we started this concept. Which seems very simple, but it's like all of a sudden light bulbs went off for everybody. It went off for the district staff, it went off for the teachers, and then finally understanding that, sometimes it's not, well, the district said, or the school said, no, it's the state said, right? It always starts from the top, and then everybody has a piece of the puzzle that we have to piece together. So, but if you ask them, they will tell you all about the 3 lanes of leadership. Because again, look, our goal has never been to simply manage schools. It's to develop leaders who can support the teachers, strengthen the instruction, solve problems, and again, sustain that continuous continuous improvement. Because what we do know is strong leadership creates strong schools. So again, when our leadership lanes are aligned, teachers are better supported, instruction becomes stronger, and students have greater opportunities to succeed. So we now can look at how this system looks in practice. So when we say these three lanes are connected, we mean that student success, again, is never the result of one person, one department, or one decision. This is the result of an entire system working together. The state establishes those academic standards, accountability expectations, and the overall vision for schools or public education in Louisiana. And then at the district level, it's our responsibility to translate those priorities into clear expectations, high quality curriculum, professional learning resources, and support. Our school leaders then take those expectations and make them meaningful for their own campuses. They basically respond to the needs of their students and staff while remaining aligned to district goals. But leadership is not, of course, the final destination. Teaching is. When our leaders are aligned, teachers receive more consistent coaching. You'll see clearer expectations and better support. And this allows what we've seen is it allows our teachers to create the classrooms where instruction is stronger. Students are more engaged and the learning improves. No level works in isolation. So again, state priorities guide the district priorities strengthen the school leadership, and the school leaders empower their teachers. And strong teaching improves the academic success of students. So again, not about compliance. This is about creating a system where every level supports the next so that the continuous improvement is sustained over a period of time. And then finally, the next slide. We turned our leadership vision into everyday practice by ensuring that everyone is working from connected playbooks. So basically what we did is we took our first leadership development piece and it has now spread into every aspect of what we do, from whether it's the district level or the school level itself. One of the parts that I wanted to mention was the new teacher playbook. We had our first session, I believe, August 3rd. That was an interesting session because when I tell you the people in there, it was exciting. A couple people came in here to make sure we were not like misbehaving because people were laughing and talking, but we were up modeling, demonstrating. It was not your traditional sit and get, I guess, like most people would consider that to be. But, you know, and of course they were nervous, but I have never seen a group of people get up and actually model and coach and show us what they're coming in with and what we can do to help them in those aspects. But again, the new teacher playbook, our goal is to help those educators begin their careers with those clear instructional expectations, ongoing support, coaching, and professional learning. We want them to be permanent St. Mary Parish educators. We don't want to see them leave the district, and so that's where we are kind of pouring into this component with our new teachers. But I just mentioned earlier the administrative playbook. That provides principals and assistant principals and deans with that common framework for instructional leadership. It supports their work in classroom observations, coaching, professional learning, and school improvement. When we did a survey with our administrators at the end of last year, we asked, what are the areas that you need the most support? And that is how we developed the sessions that we began with in the summer. A couple were asking the other day, like, what's next? And we're like, well, you tell us, where is the next level of support? So when the summer session that we had on July 22nd, we did another survey with them again, and we always do these anonymous because we want the real answer. So we don't know who says what, but I did give you that report, I believe. I don't remember the number, but it was interesting because, you know, this next piece is going to guide where we go with them and what they're asking to hear for, or what they're asking us to give support in. And then the district instructional team playbook. So the specialists, these are the people who work at the district level who go into the schools that oversee content areas. These are those people I'm talking about are the people on the back side of the packet that you have of the who to contact. Those are the people that I'm referencing. They're not school-based, they're district-based, but they go into our schools on a daily or weekly basis. But the district instructional playbook, this is so that we can help align them to ensure that support coming from the district is aligned, intentional, and responsive to the needs of our schools. You know, we are putting a greater emphasis on the modeling and coaching and not observing, because we truly want them working side by side with our teachers in the classroom. So together, all of these playbooks so far, because there will probably be more to come, we're currently working on a PLC playbook right now. But these playbooks create that consistency that we're looking for across the district. It is what our administrators have asked for. This allows for our district staff and school leaders to work together to coach and support teachers. Again, when teachers grow, students benefit, so that is a priority for us. And this work is not about creating more documents or more meetings. This is about creating a connected system where every leadership decision, every coaching conversation, professional learning opportunity is focused on improving instruction. So again, when the leadership is aligned, support becomes consistent, and when support is consistent, our teachers become stronger, and stronger teaching leads to better outcomes for students. And the final and last slide. As we close, I just want to go back to where we began. Again, this was the story of more than 6,800 students, more than 1,000 employees, 21 schools, and one shared mission. While all these things may seem to be separate initiatives, they are all part of one unified system. Strong early learning gives students the academic foundation they need. Graduation and career readiness ensures students leave our schools prepared for college, careers, military service, or other meaningful pathways. Leadership development strengthens our teachers, principals, and district teams who make high-quality instruction possible. And sustainable improvement happens when the curriculum and instruction, the leadership, and student opportunities are aligned around a common vision through collective responsibility. Student success, honestly, it depends on our teachers, our school leaders, district staff, families, that everybody has mentioned today, community partners, business and industry, higher education, the school board, and the entire community working towards that same goal. So one instructional commitment remains simple. We are going to continue learning, improving, and creating opportunities for our kids. And every decision will continue to come back to that question, how does this help the students? And that is the story of our St. Mary Parish Schools. What we want to continue to see is that story of growth, opportunity, partnership, and that shared belief that every child deserves an excellent education. What I do want to point out to you is the last part, the last 2 pages of your packet. Those are basically a 1-page overview of the actual leadership series that we designed. So, and it's not a slide up here, but it's in your packet. The leadership playbook series, though, you can see I listed the 3 sessions at the top that principals have been to and assistant principals. There was one called Leading the System, Shadowing the Head Coach, and then even having the Art of Conversation. And again, you can kind of look and see what those topics reference. And then even again, further down as we've moved into these different components, on the back side of that is a 1-page overview of what we did with our instructional specialists this summer. But basically, again, aligning where they fall or share that responsibility with the administrative teams and the district level, as well as the teachers. Again, shows what they do within those 3 lanes as well. And then the final page has the 5 plays of the new teacher experience. And again, the only one that we've done so far is Building the Classroom. That happened on August 3rd. You can see those, it kind of goes out throughout the year so that we continuously touch back with these brand new teachers. And we have a couple teachers who are coming also who have elected to come that have been here for maybe 0 to 3 years. And after our first session, I got a whole lot of emails like, hey, I heard this was great. Can we come? So now we're having to change our location up a little bit so we can accommodate the number of people wanting to come in for these sessions. So, but if you ever have any questions regarding the content, curriculum, anything we do within professional development, always call. And we will answer the best that we can. So I'm not sure how I did that in only 47 minutes and with a pause and a break. That is a record for me, just saying. My emails take longer to read than what I just did. But I appreciate you all. And again, any questions, anything you would like to ask?
Mine's towards Miss Hoffpower. I'm sure you're not surprised. So I was wanting to know, are we starting to look at the possibility of using tech a little bit less in K through 3rd grade, or the possibility of teachers being able to choose what learning path looks better for the students that she has, or how does that look from a state side versus what we're doing here?
Good question. And I'm not surprised. I thought you would have had that about technology because you've expressed your concerns. So for elementary, we have two requirements for technology for our students. One is the Lexia, that is for the reading intervention piece. And then we have Zern for math. Those are the two requirements. Now, I will say this, we have digital copies of our books online, but they also have paper copies. We do have some teachers, because LEAP test for grades 3, 4, and 5, it's on the computer. They have to type. So they want to do those things within their day to give them the practice to do those types of things on their devices. So that's a technology moment as well. And then we have resources that help them to pull up something for social studies, where there's some content in it called a Nearpod that some teachers use. But that's not a requirement. Like I said, it's Lexia for reading and Zern for math.
So what is the difference in the time frame of intervention versus instructional? And is that able to be, is there room for give and take in that?
So we have our core instructional components, and it's could be different for every grade level based off of their curriculum, and then the number of what's required by the State Department. And then we have intervention blocks. That's a 45-minute intervention block. For the upper grades, it could be a little less, just depending on how their schedules work out. But let's say for reading and when they do Lexia and Zern in K1, 2, and 3, and let me just say K1 and 2, they have a 45-minute block, but they're not on a device for the 45 minutes. There are multiple things happening in the classroom within that time. So for example, you may have a few students on their device doing Lexia. The teacher is at a small table, a kidney table, having maybe 3 or 4 students working with these students on specific skills that has been identified by data that they need some additional help. And then you have other students in the room that are working on, let's say, maybe they're practicing some reading passages and practicing oral reading fluency. So this is happening every day. And Lexia has minute requirements. It's not the same for every grade level, but you may need to get 80 minutes of Lexia minutes in for the week. So a teacher, we tell them you divide that up and you make the decision. I might be a student that's on my laptop for Lexia 10, 15 minutes a day. And then the rest of the time during that intervention piece, I'm meeting with the teacher or I'm doing some type of additional activity. And then it is the same process for Zern during the math intervention block of time. That is also 45 minutes.
With that, since we've had the scores have gone up so much in reading and math in elementary, are we staying right there, or have we ramped that up more? Or are we staying at a pause and what's worked and just staying there? Or are we taking a step ahead or higher than where we actually are? Does that make sense? In effort, are we keeping what we just did to step up those few steps and points, or are we going even further this year?
We have met with teachers throughout the summer with professional development. We've met with the administrators and our curriculum facilitators that are now called the instructional coaches that every elementary school has. We have tried to streamline that intervention process. Yes, we have a revised and updated ELA intervention guide and a math guide. And so we've in-serviced everybody on that. And then we have our instructional team. If they need some additional support, of course, they're out into the schools to help and assist with that. But we did revise it so that it's providing you with resources, but you're not just out there in a land and you don't know what to do. It's a very systematic process that we've tried to outline for them. Because it's never good enough. You always want to keep going. You always want to improve. I want elementary schools to be an A school. I consider it like winning the Super Bowl. I want to win the Super Bowl. Let's get there. We're going to keep moving because to me, at the end of the day, it's about reading, and I want these kids to be able to read, like we said earlier. It's not just about getting a score, and the scores are good. At the end of the day, it's about, can I read? Can I pick up a book and read? Can I decode a word? Can I read a sentence? Can I read a paragraph? And then can I understand what I read? So that is our ultimate goal.
I find that that's been the biggest thing because a lot of these children don't even know how to interact, so much less how are they going to read and then read out loud to be able to connect with people. That's just me, and I find that it's gotten better in the past 2 years. So kudos to you guys because I can't teach my darn nothing.
I have a question for secondary. I was watching at the high school level the woodwork class,
Mhm.
and I was wondering, do they also be able to do work outside the school, build for other people?
So our carpentry programs, yes. You'll see a lot of times in our carpentry programs, they will do projects in the class, and they do all the time kind of share those things out to sell to raise money. And they take those same funds to buy more materials, and they continue to build projects. Sometimes I know recently Morgan City High, I believe, they built. Was it the picnic tables? Was that this past year? It was the picnic tables, or they had some project. Yeah. Yeah, yes. And so, or Centerville, yeah, sorry. And so, again, to help other schools inside of the district. So our welding program kind of does the same thing. I know in Franklin, they built some barbecue pits. That was 2 years ago or so. And kind of, and they're really nice, by the way, because I looked at them like, oh, you build barbecue pits. Like, this is nicer than the one I have in my backyard. But yeah, so we do try to do some of that as well.
So if they want to build something for their school themselves, who will provide the material for them?
The school district does.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what I want.
we do.
Okay.
So we get, that goes through our CDF funds. That's our career development funds.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think all of the picnic tables at Morgan City High School were built by Morgan City High
They were,
Carpentry.
yeah.
And the Adirondack chairs
And our vocational
swings.
monies too. Yeah.
I have a question for you. So the different pathways, I would like to kind of think about that for a minute. If you're on like a college pathway, I think it's important that we still allow them to step off that path to develop a skill. Say if you were going something engineering, it'd be a great idea to take welding. Okay, be a great idea to take carpentry. These are skills that you can develop that will help you with part-time jobs, things like that, while you're in college. So I don't want to just say it's one pathway, right? That they can kind of
Correct.
step on and off. So having said that, we have a lot of opportunities for different skills, different dual enrollments, higher level classes that can help you out after high school. But unfortunately, if you don't take advantage of them while you're in high school, you miss out, right? So, kids are just constantly juggling sports, whether it's an athletic PE with whether I take athletic PE or I take welding or, and things like that, which you kind of miss out on some of those opportunities that we offer. So my question is there any way that we can maybe look at getting some of our high school credits, more of our high school credits at the junior high level? And I don't need an answer right now. I just kind of want you thinking along those lines. And I'm thinking mainly like health. I think we do Algebra 1 right now, but things like that. But maybe is there an opportunity for some of that to allow for more classes be taken in the high school?
So a lot of those credentialing is age requirement, of course.
Sure, but if we kind of push everything down, that it might open up some opportunities when they become a junior, senior. But look, and again, not necessarily looking for an answer right now. Just,
Yeah.
if you could think about those things.
So in order for them to get a high school credit with the teacher, you have to have a high school certified teacher in that content
No,
area. So
fair enough, but
that's just been one
I
of
see-
the
I see-
barriers over the years.
I see what you're saying about the health. One of the things we are looking at, because with comprehensive testing, which I didn't really get to get into today, because that would be the next hour that you'd be here with me, but the state has shifted to comprehensive testing for ELA and math. And so, it's possible that we've kind of talked about this where, right now we currently offer Algebra 1, but is that the smartest decision for the student's success? Because now students starting in the year 27, 28, so not this school year. This school year is a normal, for lack of better words, normal testing year. 27, 28, though, the game is going to change for testing. And what that means is, students will no longer be taking an Algebra 1 and a geometry end of course test, they're going to be taking it at the end of the sophomore year. So now as an instructional team, we have to determine how are we going to prepare these students to learn and retain this information over a 2-year period to be successful in that comprehensive test, which now will almost function like taking an ACT test or taking any other nationally recognized test. So, but
I don't want to get specific about which class, just saying in general,
Right.
some classes, throwing out some ideas, whether it be a health, things like that, that you would need just
Yeah.
for graduation, that take up a high school
yes,
time
a
slot,
piece
right?
of it, yeah,
So,
for sure.
any of those things, and just kind of keep that in mind. And then,
And
I
one
guess my
thing with
last
that though too, with block scheduling, it enables the students to have access to more opportunities
Absolutely.
than
And
on a
like I'm saying, I
7
wish,
by 7.
for myself, that I would have been able to take a welding or a carpentry or
Correct.
something like that to get that skill while it's offered to you in high school. Again, part-time work, hey, college, I thought I was going to college. Hey, it's not for me. I'm going to go do something else. I have that skill now to fall back on. But
And
again, just a comment, not really, trying to pin you down on an answer.
no, I hear you.
But another thing, just another question, I don't need an answer right now, but what can this board do to support you guys better? Okay, I love the gains, love everything that that we're presenting here. Is there anything that we can do that is hindering you? What lane is it? Hopefully it's none of them that are our lane. It's all the
Lane
state.
one.
No, it's the state, the state or the
Yeah.
federal government, whatever it is. But please
Sure.
make sure and I'm sure you guys do, communicate with the superintendent and let us know. I mean, we want to support you guys for sure, and just keep that in mind.
So, and to say that, like I was just gonna, when you were saying all these things, life for a high school student is hard. It is hard, and that's one of the things we talk about in our administrative discussions on the high school level and middle school all the time because you're right, there's so many opportunities. And as adults, we see it all and we want to give them all. But sometimes the kids will come to us and they say, I just want to play football. And I want to go to the homecoming dance on Saturday, so I can't make that thing the class you wanted me. So it's trying to help them see where their interests are and be able to kind of push them into those directions so they see it, because some of them are like, I'm just trying to be 14. 15. Yeah, that's kind of the struggle, right, that we see on both sides, because as adults, we want you to get it all, which is, again, why we push all those IBCs, whether you're a 4-year track student or if you're going into Jumpstart, doesn't matter. We want you to have access to all of these different things. So, but noted, I will definitely keep it in mind to think about ways that y'all can kind of help us out in those areas. So that'd be appreciated.
So thank y'all so much on this side of
Still made it on
instruction. And while our special ed department gets set up and catches a breath and ready to go, y'all can take a quick couple minutes as a in and out type of break. Let them get set up. We'll reset the room and
Them off track. I promised them they'd be done by 2. Okay, Ms. McClarity, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Okay, we're gonna get started by saying.
Team, I talk loud enough sometimes I don't even use the mic. I'm a loud talker because I can't hear.
I have it for our minutes, so that's how Elodie gets our minutes. So just make sure.
Okay, first of all, I'm Deborah McClarity. I'm the Director of Special Ed. Been doing this for quite some time. My whole life has been special education because it's dear to my heart because I have, my mom was in a wheelchair and she raised all of us in a wheelchair. So that's what led me to where I am today. I have a wonderful, wonderful team that I work with. And I would like to introduce those team members who are here today to you. Miss Lancel's not here due to another funeral in her family. We're going to keep her in our prayers. Mr. Steve Harris is here. He is Related Services, and he's going to tell you what he does. Bonnie Das is Pupil Appraisal. She's going to tell you what she does. Carmen Lagarde has an interesting job because she has elementary coordinator. She's our elementary coordinator of special education, and she stays very, very, very busy. Almitra Stansberry is our secondary coordinator of special education, and as you know, school just opened up, so we had a wonderful day on yesterday, in a good sense. Susan Tragle is our gifted and talented person, which that program has taken off tremendously. And then last but not least is we have Miss Sadie, our IEP facilitator. They don't like to see her coming sometimes, but she comes. And that's how I'm going to introduce the staff that's here today, that we work together as a team. I want to start off by saying who we serve. We serve every kid in this district, whether they're special ed or regular ed, because guess what? They have to come to us for evaluation. So we basically serve everybody at some point. Graduation accountability, Stansbury is going to talk to you some about that. Success we celebrate. We have a lot of successes that we celebrate on our elementary level, on our high school level. I don't want to take the thunder. So when we started to decide who was going to do what parts, they did not want me to talk about that. They want to talk about that. So I said, okay, you can talk about that. Strategies for continuous improvement, professional learning opportunities, and preparing our students for future success. And we have all those things that we're going to briefly talk to you about because some people can talk and never shut up, and I'm one of those persons. So I'm going to try to stick to what I was told that I needed to do today. But I want to start off, I see you have this chart up here, so don't look at that right now. I want to talk to you about our IDA counts. A lot of people wondered, okay, how do special ed get those IDA counts? We have an MFP count. And in that MFP count, just like the regular kids have an MFP count, we have an MFP count. Okay, that MFP count includes our gifted and talented students as well, okay? Those students are collected in the count that you all get. When I say you all get, that whoever does statistics for us, it's in that count. IDA count is another count. That counts the IEPs that we generate for this district. I'm going to give you the counts from last year because I want you to know this. And the counts on the IDEA side was 1,327 IEPs that we generate in this district. Okay? So every time we generate an IEP, get it into SIR, right, Sadie? And have it approved. That's cha-ching, and I hate to say it like that, but that's a money count. Okay? Where does that money go? Along with the MFP money? In the general fund. A lot of people think we take that money. No, we don't. We have a separate pot of money that I have to use only for my special needs kids. But the other money that we generate goes straight into the general fund. And that money that goes into the general fund is the MFP count of gifted and talented students along with the other students. And that count is 1,829 students. And that's a big difference from the IEDA count, right? Because those counts, we do have IEPs on those kids, but they're disabled IEPs, okay? That means we can if they get into discipline issues, and that's the easy way I can explain it to you, that they can follow the discipline rules. My other kids, and I'm gonna talk about discipline, but because Miss Lansing's not here, and I don't want to go to steal her thunder, but I'm gonna do it. The other IEPs are that we not protect, but we guide the principals in working with interventions for those types of students. And I want to start with that because I wanted you guys to understand the difference between the two counts and how and where that money goes. But on the screen you have, and I thought this was the best way I could explain this to you and use all of the tiers that was given to us to use to make sure that you're getting what you need. This is our LEA determination results. And I know, Ms. Black, you probably know this because you received one yourself. Every year we get this, and this year's from 24-25. Now, 25-26, we're going to get in September, October, or whenever they're going to release it. They should have released it by now because she said she was at teacher leave, but she did not. So they released this one to us. As you can see on the screen, we have a total of 36 points that we can get. But we only earned 34, which is a 94 point. Okay. Okay. Because I have it in front of me. I'm like, okay, technology. Thank you, Caleb. 94.44%. Those tiers determines everything that we do. They count everything that we do in special ed. So we can't say we get away with anything in essence. You have your tier 1 indicators. Graduation rate per student in the cohort. Here, and I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a teacher. I got to go to the screen. You have your state target here, which is 90%. That's what the state says we should do. What did our LEA do? 90.41%. So our graduation percent of our students with disabilities graduating in the cohort was higher than what the state.
Ms. McClarity, is that, that's not including your gifted and talented though, right? That's just your students with disabilities.
My kids, yes.
That's awesome.
Just my kids. Graduated improvement percentage point difference in the graduate rate from the previous year to year. Last year the state had 5.1% points per year. We had 8.41%. So did we attain what the state said we should? Yes, we got all our 6 points there. That's awesome, y'all. That's awesome. So when you determine the facts, can you kind of move it up a little bit? Thank you. Okay, thank you. The statewide assessments. This is performance of students with disabilities at ELA. Now, you know, we don't have the best percentages there sometimes, but we're moving trending in the right directions. For the year 2024, 63.5% of the state target, we had 18.94%. Did we meet the state target? No. Did we improve? Yes. So we got 2 points. It's not how far you move the needle, it's how you move the needle. And in special ed, we can't just move the needle as fast as regular ed can move the needle. Every point counts for us. Improvement. And we have constantly seen improvement after improvement in our department. Statewide assessment percent of top growth in the LA, the state had 42%. That's why I go back to just what I said, preface just what I said. 44%, yes. So you're seeing growth there. So we got all 3 of our points there. Statewide assessment performance of students with disabilities on statewide math. 50%, 19.18%. Did we meet our target? No. Are we growing in that target area? Yes. We got 2 points out of 3 points. Statewide assessment progress percentage of top growth in math, 42%. You see the little growth here? That what? 45%. Did we grow? Yes. Did we get points? Yes. So cohort credentials obtained, percentage of youth with IEP graduating from high school and earning an advanced or basic statewide credential. State target is 42%. Our LEA did what? 71.2%. Cohort credential obtained improvement percentage of points difference in graduation rate from the previous year to year. The state had 3 points, we had 1.2. Did we earn all our points there? Yes. Are we improving in those departments of this department? Yes, we are. And like I said, we may move at a snail's pace, but we're moving. And the state doesn't penalize you for not moving. They penalize you for moving because they are constantly seeing the growth that you're doing. You gotta remember, our kids don't grow as fast as the regular ed kids, but they are growing. Kayla, thank you. Okay. Oh. There it is. Okay. This is the tier 2 indicators. LEA identified the significant discrepancy in rates of suspension and and expulsion. We do not expel our kids. Do we work with our kids? Yes, we do. So I could read this to you, but you'll see disproportionality, race, ethnicity, and by disabilities. None of that we have. None of that we do. Did we used to have this? Yes. I'm going to go to my older people here, Bonnie Millie especially, because we worked this report. We would have yes, yes, yes. For the past 6 years, it's been no, no, no. That for 15% we had to give up, we don't have to give it up anymore. Because guess what? We're doing what we need to do here. We're not expelling, we're not doing this, we're not doing this. Because these are the indicators that the state is looking for. And we don't do any of that, so we got all those points in that category. And you, guys, you don't know how hard it is to get out of this. Because when you put Black kids, Asian kids, and all those other kids combined together in a tier, and they look at it and say, why are you overrepresenting these kids? It's hard to get out. But, you know, when you evaluate, and I'm sure the evaluators, Ed Dyes and all of those people, but the team that I have, I'm very proud of because they do an excellent job working shorthanded year after year after year. Because we evaluate over, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Miller, how many evaluations did you have this past school year?
Bonnie, you told me 800 2 weeks ago.
So it's like eight, almost 900. That's a team of people. That's just not her. That's just not me. That is a team of people. You have Ed Dyes, you have a speech therapist, you have AP, PT, OT, who am I missing? School psychologists, social workers. That a speech therapist. That is a team that takes one evaluation. Oncologists, audiologists. All those people come together in one room. Yes, I mean, a lot of people don't realize what we do, but all those people come. Well, I know, Ms. Britt, you do, because you worked in that office. A lot of, that's a team sitting down saying, we need this for this kid, we need this for this kid, we need this for this kid. Once you pull that IEP to get that evaluation together, it has to be typed up, sent to this secretary, sent to that secretary, sent to that, and then it becomes legal. So it is a process, and it's a 60-day process. It's not that, they call one of y'all, parents call y'all and say, I put in for evaluation, special education, and they haven't evaluated my child. No, because by bulletin 1508, we have to have 60 days to really complete that evaluation. Okay, and here it goes again. Med evaluation timelines. I'm talking again on my screen here, y'all, excuse me. 95% from the state, 97.20% from us. And that is a yes. And that is a good yes, because once again, I'm short of 3 ed diagnosticians, and I'm short of 3 psychologists. They have to do 800, and this year will probably be more. We probably move that needle to more than 800 evals that comes through the office. So every chance I get to highlight this team, I'm going to do it because they work very, very hard. And I'm not saying that because they're sitting here. I tell them that every Monday when we have a staff meeting, every Monday, because they do. Post-secondary goals, requirements in the IEP, that's stated. 95% NA, no. Nothing, not applicable there. Tier 3 indicators. Met timelines for Part C to Part B eligibility by third birthday. That's your early intermediate services. A lot of people don't know we do that. That's NA, but we do it. It comes to us from early steps, community action. I mean, it's just a team of people that we work with outside of the school system that kind of connects us together. It connects outside with the inside. Timely and accurate data. LEA time and accurate submitted 618 child count certifications. Yes, we did. All of our data, everything we have to send to the state. And boys and girls, we have to send some things to the state. It's a constant that they want from us. That is required of us, not just because they want, it is required of us to do. And they can tell you it has to be done in a timely manner. And we had 1 point for that. We meet all requirements for that. LEA had no uncorrected non-compliance of corrective action plan related to IDA monitoring. Thank God. But I am on the list this year. I forgot to tell you on that. So this district will be, I know, I was trying to hold that, but I couldn't. We will be monitored in-house. And when I said we're going to be monitored in-house, that means they're going to come and turn our office upside down. They're going to pull IEPs. They're going to get the names from the state up there, and they're going to come down and pull them and sit down with me and several other people in my office and go through them. We have been monitored maybe that way, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and we did not fare well because I had to end up to do the corrective action plan. I was coordinator at the time, and I'm just hoping that we have gotten so many good results from this that we don't have to have that corrective action plan done again. I'm hoping and praying. But we are on the list to be monitored and out. We were monitored by DEA last year, and we fared very well. So I'm hoping that this desk monitoring is going to be, in-house monitoring, excuse me, is going to go just as well as the others have.
Ms. McClarity, the one that says by third birthday, is that the group of students that we have to, we're responsible as a district for evaluating in that birth to 3-year-old stage, that they're not our students yet, but we still have to evaluate them?
Kids, am I correct?
Gotcha.
Yes, that's your 700.
The 700 code? Okay, okay,
That's
okay.
700 kids code that we put in.
Okay.
You know, they're not the hours, but they're not hours. Does that kind of make sense to you? Because the state regulations say we have to do what we do. So yeah, the hours, but they're not hours. In essence, there's 700 kids. And that's my spiel. For anybody have questions for me, because I'll be back up in a few minutes. Actually, want to stay there. Oh, you put me next? Well, yeah, that's how it fell, yeah. Okay, I thought I was going to sit down for a minute and let somebody else come up, but I'm going to be Miss Barbara Lansing today. Like I said earlier, she had a funeral. Behavior supports. Let me flip over here. Okay. Why it matters. Every behavior communicates a need. Effective behavior supports increase engagement, improve safety, and reduce disruption, and maximize instructional time. Our philosophy is, and our push is, instead of asking how we punish that behavior, we ask ourselves, why is the behavior occurring, and how can we teach a better way? And I know sometimes you get a call from principals, parents, saying they put my child out, they did all of these certain things. We have to look at what's the cause, the root cause of that behavior. And I know we have steps to follow. We just can't take a kid. I know the kid might be punching and kicking. It's things that we intervene with that. And let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you a little story, and I'm going to be short about it. I had surgery 2-3 years ago. Came back, should be saying this, but came back before I was supposed to come back and went to a classroom And guess what? The little boy kicked me right where I just had the surgery. I was mad because I had to go get a drug test. Because I wasn't mad at the kid because the kid did not know what he was doing. He didn't do it purposely. But did he hurt me? Yeah. Did I say anything about it? No. When I went to take the drug test, they found drugs in my system. They were like, oh, hold on. I'll take the drug. I have to take this drug because, and so I just brought the bottle to, I forgot what I brought it up here. And they said, okay. Then I got my doctor to sign up for me to officially come back to work. But when you're in a job like I do, you have all kind of issues, and I'm telling on myself here, but that's been 10 years ago, so y'all can't get me for that one. So, but I needed to be back. I needed to be back at work because I was getting behind. Okay. So, but I want you all to understand that when they call you, please call our office to ask us, did you go out and see? Did you go out and help that principal? Did you assist that principal? Because let me tell you something about Miss Lansing. She's a little woman, but she packed a big punch. Okay? She has so many strategies in place that we can help. But if you don't call us, we can't help. So behavior support, which I was talking about, focuses on building that relationship, consistency, accountability. Don't forget the teaching skills, because if the teacher and they're not teaching, guess what the kids doing? They're running around the room playing. And student success. In our office, we focus on all of these things, not only for behavior, but for everything we do. Because our first line in our office is, who comes first in our office? The students come first in our office. Okay, this is where it gets kind of interesting. Federal and state alignments. PBIS supports compliance with IDEA and Section 504 and Louisiana discipline reform requirements. Federal law requires schools to consider disability-related behavior needs and provides appropriate supports. That's what I'm talking about. We need to put things in place. PBIS is a state initiative. It's been around here for a long time. If they start off with that, as a teacher, I always started off with my kids on the first day of school. I asked them, what do you want me to do for you? And make them write it down. Then make them sign a little contract saying, I'm going to do such and such and such. When they break that contract, I call them to my desk and say, come on, you told me you was going to do this on that day. That's a part of PBIS. Okay? A student with an IEP or IAP may be removed for up to 10 school days in a school year under the same disciplinary procedures as students without disabilities. Okay? Examples of supports, and I think I've talked about all these already. Behavior intervention plan, social emotional instruction. And we can talk about it. I could talk about that for 2 or 3 hours standing up here. Because right now in this world, every kid needs a counselor. Every kid needs a counselor. I don't care whether it's regular ed or special ed. Because they come to school with baggage. And if we don't understand that baggage when they come to school, come to us, we have a problem. We have to remember, reach back into those kids' homes and say, okay, I know that Johnny didn't have this morning. We have to give it to him. Okay? Positive behavior strategies and individualized support. It goes back to what I just said, reaching into the homes. District actions, what we do, behavior intervention support, school counselor collaboration, BIP training for SPAN and 504 facilitators, administrative, legal, and compliance training, we do that. Restorative practices, we got to use those restorative practices, guys. Data monitoring and parent partnerships, compliance coordinator support. Let's go back to this data monitoring. What we do at the end of the year is we look at all of the schools, see how many kids was put out, what they was put out for, and all those types of things. Then we sit down and we say, okay, we need to look at this one. Give me the one that they all the time, disrespect for authority. That is your running thing. We have to understand what's the difference between disrespect and I just don't want to do it at this time. And we have kids like that. It's not that they're being disrespectful. Some of you all might say, oh, they just want to baby their kids. Because I have been told that I just want to baby my kids. No, it's not that. They have issues, underlying issues that goes back to what? School counseling, mental health. And if we don't focus on their mental health, we're not going to get those kids to be successful in school. So that's what we try to do when we wrap all this behavior stuff around. Okay? So we support students every day by building safe, inclusive, and successful schools, safe schools, equity and inclusion. My main goal, student success, data-driven decision, and strong partnerships with the parents. That's what we do when we go out to principals and deal with behavior. Any questions? Yeah, one more? Okay, what success look like for our students? More instructional time, which is wonderful. Attendance improved, increased academic engagement, better relationship, improved self-regulation, teaching them how to when they get upset. My thing is, I had this little spot in my room, and I'm a member of Alpha Kappa sorority, I guess you can see that. And I had this little pink thing that when our kids get upset, go and grab the pink thing, sit down, talk about it, talk to it, it's a little bear, come back when you're ready. If you want to bring it to your seat and let that be your comfort thing, that's fine with me, long as you listen to me and getting some education. So we have to get away from these things about, oh, I don't want to do this in the classroom. I don't want to do that in the classroom. Those kids need that. You wouldn't believe how many kids still have stuffed animals, high school kids, that they have with them. Because guess what? That's a mental health thing with them. They feel secure with that. Until we realize that in this world, not only in this district, but in this world, we're gonna get away from some of these mental health issues. Fuel, what's gonna happen with the schools? They're gonna have few office referrals, safe learning environment, increased teacher support, strong school climates, and better long-term outcomes for these children. Behavior support is not lowering expectations. I don't want you to think that. We're not lowering our expectations for the kids. It's about teaching the skills and improving outcomes and creating a safe environment where all students can succeed and have success. Because if we don't do this, then that graph I just showed you will not be where it is if we don't have good behavior support. Students with disabilities may be suspended or expelled for violating the district code of conduct. People don't understand that. They think that a special ed kid can be expelled. Yes, they can. If we follow that procedure, they can go just like any regular ed kid. And then a lawyer will tell you that. Hamilton Seals is in my back pocket every day. I've been dealing with them for, I want to say over 20, 25, 30 years. But a special ed kid can't be suspended. A special ed kid can't be expelled. However, IDA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 requires schools to follow additional disciplinary procedures that take into account the student's disability. So they can be. So when somebody tells you they can't, say, no, you need to call Office of Special Education. It's the principal following. It's that special ed teacher have that behavior plan, functional behavior assessment, all those things in place. If they do, see you later, bye-bye, you're going to go wherever a regular ed kid is going. These procedures may vary based on the length and the type of disciplinary action, the behavior that led to the action, implementation of the business, like I said, and whether the behavior is related to the student's disability. Administrators, we all know this little 10-day rule. They remove up to 10 days. Don't go to 11, up to 10 days. After 10 days, a manifestation determination must be conducted before additional disciplinary removal that constitute a change of placement. Once you do a change of placement, and Bonnie, I know I'm going into your thing, I'm sorry. Because when you talk about this, it all connects. Once you do a change of placement, guess what happens? An evaluation is done. So that's added to the little 3 psychologists I have, that's added to their caseload some more. Okay? So we have to make sure that we follow those procedures so that we all can work together in conjunction and be successful with these students. Schools may remove a student up to 45 days, regardless of the MDR outcome, whether the incident involves a weapon, illegal drugs, or serious bodily injury. So, what you guys understand, we can suspend, we can remove, we just have to follow procedure. And I'm a procedure girl because guess what? As I go to these conferences to get professional learning, I'm here for a $2 million lawsuit. This school board can't afford a $2 million lawsuit because if we get sued, that money is not coming out of IDA, it's coming out of the general fund. So that's why we in this office work so hard to make sure that we are following procedures. Our office is the procedural office. You've got to follow federal law in that office. Because if you don't, it's like the attorney told me the other day, job security. I'm going to get you and you're going to pay me. And I tell them all the time, I don't want to pay you. Because we don't have the money to pay you. Okay? So I hope you enjoyed my quick synopsis presentation. So I think Bonnie's up, which leads you into what I was talking about.
Thank you, Ms. McClarity.
Any questions? First of all, any questions? Okay. There we go.
Okay, so hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bonnie Das, Coordinator of Pupil Appraisal for the district. I'm gonna talk to you briefly about Child Find. Ms. McClarity spoke a little bit about IEPs, and the first step for students to receive an IEP is through the evaluation process, and that's where Child Find comes in. Child Find, if you wanna go back, stay on the first slide for a second. Okay, thanks. Okay, so Child Find is an active process where we don't just search for children, we actively look for them. We don't wait for people to call us and seek us out. We actively search children out. We look for children who may have disabilities. We look for children who are in the community, maybe not old enough to be enrolled in school, or 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, sometimes students who are of school age and are not enrolled in school. We actively look for those children, and if we find children that may be in need of services, we help them come to us and go through the process to receive services. Child Find is special education within the school system. We service children from age 3 through age 22. Prior to age 3, there's a program called Early Intervention. It's called Early Steps. It's through the Louisiana Department of Health and Hospitals, and that is the agency that services children from birth to 3 with disabilities. Many times children are born with significant disabilities. They're born with all kind of, maybe they have cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, maybe just muscular dystrophy, or maybe they're just developmentally delayed. They don't have a diagnosed disability. They're just not, they're not meeting those developmental milestones on time. And so there are programs available that help children as early as birth. And those children receive therapies in the home. And Ms. McClarity spoke earlier about the transition process, Part C to Part B. Part C is that birth to 3. Part B is the educational system. So whenever students who are turning age 3 who have been receiving services, they come to us to have a little screening and a little assessment done to see if they've overcome those challenges. They may not need services anymore, or in some cases, they do still continue to need services. Well, Early Steps can't see them after age 3, so guess what? Starting at age 3, that's where we come in. And we service children starting at age 3, sometimes in the home. Sometimes the parents bring them to us for what we call off-campus services. It's sort of like an outpatient therapy appointment. Perhaps you have a 3-year-old who maybe isn't walking yet, or a 3-year-old who isn't talking yet. You spoke earlier about children having difficulty interacting with others, and I'm glad you brought that up, and I made kind of a note of that here on my little talking points, because that is something that we have observed over the last few years that is a huge concern. Children have a great deal of difficulty interacting with others. I don't know why. There's a lot of research done, there's a lot of suggestions, a lot of potential answers. But it is a problem, and children have a great deal of difficulty interacting with their peers, with adults. We're finding that they're having increased difficulty in regulating their emotions. Sometimes they don't know how to ask for help. They don't know how to express frustration. And so that's where early intervention comes in. And by partnering those children with a therapist or a special instructor, speech therapist, OT, host of different services, we can step in very early and intervene with that child so they can overcome those challenges. So by the time they come to school, they're able to do those things. They can go through the cafeteria line and pick up their tray. They can wait their turn. They can raise their hand. They can ask to go to the bathroom. They can solve disagreements with each other without fighting because they've had that early intervention where the teacher has sat with them and taught them what to do when it's not their turn and they're frustrated. And instead of having a tantrum, they can say, I want my turn. And they can discuss that and work that out with each other, and they learn how to get along and compromise. And so it makes their school experience so much more successful, not just for themselves, but for their classmates, their parents, their teachers. So back to the active process of child find. We have literature that we distribute throughout the district. In particular, we target pediatrician's office, physician's office, places that service children in the community, where parents have information on where parents can go for help. With our special needs students, every child in the school system receives an education. Every child is special. Every child is different. Differences are unique. So differences are wonderful. Sometimes differences can cause children to have challenges in school. But regardless of their differences or their disabilities, every child deserves an education. And there's an education available to everybody. That education may look different for different people, but just like people out in the non-school world who maybe have different abilities or different needs or different lifestyles within the school setting, children have those different needs as well. And so we're prepared to meet those needs to help every child be successful and every child reach their full level of potential. Every child every child with a disability and without a disability has so much to offer and to contribute, not just to their families and those around them, but to society as a whole. And our goal is to help those children reach their full potential so that they can contribute back to the society when they exit the school system at age 22 or 18 or whenever they exit. On to the next slide. I just wanted to talk, briefly about the school building level committee. Whenever parents have a concern about how their child's doing in school, every school, every school has a team called the school building level committee, and that's a committee of people at school who are there available to help. So when a child's having a need and a parent has a concern, they can sit down at a table of people that are knowledgeable about what's going on with that child, and that team can come together and focus on solutions and find ways to help that child. Sometimes it's an evaluation. Sometimes it's just finding interventions for that child. Sometimes it's, it can be a host of all other things. Thank you so much. But there's a team of people everywhere at every school within the office to help the children.
Excuse me, while she's drinking, we used to send out anonymity letters to the district. Report card time, everybody would get a letter. Every kid in the district would get a letter saying, if your child needs support from this, that, and the other, send to the Office of Special Education. Now we post that on the web.
Yeah.
For the parents. And they can go at any time and fill that form out and send it to us and say, we need to look at little Deborah. She's having difficulty sending back. So I just want to let you guys know.
So basically, just in a nutshell to wrap up my section, child find means that we're here to help. We're available to help. If people have concerns, parents, family members, anybody has a concern about their child's development, disability, special needs, they can always contact us and we can point them in the right direction of where they need to go to take that first step to receive the help that their child needs. Okay? Any questions? Oh, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Appreciate it.
afternoon. I'm gonna try to speed things up a little bit because I know y'all ready to go home. It's Saturday, but a few things I want to talk about for my section is I oversee all age 3-year-olds through 5th grade. So not just elementary kids. I do have some littles that come before that, but this slide should have said LEAP and LEAP Connect, but I'm gonna briefly tell you that the majority of elementary students in St. Mary Parish take the regular LEAP assessment. I don't have a whole big population of LEAP Connect students because the criteria to become a LEAP Connect student is much harder in elementary school. And to be able to be a LEAP Connect student in elementary, from 3rd grade to 5th grade, is they have to score a standard deviation of 3.0 below the mean. That's after our school psychs and Ms. Bonnie's people that she oversees give tests, and they have to score 3.0 standard deviations below the mean to qualify. It gets easier after elementary to qualify for those things. The problem is the State Department does not take into consideration their adaptive scores, how well they do socially anymore. They don't even look at it. So it's a little bit more difficult, so we don't have a big population. But I
Ms.
wanted to-
Lagarde, just real quick, for those
Yes.
who don't know, can you just explain what LEAP Connect is?
LEAP Connect, like it says, is like an alternate assessment where the kids are not tested in the same manner as our regular LEAP kids are tested. It's a one-on-one test that's given to kids individually. They get everything accommodated for them. Everything will be read aloud. They can use different manipulatives based on their need. But it's not a stressful situation. They go in with their teacher and they go over the questions. They don't have to finish it in one session. They can come back if they're having a bad day, if they start having a meltdown or whatever, they can come back another day and finish it. They just have to finish it in a time frame. LEAP Connect is only tested in ELA, math, and science. And science is only done in 5th and 8th grade, and then high school area too. But in elementary sections, those are the only sections. Again, LEAP Connect is for our kids with the most significant cognitive disabilities. It's not going to be somebody who just can't read well or whatnot. They go through a battery of tests to figure out who qualifies and who does not. And most recently, the State Department put in our literacy and numeracy assessments that our younger kids, our K-2 kids, have to take. And so there are alternate assessments for them as well. And so they have to have a cognitive score. If they do not, there's a rubric that has to be completed by the IEP team to include pupil appraisal. And it has to be decided whether we believe that this child fits that mold or not. It's very hard to qualify, and the IEP has to be very specific as to what is being taught to that kid and how it's being taught throughout the day for them to qualify. But that's in elementary is very few, okay? But I wanted to share some data, and I can't say thank you to Ms. Hewitt, but she's gone. But I just wanted to share some of our successes over the last year. So from last year to this year, ELA from last year to this year went from 13.8% proficiency, when I mean proficiency, mastery and above, in special ed only, 13.8% proficiency to 16.3. That's a growth of 2.5% in 1 year. Math was 10.9% last year. This year it was 14.8, so that's a 3.9 percentage increase. Science was 10.3% last year, 11.3% this year, so that's a 1 point increase. And because our kids are taking the regular tests, because our kids are going into the regular classes for at least ELA and math, you know, those kids that are on the bubble where we don't know if they're significant enough to take the LEAP Connect or they're needing to stay in the LEAP area, we're making them go out. We're making them hear the regular content. That's very important for those kids to be included. So I just wanted to touch on that briefly, but you can go to the next one. And that kind of brings me into inclusion. Inclusion is not something that in St. Mary Parish we do in every resource class or every regular ed class. It has to fit what that child needs. It has to fit into their daily schedule based on their academic or social needs. We do it as much as possible, and we try to do it as the first string of intervention for that kid. But what I want to point out is because I've been in every category. I've been in elementary, junior high, high school, in different capacities. And what I can tell you in St. Mary Parish is the regular ed kids, we don't have a whole lot of them making fun of our special services students because we do include them in almost everything. If the student's capable of going to an assembly, we include them. If they're capable of playing an activity or doing a role of some sort, we include them. And so the kids are very accepting and they help them, they take up for them. I've seen it with my own eyes. My children have told me what has gone on in their classrooms too. So we include them as much as possible. It matters because they are important, just like Ms. Bonnie said, they're important in their own capacity. And so we're trying to push this a little bit more, but we have to see where it fits in the children's needs and what that they need is more important than anything else. And so also with that being said, when it comes to the next slide, the literacy and numeracy, our special ed kids in elementary and junior high school, but our elementary kids take part in all of the interventions that are provided to our regular ed students as well. Not to the extent that they have to do it, which are required components for them, because sometimes when our kids are pulled out and go to the resource class, it's during intervention time. So they're gonna get as much of it as they can, but my teachers are instructed in the elementary section in kindergarten through second to focus on foundational skills. So whether you're pulling them for 30 minutes or 120 minutes, you are focusing on literacy and numeracy. That's it. Because we got to get those foundations stronger so when they do get to third, fourth, and fifth grade, we can move a little faster with those students. And so therefore, in kids in third through fifth grade, we start with some foundations and we work in the curriculum. Because at that point, we're hopefully, catching up a little bit more on target with their peers. But they do take part in all interventions as much as their needs allow. Okay, my teachers are instructed to use those components to pull their foundations and work with them in small groups. Okay, work with them on their basic individual needs. And in our whole SPED department, we are a data-driven department. And so that's basically one of my slogans this year, data-driven. Every decision you make is data-driven. You bring it to the IEP meeting to talk to the parents about, because if it's a fact, it's a fact. And that's what we need to improve on, okay? Keep our emotions in check and our opinions in check, and we only do data-driven decisions. And so far, just in 1 year, we've seen that improvement. So like I said, I told you I would keep it short, but everything else, if you guys get a copy of this or need a copy of it, we can get you that. Thank you. Oh, do y'all have any questions? I'm sorry. No questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Elmitra Stansberry, the Coordinator of Secondary Special Services. And I would like to talk about the importance of core instruction. Students who struggle benefit from high-quality core instruction, high-quality curriculum, and instructional materials. Special education and intervention services are in addition to, not instead of, core instruction, especially in reading, English language arts, and math for many students. So providing accommodations and modifications during classroom instruction supports students in mastering grade level content. So we're making sure that our students have access to the regular education curriculum just as the other students do. When we look at our literacy and numeracy interventions, we have Lexia for ELA, Zern for math, iReady for math, and now we have Savvy Adaptive for math. And I just want you all to know that I do work closely with the ELA and math instructional specialists, trying to know what they're doing so we're all on the same page with everyone to assure that students with disabilities have the same access to all of the high quality curriculum. We can stay on this slide, but I just want to talk a little bit about Leap Connect. I know Ms. Lagarde talked about Leap Connect, and she talked about their qualifications in order to be Leap Connect. So for middle school students, it has changed last year as well. Now students have to be at least 2.5 or more standard deviations below the mean in order to qualify for Leap Connect. And once again, the state does not recognize adaptive behavior to qualify. So We have saw a change in that, so we had students that have had been tested in Leap Connect previously, and this year they had to take the regular Leap. So we're just going to continue to work with those students, working with Mrs. Clark and trying to find pathways, especially for when they get to high school, how we're going to attack those things. All right, so now we can move on. I want to talk a little bit about transition services. So transition services is a coordinated results-oriented process designed to improve academic and functional achievement while preparing students for life after high school. So we're always trying to collaborate not only with students and teachers and parents, but with the community. So post-secondary outcomes or post-secondary education, of course, when they're in high school, they have to choose a path. They have Jumpstart, and then they have the TOPS University pathway. A lot of our students, they follow the Jumpstart pathway. So we have for post-secondary outcomes, vocational education, also integrated employment, included supported employment, independent living, community participation, adult services, and continuing and adult education. Some of the key components of transition services are student-centered planning, age-appropriate assessments, coordinated effort, an IEP requirement by age 16 or earlier. And we're here in St. Mary, we're saying earlier. The Louisiana Department of Education just kind of gave us some guidance with transition checklists starting with middle school. And this year we're rolling it out in middle school. We're just starting about having those conversations about what they want to do when they grow up, their careers, just helping them to self-advocate for themselves and just to have their mind to start brainstorming on those things as far as post-secondary components of their life. And our teachers will be using the transition checklist starting in middle school, and those will be housed in their IEP folder. And Mrs. Clinton has added that to the IEP checklist, correct? Yes, we're adding it to the IEP checklist. All right. Next. Okay, now I want to talk about our transition core team. St. Mary Parish has a wonderful transition core team. Sometimes the different agencies, the people change, but the services do not change. And we are blessed here in St. Mary to have the people on our team that we do have. So, a strong network of community partners working together to empower students with disabilities for a successful transition to adulthood. And I would like to mention a few of our community partners. We have South Central Louisiana Human Service Authority, Louisiana Rehabilitation Services with the Office of Workforce Development. And when I tell you LRS, they love LRS. Parents love LRS. They're so happy to learn about LRS and all of the services that they offer. They offer so many services. We have the Arc of St. Mary with Center of Hope, Disability Rights Louisiana, South Louisiana Community College, Young Memorial Campus, and Franklin Campus. And I see Dr. Wilson is here, and I just want to say thank you, Dr. Wilson, for all that you do for our students. Bayou Land Families Helping Families, St. Mary Behavioral Health, Nicholls State University Office of Disability Services, United Home and Nation Vocational Rehabilitation Services, and Intertribal Council of Louisiana. Why do these partnerships matter? They matter because they help students with career exploration, employment opportunities, independent living skills, post-secondary planning, family engagement, adult agency connections, and community inclusion. And this year, our transition meetings are going to be held this semester in the fall semester so that our seniors can be planning all year. They have all year to get their mind wrapped around what is it that I am going to do once I graduate high school. And even though the teachers work on transition in the classrooms, we want to get us all around the table. And I have such a wonderful opportunity to be a part of every transition meeting in St. Mary Parish with each of our seniors. It is wonderful to see the parents so excited. Some parents, they are concerned, and we're able to sit around the table and have those conversations. So our ultimate goal is graduation, career, and community readiness. All right, on the next slide, that is our transition core team brochure. So it's a trifold. So I just put the front of it up there so that you guys can see. This is a brochure that every parent or student, if they're 18 or over, they get that brochure at every IEP meeting and at their transition meeting. And on the inside, it has all of our community partners and members listed with their names, telephone numbers, email addresses, and contact information. So transition is such a beautiful thing. And our students, we always have to do a 1-year follow-up with our students after they graduate. And that's just one of the things that is required. So we just want to make sure that they're doing good or whatever they may be doing. Does anyone have any questions or comments about secondary special education?
I want to say something, I'm sorry, I want to say something that you probably didn't remember putting anything, but our kids go out on community service.
Community-based, yeah.
Community-based
Yes.
service, where they elect, maybe the forest, where the kids can go and sit out and have a meal, learn how to read a menu, learn how to do those things. Maybe they'll go to a place for welding, some of them go to, SLCC or community,
Yes.
in Morgan City to see those skills. They do that once a month. So if you see them out in the community, that's what they're doing. And they're not just going to have fun, but that is the service that we provide once a month for our high school kids.
Yes.
And our junior high kids. That begins the process as to what I want to become or what I want to do. Because we all know all kids are not college bound kids. Every kid is not going to college. So you need to set them up to decide what am I going to do now. That's why transition starts now at the junior high level, which is a good thing.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So
That's okay. Thank you, Ms. Clarity.
I just want to address the time. We did have to pause 10 minutes in the middle of the team right before this. We had to pause 10 minutes for them. And then we took a little 10-minute before SPED got to start. So we really do have 20 minutes left of their planned presentation. And I feel like if we shut it down, it's not fair to them because they worked so hard. So could y'all stick it out for another 20, please? Please, please. All right. Thank y'all so much. I just wanted to do a time check, Ms. McClarity, to make sure we good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Moore, Dr. Wilson.
I just wanted to say that I want to commend you all for the transition team process. It is definitely an honor to be on the transition team, but we actually get to meet with every single student that's exiting in the system. One-on-one, not one-on-one, but as a group. But the amount of conversation and the important information that's shared with those individuals is just so informational. It's so helpful. And to see the look on their faces, their parents' faces, and guardians, just to know that there's a team of people that's backing them, that's pushing them along and encouraging them to, transition into whatever it is their heart's desire.
Yes.
But I'm excited about the fact that you're extending it to junior high on this year because there's a national push for it
Yes.
to be extended down into the junior high level. But the work that's done with that team and for everyone to take the time to come out every month and go to every single high school, it's a collective, collaborative effort, but it's actually an awesome experience.
Yes.
To share the information with those individuals and their families and help them to plan for success after transitioning out of the K-12 system.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Wilson.
I have a comment also. I was glad to see that y'all are partnering with Nickel State because we have an employee on our staff, Christy Gonzalez, and she's advocating for special need kids. And I know when I was working in Iberia Parish, I have a couple of kids in that program right now at Nickel State
Okay.
with the help of
They're
Christy.
there
So
to
she's
help
a
'em,
good
yes.
resource here for St. Mary Parish also.
Okay, thanks
Yes,
for
yeah,
letting us know.
yes.
Yeah.
They still do dyslexia screening over there like they used to do. Remember how we used to depend on Nichols for that at one point in time? They don't do that anymore?
They have a center.
It's
Mhm.
just expensive, so we don't wanna get into that where we have to pay them, okay?
Thank you.
I'm just saying.
Okay, hello. I am Sadie Clinton, and I'm gonna go through some IEP things. I'm gonna be pretty quick with it. Most people know what an IEP is already, so I'm not gonna go through all the ins and outs of that. But I do make sure that we maintain compliance on IEPs. I help new teachers to write IEPs and develop them and support them in that effort because there's a lot that goes into it. I believe that starting at the IEP level is how you set students up for success. You have data-driven IEPs that are going to inform instruction and help us to help those kids to make more progress. So with that, I want to talk about progress first. I pulled a compliance report from August of 2025 until June of 2026. And of the 1,840 something IEPs that she was talking about, we were at 98% compliance. It's not 100, but 98 is, it's not bad. I'm very, very proud of that. There's a lot that goes into it, a lot that goes into the development of not just compliant IEPs, but high quality IEPs. IEPs that are based in data, IEPs that can be implemented. They're aligned to this, the content standards. They're aligned to the connectors for Leap Connect kids. Good IEPs. We also have been able to use previous monitoring feedback to inform instruction on our behalf. What areas of the IEP are we going to focus on? What are we going to target? We were able to use that previous result to look at certain areas and improve it, to fix what we were having issues with. I personally think we're going to do awesome on monitoring when they come. I think we are. Overseeing all these IEPs, our teachers have come a really, really long way, and they do deserve a lot of credit for that. They're putting in the work, and they are making progress on that.
Y'all, they don't look at SIR to see all the IEPs? Like they have to come do the hard copies?
They wanna see the hard copies, they wanna see what this district is doing and how we do it. When we talk, I'll say that, I'm gonna say this here. We talk about the plastic, the present level.
That's what we targeting.
How those kids are working. What if we put them there and said, Deborah is gonna move, Deborah is gonna understand. So that's what they're looking for, and I can talk about that all day, but you know, the language.
And we got that. I'm confident that we have improved everyone.
A little bit, Dr. Sanders, whenever the State Department, there's so much, privacy considerations with personnel information. So when personnel of the State Department look at an IEP, they don't always have access to see what child that belongs to. So like and that's the reason, some of y'all that's ever seen IEPs, we're not allowed to put the student's name or the parent's name at the bottom of the IEP.
It's a state
So
ID.
when personnel of the State Department look at the IEP, all they see is a number. They see that student's state ID number. So they can see what the goals are, but they don't know who that individual student is. And so when they come to monitor us, they're able to pull that folder and look at the actual child's name with their evaluation information and their IEP and see all the information together. And so they're a little bit, yeah, so that's.
I didn't realize in SIR their name wasn't even on there.
No,
I
it's
didn't
not.
realize that.
Well, when we pull it up in SIR, it is. But
It is for us, but it's not for everybody that pulls it up.
When we pull it up and serve, their name is there for us. Right. But it may not be there for you, yes.
Correct.
But in short, with that, we're ready. I'm never going to say we're 100% ready because you never know. Everybody's human. You might miss something in when we go through the IEPs to see if they need corrections, if they need whatever they need. So But I'm very confident that the monitoring results will be a lot better than they once were.
Okay, let me pause here. I said I already said that. When the state comes into your district, they tell you one thing. Last year, I went to the State Department for several things, and they monitored us, and I came back and said, y'all, this is what we need to focus on, okay? They can give you a whole list of things saying that's what you want. I know Ms. Black, you can probably say yes to this. When they come in, they're looking for something else. I'm like, but you told me this what you was looking for. And you come in, Ms. Brett, you shaking your head that you've experienced this, and you're looking for this. So you have to kind of like take what they give you and put more into it. So right now we're focusing on, just like you said, we're looking at the class. We're looking at everything that we
did
think
that.
that they may want when they come in and look at our IEPs physically. Are they, have we improved? Yes, we have. Have we improved enough for them? I don't know. I never looked till I get an LEA determination next year.
I feel ready. Look, I mean, I know that there's always room for growth and there's always room for improvement, but I feel like we have done a lot with them. A part of that is providing teachers with one-on-one support, making sure that everybody has support and can ask questions and they can get what they need. But another big part of that as well is giving them the resources that they need. We did pilot Goal Book year before last in this district, and had the privilege of being able to go out and make sure people were using it. They send us engagement reports. It's a program, I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with it, but it's a program specifically for special education and the IEPs. It allows you to individualize, but it also, when you choose goals or you look at the goals, they're all based on grade level content. They're all connected to either a connector or a standard. You can toggle the different levels and you can edit and individualize them from the program. They link the progress monitoring. I was a SPED teacher for many, many years. Going out and finding content to support your goals is a difficult task. It's time consuming. This streamlines it for them, and it also builds in progress monitoring to make it easier for the teachers to support the students. We want everybody to be able to do it seamlessly, and this helps us to be able to do that. I was able to work with the people at Goldbook to make changes and edit the program for our district to make sure it meets our needs truly. The last engagement report that they sent me, 100% of our licenses were being used, actively used in the district. That's money well spent.
Once I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna toot her horn. I'm gonna toot her horn because she presented for this company at our special ed conference this summer. So that's how much we're utilizing what we pay for and what our teachers and the growth that we see in our IEPs.
All the accounts. All of them.
She did a wonderful presentation. That's on transition.
Yeah, it's a good program and it's gonna help us. It does.
Yes, it does.
It does. And if it's not working, you can change it within the program. And I love that. You can save it all to a folder. It's active. You can actively look at what the students are doing. It's got a goal staircase where after they meet this goal, here's another goal. Here's our standard staircase. Here's where they were. Here's where they're going to go. But y'all, I'm going to get on this soapbox and I'm not doing, I know we are running out of time. So I got to keep pace. Okay. In short, our district is actively supporting teachers. We are developing quality IEPs that are going to contribute to improved outcomes. And I believe that with everything in my soul. I really do. I was supposed to talk real quick. The continuum of services and the LRE. When you talk about the LRE, that's the least restrictive environment. I know everybody knows that, but the continuum of services are the services that are designed to help the students to better access the general education curriculum. The goal is not for everybody to be in the same continuum. The goal is for the kid to be in the continuum that's going to allow them to access the general ed curriculum to the best of their ability. So, yes?
I have a question. So, as a parent, how can we better portray how far their child has come? Because I feel like sometimes they get a bunch of these papers and they just look at it and they don't see the work that's been put into their progression?
Ongoing,
there a way?
aligned progress monitoring. If I can bring to your meeting, if you come in for an IEP meeting and I can show you, this is the baseline data. This is where your child was, and this is where we are now. You can see the growth or lack thereof, and you can make informed decisions if you have that data. So I believe that that's where we need to go, and we've started to do that. When I say we oversee IEPs, it's everyone. Every single one. These teachers are taught how to write a good present level statement, what data to use, how not to write one. It all is interconnected.
How can we help as a district for parents to understand or for the teachers to portray that for you guys? Because I feel like sometimes it falls through the cracks how hard you guys work between you guys all the way to a parent. It's like, here's the papers and they just do this versus understanding the progress.
Understanding, yeah, what's
their
going
kids
on
have
with that. Sometimes I feel like our office is not going to be the highly celebrated office all the time. We're behind the scenes. We do the work and we don't get a lot of the, oh, this is what you're doing, but it's more of an intrinsic motivation because we get to see the growth that other people don't get to see. We get to see the teachers who were struggling and now are not struggling, have an outlet to come to you and ask for help and get support and services and the growth within the kids. Our kids are not going to make huge jumps all the time, but we see little bitty jumps. And that's enough for me. I mean, most people in SPED.
And that's where your teacher comes in. And that's what I'm saying. And then, I know what you're saying.
They need to have data.
Right, in that open house, if that teacher would explain, be a part of that open house to explain how she's moving that particular child. How do we bring that?
Well, how do we get those parents to come to the SPED room? Because there were times I was sitting there by myself.
I have a request. Could that
you know.
sweet little guy do his thing next?
Okay, sorry. Okay, if y'all have any questions, I could talk forever, but
Just
thank
sweet
you.
He might need to go back out, warm up again.
How much time do we have left?
We're gonna change up the order so this young man can do his thing. He warmed up 3 hours ago, poor baby.
I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're literally. I'm going to introduce him. Yes, this is part of me. Yes. So I cut down my speech by a lot. I could stand here and talk for 3 hours and keep y'all here and order pizza, but I am going to run through this real quick and I'm going to introduce Mr. Kyle Viator, okay? So I'm the Gifted and Talented Coordinator for St. Mary Parish. We serve 102 academically gifted students, 243 talented art students, 144 talented music students, and 148 talented theater students. Every one of these students bring in additional MFP money. And I'm sticking to the script because if I get on a tangent, I'm going to just go off. So I'm going to try to make this quick and to the point. The foundation of our program is our teachers. Every one of our academically gifted teachers are master's degrees or higher. Every one of our talented art teachers are practicing artists. Talented music teachers are practicing musicians, and talented theater teachers are professional actors and performers. One of our talented theater teachers owns a production company in South Louisiana, and he creates opportunities for kids across all of South Louisiana. He's on stage all the time as well, too. Gifted and talented students have unique educational needs that must be recognized and nurtured. I'm cutting down. Our students don't come to us as finished products. They're not prodigies. Some of them are, but it takes work and progress to get them to where they need to go. Deleting that. Okay, I have 3 quick stories. One of our students, as you know, we had a perfect ACT. Hope everyone in this room knows this recently. And he was one of our students. He came into my classroom as a 6-year-old with 2 missing front teeth. Adorable. But from the day I met him, I knew something special was ahead. So last year, you may not know, but he traveled the country looking at Yale, Princeton, UCLA, and now he's a student at MIT. So he was also recognized as a state flute player. He's a National Merit Scholar, the first in the parish as well. Let's see. Yes, yes, Duck Bowie. Yes, right. He doesn't, and also, um, he left. He would leave school at 2:30 on Fridays, fly out to California to visit UCLA, fly back in Sunday evening, and be there for morning announcements on Monday morning. And that was also Harvard, Yale. I mean, just many prestigious universities. He comes from a non-English speaking family. The support of his gifted teachers from day one was a game changer, and it still is. We're still in contact with him. He's already on campus at MIT doing his thing, but the ripple effect that what he left shows other students that it's achievable. So ACT, a perfect ACT can happen in St. Mary Parish. You can get in prestigious universities. You can be a state recognized music player. I have a couple of art pieces from one of our talented artists. Y'all probably seen this on display. Okay, this student as well, she came to my classroom as a 7-year-old. She's now a senior at Morgan City High. And she is meticulous, a perfectionist, and just a wonderful student. And I knew from the beginning that she would be outstanding, and she keeps impressing us. She's known for her perfect LEAP scores. It's very common. Since 3rd grade, she had perfect LEAP scores, I think just about every year. She's earned Best in Show 2 consecutive years. And that just shows that some of our kids don't fit into a single category. You can be smart, you can be an artist, you can be a musician, you can be an actor, and it all rolls into one. And finally, my last story I want to tell you is last school year in the back room near the band room at Patterson High, we had a little student, a senior, audition for Berklee School of Music and got accepted. Her talented music teacher was sitting next to her. He prepared her, auditioned her, and it was just an amazing accomplishment. All of these students I mentioned today are minorities. They're not coming from doctors, lawyers' homes. These kids we're working with. And finally, if anyone knows me, if I can celebrate a student, I will, and we have a special student here today. His name is Kyle. Come on up. I know it's been a minute. So Kyle has been in our talented music program for 6 years. He's been an honor band student for 6 years. He's a coder on the robotics team. He throws the discus for the track team. He performs with St. Mary Parish Drama Club. And as a senior in high school, he is part of Nicholls State University's jazz band. So he represents exactly what we hope for our program to accomplish: develop talent, encourage exploration, create opportunities, build confidence, and prepare students for what comes next. I could have filled this room with students willing to perform today. Easy, in costume, pulling out mics and keyboards, but I settled on one student, and I think he's an excellent representation of what we do. So, yes. So please welcome Mr. Kyle Viator. You can. It's your floor. You do what you want, Kyle.
I'm Kyle Viator. I'm a senior at Morgan City High School. And the piece I picked out today is one of my personal favorites. It's a jazz standard that I only learned about like this summer, but it's a really good one. It's called Work Song. And I'm gonna try my best to play for you guys.
I feel like I'm in New Orleans.
Thank you, Kyle. You make us proud.
Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to say that if you have not taken the opportunity to go to the artwork that's on display at the Guild every single year in March, please make your way there. It is amazing. All of the productions that they do of the different auditoriums, they do some in Morgan City, some in Franklin Senior, some at the Tesh Theater. These productions are incredible, y'all. Like, you don't know you're looking at a school play. Like, they are incredible. So I'm inviting y'all to check one out this year.
Our productions could easily be at the Sanger, and I think people would pay $100 for them and not even blink. They're that good. The set build, the costumes, the audition process is second to none in my opinion, but I'm bragging.
No. Miss Tragle and I have a tentative meeting in the next couple weeks, so she can give me a schedule of all of the events, and I'm gonna make sure I get that out to y'all as early as possible, so we can all make plans for that.
Always on the Facebook page, website, so we put it out as much as possible.
I'm going to make this extremely short, but I'm Steve Harris. I'm the coordinator of related services. That area encompasses 19 speech language pathologists, 5 occupational therapists, 2 physical therapists, 6 APE teachers, 1 audiologist, and one teacher of the visually impaired. All those people do an outstanding job, and I just one of the early statements was how many IEPs we have, like I think 1,200. About 800 of those are speech language pathologists are on those. Now, they may not be the only provider, but there are that many. The other thing I wanted to mention just real quickly is that speech language, the related service groups, including the APE teachers, they have a foot in both fields. They do assessments and they do treatment, therapy. They're one of the only groups that of people in the system that does that. The pupil appraisal does testing. Everybody else does instruction. This group does both, okay? So anyway, they do a great job. And I think Susan was saying all of our people have master's degrees. Not all of our people do, but they're all state licensed, licensure boards, and they do a great job. And we're fortunate to have a fabulous group. Not only are they good, but we've had a really good of longevity. We have a great retention with this group of people. We really have. We've been very fortunate. One thing I wanted to, so my part was supposed to be about assistive technology. I'm not going to talk much about that, but I want to ask you a question to think about. Number one, do you wear glasses? Do you wear contacts? Do you wear hearing aids? Do you have family members that wear hearing aids? Do you have family members that are in wheelchairs? Do you use text-to-speech? Do you use closed captioning? Those are all things that were years ago were really assistive technology in the very beginning. Nowadays, you want to call it universal design. Everybody does that, like curb cuts. That was originally made just for people with wheelchairs. Now it's for everybody. So when you think about assistive technology, think about universal design, and think how much you use it every day that you don't even realize. Text-to-speech. How many of you dictate your emails, dictate your text things? How many of you play your messages back to you? So that's what we do in the school system and our people provide, we have an audiologist. I didn't mention her, I don't believe, but she does with our hearing impaired program. She helps students, fits them with personal amplification systems and classroom amplification systems. This allows the children to have ability to hear and be involved in the instruction. It also helps them have peer relationships. Our visually impaired teacher provides many aids, which helps them, again, get the child instruction, let them participate in the instruction. It also helps them ambulate the class. I'm sorry, I knew I was going to do this. I was trying to hurry too fast, but okay. But anyway, it allows our students to navigate the campuses. Have y'all seen people like do white cane training? And so we don't do that here, but we do get a mobility and orientation specialist if we need that for those students. So we do a lot of things, and augmentative communication can be a device. Years ago, those were really expensive dedicated devices. Well, they still have them, but they cost $3 to $5 to $6 to $10,000 with a symbol system involved in it. Nowadays, it's moved where a lot of those things are on simple iPads with the app that helps them with those communication devices. I'm not going to talk about this much more anymore because I think y'all have had a very, very long day, and we don't want to take the shine off of our saxophone solo. So thank you so much. I'm Steve.
Say this is what Steve said. It's good to have someone from St. Mary Parish who's on the board at the state level for this.
Yeah, I'm on the state licensure board. I've been off and on for 20 years. I've been the chair, but that's another issue. But I've been blessed to do those kind of things. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And because we have a great department, and I'm very biased, my people are the best. Thank you.
I have a comment. Yes. Yesterday I had an opportunity to come and visit your office, and I was just amazed at all the offices that was working in there and all of the services that y'all offers. So I just want to applaud you guys and thank you guys for everything that you do. And I was really impressed. And I don't know how y'all gonna move over here, but I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, again, thank you for your comments, your kind words, and thank all of you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much to your whole department, Ms. McClarity, all of you. I know. Yes, go ahead.
No, and I know that Ms. McClarity, I mentioned that Sadie presented at Lucia, but also Susan was on a panel at Teacher Leader and did a phenomenal. So just like out of this little group right here, St. Mary is showing up and showing out and being leaders at these conferences and just really showing the state what St. Mary Parish can do in their special education department. So just kudos to all of you guys because like I really enjoyed seeing both of y'all sessions and it just demonstrates how strong our people in St. Mary Parish are, especially in the special ed department because they really taken some initiatives and just, you know, really showing the state what great things that we're doing here in St. Mary Parish. So.
But I thank you because it goes back to what she just said. You didn't realize that we do what we do in this office, and a lot of people really don't know the magnitude of work that we do. But it's a lot. We don't show it and we don't wear it, but it's a lot. So,
Yep. Yep.
Which you can. I can definitely attest.
I see Mr. Harris, who worked with me for how many years? Too many years. So,
You might be the winner.
about 50, almost.
How many years you have in, Steve? 1980.
Of, and that's where he came in 80 and I came here in 74.
And look, we can't afford to lose him because you don't find many of him anymore.
Well,
Thank you, Office of Special Services, for your presentation that you all have displayed. I'm definitely proud of you guys, because I've been there.
I just want to say, we also have a second St. Mary Parish speech language pathologist, Cameron Brown, who's also on the state licensure board. There's 7 members on the state licensure board. St. Mary has 2 of them.
thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for hanging in there with us. We appreciate it very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope the board learned some things today and you have a good vision of the hard work that gets done every day.
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn? Mr. Mancuso makes a motion. Dr. Wilson seconds it. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank y'all.